Hey everyone, welcome back to the alternate path. Today, we're diving into a brand new what-if story. What if Bella was hunted for a secret no one knew? Here's a quick summary. For months, Bella has been hunted by two deadly vampires. Just when hope seems lost, she stumbles into the home of someone who has been waiting for her all along, Alice Cullen. But before we begin, if you enjoy stories like this, make sure to subscribe to the alternate path and share it with your friends, because it really helps the channel grow. Let's start the story. I don't remember how long I've been running for. If I thought on it, I probably could, but I can't. I can't think. I don't have time to think. I just have to keep moving. Even though I know it's hopeless. It won't matter how far I go. The hunters will catch me. They always do. No matter what I do or where I go, I always fail. I'm not fast enough. I'm not strong enough. I cannot win, yet I still keep trying. Why? Why do I drive myself knowing there is no hope? I don't understand it. Every time I try to stop, my heart aches. It isn't a physical ache, but a mental, emotional one. I feel like my heart is telling me that I haven't reached my destination, even though I've been on the move for months. Each time I sleep, sometimes it's at night, sometimes by day, I don't sleep for very long, I have the same dream. The dream is of me running, of course, but it isn't me running away from anything. No, I'm running towards something. I'm running towards a voice calling my name, telling me that I'm almost there. The voice is musical and full of love and hope, calling to me. Sometimes I think my subconscious is mocking me. Still, maybe I'm suicidal. Maybe I'm just stupid. But deep down, somewhere, there is a part of me that believes my heart is pulling me to the owner of that heavenly voice, which my subconscious has labeled my savior. I don't believe it. I can't be saved. I'm doomed to die one way or the other. As I race against time, my mind swarms with questions that may never be answered, dreams that have been thrown into the wind and worries about the things to come. I do not know what lies ahead for me. I dare not try to hope for the best, knowing that hoping will only bring disappointment and the reality of my situation crashing down on me. So what can I do, if not hope? I don't know. I do, however, know one thing. There is no hope for Isabella Marie Swan. I stared silently at the row of trees in front of me. They were oak, I think, or maybe redwood. It didn't matter, I suppose, but I wanted to absorb the tranquility around me, no matter how fleeting it was. I could hear birds singing their sweet songs in the distance, almost beckoning me. But I ignored them. I had to. I took a deep breath, taking in the scent of pine and flowers, and started moving. It wasn't a spring, there was no way I had the strength for that, but I sure as hell wasn't taking my time either. I couldn't afford time anymore. I know only a few things for certain. Number 1, I am sick of seeing nothing but king trees. I enjoy admiring their beauty, yes, but I am tired of seeing them. Everywhere I go, it's always trees, trees, trees. I'm beginning to wonder why there are so many goddamn trees in the first place. I hate it when they're all bunched together too, and it's practically impossible not to trip over a damn root or run into one. I cannot for the life of me name the number of times that's happened. Number 2, I'm in Washington. I don't know where exactly, since I haven't seen a map in Lord knows how long. I think I'm in some shitty town called Forks. I wouldn't know. Then again, I guess that doesn't matter either, does it? And number 3, Isabella Marie Swan, though I prefer Bella since Isabella makes me feel old. I'm a dead woman. I was the moment I met them 4 months ago. Wow. 4 months. 4 king months of my life gone with the wind. It's sad, really. There was no birthday party. There wasn't much of anything aside from me running for my life and the sick, twisted torture that my pursuers enjoyed inflicting on me. I laughed to myself as I thought back to that night when my life became hell itself. When the abnormally klutzy Bella Swan became a game, king toy, for a race of beings no sane human would have ever thought existed. Vampires. They were real, all right, and I knew it. It was insane and mind-boggling, but it was true. Too bad no one I tried to tell ever believed me. Then again, they usually ended up dead anyways. If I hadn't been stupid and easily influenced, maybe I could have avoided it. Considering my luck, though, it would have happened one way or the other. Maybe God hates me. That's what I tried to tell myself at first. Then I changed my mind. If God hated me, I'd be dead. Besides, I didn't believe in him, her, it having direct influence on us humans. So I just blamed my King luck, which stinks, by the way. I think the worst part is that I remember it all so clearly, as if it happened yesterday. 4 months ago, Phoenix, Arizona. It was hot out. It wasn't too, oh my god I'm dying, hot, but I was still sweating a bit as I walked across the street. I didn't know where I was going. Anywhere, I guess, but home. Home. What AF? King joke that was. I didn't have a home. I didn't know what happened to my birth parents. I had no one in my life that cared for me. No aunt or uncle or grandparents or friends. Nothing. I was alone. I hated it. I loathed it, honestly, but there was nothing I could do about it. My so-called family were my foster parents with 3 other kids. They didn't care much for me. They never did. They thought they would be getting a beautiful, brainy daughter with a future. Nope. They got me. I guess they were okay as far as foster families go. I got food, clothes, a bed to sleep in and schooling. But that was it. There was no love, no attention, no bonding. I suppose that was one of the reasons why I had decided to run away. I hated my siblings. Okay, they weren't even close to being siblings. We didn't have the same last names. And we rarely ever slept under the same roof. They were out partying or getting drunk or staying with friends, the stuff I never had. I didn't have an exact destination. I just wanted to keep moving, hoping I'd find something or someone of interest to me. I didn't figure out until later how bad an idea that was. I had left in the early afternoon around 12-ish. By now, it was 6:30. The sun had gone down and it was starting to get dark out. I had wandered down a random street, only to find that the street and the streets around it were deserted. No people, no cars, no open stores. I walked down a block or so before my conscience began to mock me. It called me a fool for leaving and a coward. Me and my stupid inner voices. I started to get ideas about going back to my shitty home to my non-existent family. Looking back, it might have been. But I didn't. I kept walking. Another hour passed and I was growing incredibly bored. So I finally gave in and decided to head back home. That's when I saw them. There were 2 of them, both of them like no one I'd ever seen before. There was a male and female. The male had dark blonde hair in a ponytail, narrow eyes and a youthful face. The female had long, fiery colored curly hair. Both of them were young looking. Both of them had pale skin. And both of them were unnaturally good looking, especially the woman. I was transfixed by the beautiful woman. She had almost a feral quality to her. The way she looked, dressed and moved, but my body didn't listen to the warning signs pulsing through my brain. It was strange, really, how this was the day that I discovered that I was a lesbian. Great timing, that's for damn sure. Not, hey there, sweet thing, greeted the male. Now, normally when someone says this they are drunk, high, horny or some combination of the 3. This person, however, was none of the above, and his voice showcased this fact. It was eerily soothing. Hi, was my unnecessarily nervous, though somewhat typical, response to his statement. I could see smiles on their faces, though, because of the way the lighting worked, I could not see their eyes. If only I could have at the time. Where's a pretty young thing like you heading at a time like this? The woman asked. Dear God, her voice was even more enticing than the male's. It was seductive, and was practically begging me in. Home, I answered automatically. Ah, now why would you do that? The night is young and there's fun to be had, stated the male. Yeah, too bad I didn't know what kind of fun he had meant until it was too late. Yes, sweetie, certainly you have time for a little bit of fun, right? Asked the woman. Her voice was doing things to me, things I didn't understand. The way she spoke sent shivers through my spine, though I wasn't sure if they were of pleasure or fear. Well, I kind of have to go, I stammered. The sad thing was that I wasn't stammering out of fear. Oh, won't you please reconsider? I'm sure I can make your night worthwhile, the woman purred. Oh, my God, I couldn't move. Her voice was too king enticing. I couldn't look away. Oh okay, I responded. And then my body started moving before my brain could, and within seconds I was standing in front of them. No sooner had I reached them was my nose bombarded with the most amazing smells my nose had ever smelled. They were superb, delicious even. I couldn't define the flavor, since it smelled like a mixture, but the woman's scent was the best. She smelled amazing. I couldn't help but breathe in the heavily euphoric scents, which only made me want more. I heard soft chuckling and opened my eyes to see them smiling at me. What I hadn't noticed until then was that they were both wearing sunglasses. In the dark. Plus, they were wearing surprisingly heavy-looking clothes. In Arizona. During the summer. What the F.K. Aren't you guys hot? I asked, again, my mouth being slightly faster than my brain. Do you think so? Cooed the woman. I didn't mean it like that. But then I gawked at her flawless form, and saw the alluring smile form on her lips. My knees felt weak and I felt my heart skip a beat. She stepped towards me as the male stepped back, inches away from my face. My heart felt like it was doing AF, King Triathlon. And damn was I blushing. Was all I could say. She smiled wider and sniffed the air before licking her lips. Well, honey, do you think I'm hot? She asked seductively. I can't control myself. Yes, I whimpered. That was enough of a response. Seconds later she crashed her lips to mine and sweet God in heaven if I didn't faint right away. Her lips were cold and rock hard, but smooth. And the taste was out of this world. Combine that with how good she smelled and I'd say it was orgasmic. Which I almost did right there. You taste delicious, the woman purred against my lips. She moved slowly, using her tongue to further the intense pleasure I was feeling. I was barely able to keep myself standing as my lips were dominated by hers. I made no effort to fight back. I loved it too much. It felt so King good. I Ned softly as she continued, pressing her icy tongue into my mouth. I felt her wrap her arms around me in a stony grasp, shuddering at the cool temperature of her skin. In the back of my mind, I wondered how she could be so cold despite wearing warm clothes. But the pleasure and the hormones outweighed rational thinking. Her dotting became stronger, as did her tongue. It soon became clear that she was 100% in control of me. I was her puppet, but I didn't care. I had all but forgotten that the male was still there, watching with an amused smirk on his face. Eventually the need for me to breathe cut in. I had been so mixed up with being and by this woman that I hadn't breathed. I squirmed around in her strong grasp as my heart sped up, but her grasp was firmer than should be possible. It wasn't humanly possible, for crying out loud. I started to struggle viciously, but her lips kept coming. I tried pushing her off. No. It was like pushing a damn rock. I tried screaming, but it was muffled against the ning. As I felt my life being drained, I resigned myself. I figured if I was going to die, I might as well die being and like this. It sounded good to me. Victoria, said the male. Victoria stopped instantly and stepped away. I gasped and breathed in the much-needed air. I heard them both laugh. Such a fragile creature, mused Victoria. But she smells divine. Don't you agree, James? Indeed she does, my sweet, cooed James, cocking his head to the side to appraise me. I stared at them, uncertain. Part of me wanted more from Victoria. More more pleasure, anything to appease my raging hormones. I panted quietly while I waited for whatever they did next. I didn't want James to try, though. I wanted the woman. I kept my eyes on her for that reason. Victoria lifted her nose and took a long whiff of the air before smirking. Your arousal is quite delicious smelling too, my dear. I think you're perfect. Yes, I think so too, agreed James. James slowly began to walk around me, grinning as he did. My eyes darted from him to Victoria, wondering what they were planning to do. Perfect for what? I asked weakly. Victoria licked her lips and removed the shades. Her eyes were closed as she moved closer to me before she opened them. I gasped. Her eyes were blood red. They weren't normal. There was something inhuman about them. That's when my brain decided to work. Cold skin, red eyes, stone-like body, superior strength. Why did all of these traits seem oddly familiar to me? James, who had done away with his shades as well, breathed in before laughing. She's the second human whose scent has called to me like this. The first got away. I don't intend to make the same mistake again. Wait, what? What did he mean, second human? What the F.K. was this? Not going to make the same mistake again, shit. I was starting to get scared. My heartbeat was picking up. Victoria cocked her head to the side and sneered at me. You poor deluded little creature, she chuckled. You have no idea what you've gotten yourself into, do you? James, who had walked a complete circle around me, stopped now and smiled in a mocking yet friendly way at me. Tell me your name, he said. Isabella Swan. I prefer Bella. Stupid F. King mouth. Well then, Bella, he began, smiling wider. I'm afraid you're going to have to play our game now. Game? I asked, stepping back. About damn time my body started responding to my brain. Oh yes, it's our favorite game, James stated, stepping forward. You see, my mate here and I are hunters. We make a game out of each hunt we have. I believe you humans have a book relating to something similar, yes. Well, our game is more fun. I stared at them with disbelief. What the hell was going on? Were they serious? I don't think she gets it, muttered Victoria, who shook her head in disdain. James looked at me sadly. Ah, that is so typical for humans. Tell me, Bella, do you know what we are? He asked. It wasn't a rhetorical question. I looked at them, I really looked at them. My brain threw out random ideas as to what they were. Serial killers. Rapists. Sick, twisted mother F. Curs. Well, maybe all of the above. But he didn't mean it that way. No, his words had another meaning. Would you like a hint? Purred Victoria. I sheepishly nodded. She smiled a wide, ominous smile, revealing her white, glistening teeth. My heart froze at the sight. I smell good to them. They have pale skin and red eyes. They're cold and hard and without a heartbeat. No. Say it, James said, licking his lips. No. Yes, Victoria chimed. It can't be. No, this is not F. King happening. This can't be happening. They aren't real. James began. Are, Victoria added in a low whisper. The vampires, I whispered. They both laughed a loud, blood-chilling laugh that made my spine erupt in shivers. I stepped back, thinking I could run away from them, but before I could blink Victoria was gone from where she had been and was standing behind me. I felt her cold breath caress my neck, causing all the hairs to stand up in fright. My breath caught as I struggled with what to do. Ho, she got it right, cackled James. Victoria eyed me hungrily. I don't know why, but I somehow thought I could run away. I spun around and dashed in the opposite direction only to be caught by a pair of granite-like hands. Victoria smiled sweetly as I flailed about in her arms. I could hear James laughing louder behind me. As if you could outrun us, she chided playfully, licking her lips. Sweat dropped off my faces as I tried to scream, but a cold hand clamped my mouth shut. "Aw, let her scream," whined James mockingly. "Oh God, I'm dead. They're gonna kill me. Shit. They seemed amused by my terrified expressions since they both laughed again. Their laughter made me shudder in terror until they stopped and glanced at one another. "Let's go someplace more suitable," said Victoria darkly. My body went limp in her hands, but she didn't even seem to notice. I'm not sure what happened next, but before I could fully register it, I was lifted into the air and moving around so fast everything was blurred. Not but seconds later was I thrown onto a wooden floor, rolling around a few times before stopping. I blinked several times and saw that I was inside a warehouse of some type. It was nearly pitch black, but the pale skin of the two vampires illuminated the darkness. Vampires. I don't King believe this. How can this be? How can vampires exist? It's not possible. Yet here they are, looming in front of me, waiting to kill me. I'm going to die. Tears started to drip down my cheeks as I realized how pitiful my life had been. I'd missed out on so much. I never got an "I love you," never went to a dance or out on a date. My life was meaningless and now I was going to die. Pathetic. That's what I am. Worthless. Oh, stop crying already, groaned Victoria. You won't be dying tonight, little human. Wait, what? Where's the fun in that? James asked, as if reading my mind. Well, I suppose you will die eventually, but tonight is when we start our game. Through the tears, confusion and fright I remembered him mentioning a game before. What the hell game was he talking about? Then again, I'm dead anyways, it doesn't matter. My body began to shake violently from the fear, a delayed reaction of sorts, I guess. "Ah, poor baby," mocked James. "Now, stop that. I'm going to explain the rules of our little game. You might survive if you play it well. The last sentence sounded both truthful and mocking. "WW what d do? You mean?" I stammered weakly, not moving from where I was on the floor. James smirked. "Well, let me start by telling you that I am one of the best trackers in the world." "That he is," Victoria cooed, adding to his disgustingly smug smile. "You see, Isabella, I love to hunt. And you, my dear, are my newest target." "Why?" He shrugged innocently. "Well, for one thing you know what I am. Secondly, and more importantly, is your scent. You see, all humans smell good to us. Some have stronger scents than others, scents that make our mouths water a mile away. These are the humans I choose as our targets. And before you ask, why do you hunt? I do it because it's fun. Simple. Now then, let me explain the rules to this game. Rather than just kill you now, I'm going to give you a fighting chance at survival. I'm going to give you 10 days. The first 5 will be yours to run as far away as you can. I don't care where you go or how you get there, that's up to you. After the first 5 days, we will begin pursuing you. If you can avoid us for 5 more days, then I'll let you live and call off the hunt. Does that sound fair?" I didn't respond at first, taking in the information he was presenting me. Victoria walked over to me and stomped on my right forearm, causing me to cry in pain. "Yes," I yelled, rubbing my throbbing arm once her foot was removed. "Good. Here's the thing, though. If we catch you before those last 5 days are up, we're going to torture you. Not kill you, since that would be boring. But we'll give you a little reminder to do better the next time." "Oh, this is going to be so much fun." James seemed giddy about the idea, sending a new wave of terror through me. Victoria knelt by my side and smiled at me. "Don't worry, Isabella. We won't be too rough. But I must say, I'd like a taste of your blood before we go." Before I could respond, she grabbed my right arm and lifted the sleeve up. Then her teeth sank into the underside of my upper forearm. I screamed in agony as her teeth tore my flesh and felt the blood leaving my body. After a moment she tore away, licking the blood trickling down her lips. "How was it?" James asked. "Delicious," Victoria Ned. Her eyes were pitch black as she stared down at me. "I've never tasted blood this good before. I can't wait for another taste." She leaned in again, but James grabbed her shoulder and threw her back. Now, Victoria, play nice. Let the venom burn her for a while, and then beep it out. We don't want her turned, now do we?" She growled, but nodded nonetheless. That's when it started. I felt a sudden burning sensation course through me, especially my forearm. It felt like my skin was on fire. Everything hurt. I screamed in pain as the fire erupted through me. I writhed around, struggling to move, but the burn didn't leave me. "Stop the fire. Oh God, stop the fire. It burns," I shrieked. I couldn't hear the 2 vampires as I continued screaming as the pain increased. "God, kill me. Kill me, kill me, kill me. Kill me." I don't know how long I screamed and writhed for. But at some point, I saw a head of red hair near me and felt teeth in the spot where the burn was the worst. Then the burning slowly disappeared. I stared up to see Victoria smirking at me as she pressed her icy lips to mine one last time. I could taste my own blood on them. The last words I remembered were a faint, mocking whisper. "Sleep well, Isabella. Tomorrow you start our game." Then she was gone, and I fell unconscious. That's how it had started. I had woken up the next day, sore and soaked in sweat and tears. At first, I had thought it was some nightmare. But I was still inside a warehouse and I saw the bite mark on my forearm. It was white and cold to the touch, making me shiver. It had been real. I had sat there and cried to myself for an hour before my body began moving. The last 4 months were the worst. I tried as hard as I could to think of ways to avoid them. Yet they always found me, always smug. At first I had tried to run, but that never worked. So the moment I saw them, I resigned to my fate. The torture had always been the same. They'd beat me, bruise me, insult me. They wouldn't make my bleed, though, since that would make things too difficult. I didn't get why they didn't just kill me. Victoria had bitten me quite a few times. James didn't have the same control as she did, hence why he was always standing away, watching with glee. I had 6 bite marks on my right arm. Apparently she was going to cover my entire body or some shit. I didn't care anymore. I didn't fight it. I couldn't fight it. New tears had formed in my eyes as I recalled the horrid memories. I had slowed my pace down so as to not fall over anything, but ended up tripped and landing flat on my face anyways. I winced at the impact and stood slowly. I had a multitude of bruises on my arms, chest, back and legs. My face was probably scuffed up too. I wiped the dirt off of me as best I could as I slowly continued my moving. Why was I still doing this? Why was I still running when I knew it would be pointless? As I pondered my sanity, I saw something in the distance. It was a house. The house was large and white, and looked almost empty. I neared the house, slowly, staring at it with wide eyes. It was quite beautiful looking. I wondered who lived out here. My stomach growled suddenly. I realized I hadn't eaten for a day and a half now. I hadn't had an actual meal in 4 months, truth be told. I slowly crept towards the house and glanced around casually. I didn't see anyone. I slowly treaded to the door and put my ear to it. I didn't hear anyone. I took a quick glance in a nearby window. Nope, nothing. Here goes nothing, I murmured quietly to myself. Without letting my conscience get the better of me, I made a mad dash inside the house. Over the last 4 months I had to survive by stealing food and clothes. I didn't have money and I couldn't get a job, so there was no other way. My clumsiness often made it difficult, but I somehow managed to escape each time without getting caught. I got better as time went on and smarter too. I couldn't stop my clumsiness, though. No sooner had I sprinted into the vacant kitchen did I slip and land on the floor with a thud. Damn it. Stupid smooth floor. I cringed at the pain since I had banged my right knee, which was already pretty bruised. I got to my feet in a hurry and glanced around nervously. No one. I didn't allow myself a sigh of relief as I bounded to the refrigerator and quickly and quietly opened it, praying there was something edible in it. And there was. Wow. There was a lot. The fridge was chock full of various foods and unopened beverages. I gawked at the sight before slowly going to grab something. Is there something you'd like? A calm voice asked behind me. I froze in place as my heart skipped a beat. Oh God, I'd been caught. Shit. Slowly I turned around, expecting to see someone with a gun or a knife or a phone. It was none of the above. Instead, I saw a woman with long, caramel-colored hair and a heart-shaped face, smiling at me. It wasn't a sinister, "You're F.Ked" smile, but a warm, gentle smile. I just stared. She was beautiful, that much was for sure. But something about her seemed oddly familiar. Oh, pale skin, unnatural beauty, F.K. Not another one. Please don't eat me, I shrieked, instantly shielding myself from an attack that didn't come. There was silence after my outburst and I couldn't help but sneak a peek. The woman was staring at me, wide-eyed with alarm and confusion. Dear, I'm not going to. Don't lie to me, I shouted, tears forming in my eyes. I know what you are. She seemed even more surprised by this and desperately tried to find something to say. I didn't want games. I couldn't stop myself from shouting. I know what you are, I repeated warily, stepping back. The pale skin, the beauty, the eyes, I stopped suddenly when I noticed something. Her eyes. They weren't blood red like the ones from before. They were gold. What the hell? Your eyes aren't red, I murmured, staring at them. She sighed and shook her head. No, my family and I feed on animals. Oh, was all I could say. The room suddenly began spinning as all my emotions hit me at once. Shock, fear, worry, pain, and a small glimmer of hope. I realized then that it was also exhaustion and my world slowly began going dark. The vampire woman looked at me sadly and warmly as I fell into her cold, gentle arms. I could only manage a few words as I faded into unconsciousness, silently praying to myself for them to work. Please don't kill me. As I fell deeper into slumber, I dreamt. Correction, this was no dream. It was a nightmare. It was a reminder of pain from the past, pain both inflicted on and by me. The memories never left. They haunted me in my sleep and when I was awake. Past sins that dragged me further into the darkness of my own world. I'll never forget. I can't forget. I wish I could. I had been on the run for a month now. I was somewhere north, I didn't know where exactly. My body was aching. I was starving and tired. Mostly, though, I was afraid. I knew I was going to be caught by them, by the hunters. I had been caught twice before. The first time had been the worst in terms of punishment. Victoria did most of it, beating me down until I was barely able to stand anymore. I never bled, though. But the bruises still remained. I wanted this time to be different. I hoped I could get away. At the very least, I hoped I could find protection. Huh. Yeah, right, like anyone will believe me when I tell them I'm on the run from vampires. This is bullshit. I hate my life, seriously. It was day 4 of the hunt. I remembered keeping track of each day because, well, my life did depend on it. I had been wandering around a dirt road. My legs were sore, so running wasn't an option. I tried, but I always ended up falling. So here I was, covered in dirt and bruises, when a car pulled up several feet in front of me. I was nervous to say the least. I was too tired to be able to defend myself if the need called for it. So I silently prayed to God that somehow this was a kind Samaritan out trying to help a girl whose life was practically meaningless. To be honest, I think God does exist. Because that's exactly what it was. As I neared the car, one of the doors opened and out stepped a curly-haired woman who looked to be in her 30s. She took one look at me, shook her head and motioned for me to come forward. I did, slowly of course. Now why in heaven's name are you out here all by yourself? She asked with a bit of an accent. I didn't know what to say, really. I mean, I beeped at lying. But I sure as hell couldn't tell her the truth either. So I decided to go with a half-truth. Besides, in my mind, if she was willing to give me a ride I would use it to my advantage. I'd eat their food, sleep wherever I could, shower and thank them before leaving. I couldn't get attached to them. I had to use them. I hated myself for thinking that way, but it was best. I ran away from home and now I'm lost, I admitted sheepishly, hanging my head. Oh, you poor dear, the woman said, touching my shoulders. Well, would you like a ride with us, sweetie? We've got food and an extra bed at home. What do you say? Bingo. I smiled politely at her. Thank you, ma'am, I'd appreciate that. I don't want to be trouble, though. Nah, don't be that way. It ain't no trouble at all, she replied. Hop in. So I did. I got in this stranger's car and we drove off. It was a long, but peaceful drive. I spent most of it listening to her slowly talk about her family. Her name was Samantha and her husband was Roger. They had 4 children, 2 sons and 2 daughters. Their oldest child was Daniel, 22, followed by Jackson, 19, Sarah, 17 and the youngest, Christina, 15. Samantha spoke about her family for about 10 minutes before asking me why I ran away. My story, which I had been using since my life had become void, was a mixture of half-truths and lies. I was a 17-year-old only child that was abandoned by her abusive mother into the hands of incompetent foster parents who kicked me out after I was wrongfully blamed for crashing their car. I tried to make amends, but they refused me, so I simply ran away. Throw in some tears and sorrowful expressions, and the deed was done. It's sad, really. My tears weren't fake, they were real. I cried not only because of the underlying truth in my brief tale, but because I was using this woman's kindness. I hated myself for it. Somewhere in my consciousness I branded myself a monster on par with the monsters hunting me. I didn't dwell on it, though. Samantha believed me instantly and promised me that they would take care of me. I thanked her, even though I felt guilty. Well, almost guilty. Truthfully, a part of my brain was telling me that once I had gotten what I needed, that once I left it would be a repayment for their kindness. That way, they wouldn't have to suffer or be killed. It's a shame that I hadn't known at the time how wrong I truly was. We reached her house about 20 minutes after she had picked me up. It was a good-sized cabin that screamed, "Homie," at me even at a distance. Not that I was complaining. Samantha called out the rest of her family, who came out one at a time till they were all standing there, gawking at me. She then proceeded to introduce everyone and inform them of my story and that she had offered me a room. None of them seemed to mind. They seemed excited. Truthfully, I wondered why in God's name she was so kind to me, a complete and total stranger. Why did they care so much? I was nothing. I was nobody. And for F.K's sake, I was being hunted by vampires. Well, they didn't know that, nor would they. So, naturally, the rest of the day I did what I had intended to do. I sweet-talked them into feeling sorry for me, I showered, and got some new clothes and I ate their food. They were all surprisingly nice to me, especially little Christina. After dinner I remember being shown my room. That night, I cried to myself. I cried for as long as I could, hating myself for what I was doing to these people. And I cried because I knew that I needed to leave as soon as possible. After crying for what felt like hours, I finally drifted off into a dreamless sleep. It's odd, because that was the first night I'd gotten actual sleep for a month. Yeah, that's a bad thing. I woke up having my shoulders shaken gently. I opened my eyes slowly to see Samantha looking at me with concerned tears in her eyes. What the hell happened? Thank goodness, she shouted, relieved. Dear, I thought you were dead. You've been asleep for so long. How long was I asleep? I asked after finding my voice. Damn slow working brain. 3 days, she exclaimed. Whoa, hold on. 3 days. What the F, K? Is that even possible? No way. Then again, I did feel really good. Did you say 3 days? I asked, completely lost. She nodded. Is that even possible? Now I was repeating my thoughts. Well, dear, I believe so. When was the last time you got a good night's sleep? She asked in a softer tone. A month. Her eyes bulged out of her head. K. I quickly tried to amend my statement. I mean, I slept, but not for very long is all. That's not healthy at all, Missy. She shouted, shaking her head. No wonder you looked like the Walking Dead. Walking Dead. Oh, K. 3 days. That means it was day 7. Shit, I had to get out of here. What time is it? She seemed surprised by the haste in my tone. It's 5 in the afternoon. 5 in the, seriously, what the hell is wrong with me? I have to go, I stated. I tried to move, but she pinned my arms down. Oh, no you don't. You are in no condition to be leaving. You don't understand. I need to leave, I protested, squirming out of her grip. Why? And where are you supposed to go with no money? She shot back. I couldn't form an audible response. I just ran. I pleaded my body not to fall as I dashed out the door, past the shocked family members shouting with concern and surprise. I ran out their door and down the dirt road leading to their cabin. And then I stopped. Or rather, I was stopped. 2 sinister pairs of glowing red eyes were staring back at me. K. My life. Hello Isabella, purred Victoria. I'm a little disappointed. I was hoping to stretch this one out a bit longer, complained James with his usual grin. I started backtracking. They both smiled and slowly walked towards me. Who are you two? Asked a voice behind me. It was Roger. I hadn't realized I was still near their house. Shit. James and Victoria seemed amused. I didn't know you had friends, Bella, James stated, grinning. They smell lovely too. Not as good as you, of course, added Victoria. I froze. I wanted to shout to Roger to run like hell. But it was too late for that. I turned to see him pointing a shotgun at the 2 vampires in front of him. Ooh, big scary gun, laughed James. You gonna shoot us? Go on, try it. Get behind me, Bella, ordered Roger. And you two back off. What are you going to do about it, old man? Mocked Victoria. I'm warning you. What happened next was sudden. In the blink of an eye, Victoria blurred in front of Roger. Startled, he yelped and pulled the trigger. I closed my eyes for a moment, and then heard a loud noise. I opened them to see Victoria holding a bullet with her left index finger and thumb. James was twirling the shotgun around amusedly. What the? Roger was on the ground, shocked. Victoria grinned and in one brisk movement flicked the bullet with her fingers. Roger collapsed, dead, a hole in the center of his forehead. I gasped. James jumped onto Roger's body and sank his teeth into him while Victoria slowly walked towards me. I was frozen where I stood, terrified. Victoria stopped, looked around me and grinned. In a flash she was gone and I heard a gasp and another thud. I turned to see Victoria burying her teeth into Samantha's neck, whose eyes went white in an instant. No, I shouted. Victoria looked up at me, blood dripping from her mouth. Oops. Sorry, Isabella, she said with mock sympathy. She licked the blood from her mouth and appeared in front of me, grabbing my arms. K. I have an idea, James said, blurring to Victoria's side. He was still holding the gun. It might be fun. And if you do this, Bella, I promise you won't be tortured this time. Sound good? I wondered what sick, twisted scheme was boiling in the back of his head. Suddenly Victoria moved and we were inside the house now. I didn't see the others. I wondered where they were. As if on cue, Christina walked out, rubbing her eyes. She glanced at me, then at Victoria and James. She seemed entranced by them as I had been when I first met them. I saw the look in their eyes as they stared back at her. No, I shouted, eyeing James. She's just a kid. James glanced at me and feigned a hurt expression. What? Dear Bella, do you really think that I am that vile that I would kill an innocent child? Surely you're mistaken. I opened my mouth to speak, but was cut off by a snapping noise and a muffled scream. I quickly turned. Oh, my God. No, 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 no. Christina was lying on the floor, her body lifeless. Victoria stood over her, grinning maliciously. So fragile, Victoria purred. I exploded. King by ch. You by ch. I practically flung myself at her, rage consuming me. She sighed and stopped me with a single finger. Her fist connected with my stomach abruptly after, causing me to lurch forward in agony. Stupid girl, she giggled. James laughed too. I don't understand you humans and your pointless attachments. Oh, that reminds me. He grabbed me and pulled me back before placing the shotgun in my hands. I stared down at it, confused. Then realization hit me. No, I breathed. Oh, yes. You're going to finish the others off, James ordered, smiling at me. It's either that or you receive double the torture. I can't. I shouted. I won't. I'm not a killer. Oh, come now, Isabella. Do you really care about a couple of insignificant lives? Did they mean anything to you? No, they don't. You care about yourself. That's all there is to it. You are what's most important in your life. You owe them nothing. Think about it. Think of the fun. Besides, dear, do you really want to go through more torture? Victoria asked. Do it, James purred. If you don't, we will. And we'll make them suffer. Don't let them suffer, Bella. Make it quick and painless. You'd be doing them a favor. Victoria moved closer to me, her face inches away from mine. Do it, she breathed. I tried to black out the rest of the images from my mind. In the end, I couldn't do it. I couldn't pull the King trigger and save them from an agonizing death. Instead I watched. I watched as they were tortured beyond human endurance. I remember the screams. I remember the blood and the faces. I remember the self-hatred. I remember the anger. I remember the tears. I remember wishing God would kill me. I remember trying to kill myself. But mostly I remember the choice that I refused to make. How easy it should have been to pick up that gun and take away their pain. But I was too weak, too King pathetic. And as the two demons stood above me, their soulless laughter echoing amongst the carnage, I realized something. I was not a human. I was their South Avenue. Their toy. I was worthless. I was a monster, no better than them. I had killed that night. I killed an entire family by allowing them to take me in. It was my fault. Their lives had ended because of me. I did nothing to stop it. Monster. Murderer. South Avenue. The memories fade away, leaving me standing in darkness. The pain, fear, hatred, anger and sorrow wash over me, causing me to fall to my knees and cry. I am lost. Alone. Why? Why me? Why am I the one cursed? Why did it have to be me? Why? Bella. That voice. I know that voice. It's the same voice from my dreams. To me, it sounds like the voice of an angel. Go away, angel. I don't deserve you, I cry. Bella, she called again. You aren't a monster. How could the angel say that? How could she think that? Of course I was a monster. The things I did were not your fault, Bella. You had no control over them. You are a gentle, loving person. You are no monster, the angel stated. And you are beautiful too. No, I can't accept that. I won't. I just can't. My eyes slowly opened, dampened by the tears that fell caused by the nightmare. I shook off the painful images and realized that I was lying on a couch, a pillow beneath my head. Where was I? I sat up, a bit too quickly, and felt a surge of pain shoot through me. Ow, I grumbled. I heard a soft chuckle in front of me and looked up, yelping in the process. The vampire woman was there, sitting on a chair several feet away from me. Now I remember. I had broken into her house, she had caught me and I was still alive. What the hell? She seemed to notice my growing distress and looked at me sorrowfully. I'm sorry for scaring you earlier, dear, she said softly. Her voice was so sincere, so warm. It was nothing like the fear-inducing voices of the other two. Why you aren't gonna eat me? I stammered. She looked at me with warm golden eyes. I wouldn't dream of hurting you, honey, she replied, smiling at me. Again, it wasn't a twisted or evil smile, but a gentle, loving one. Her smile dropped for a moment and she laughed harmonic laugh. I'm sorry, I suppose, dream, is the wrong word to use since I don't sleep. But I have no intention of harming you. Okay, I mumbled. I was confused by the fact that she wasn't going to hurt me, but for some reason I trusted her. Her eyes glowed with sincerity. I couldn't find it in my heart to not believe her. It was so strange. She smiled kindly at me. My name is Esme, by the way. Esme Cullen. I'm Bella Swan. I cannot believe I am telling her my name. It's just like the first time. Only, well, I'm not being helplessly seduced or some shit like that. Alright, so it wasn't just like the first time. This time was completely different. It's very nice to meet you, Bella, she said happily. Yeah, it's nice to meet you, Esme. I can't help the fact that I'm still nervous as hell. I mean, okay, so she isn't going to hurt me. Then what the K is she gonna do with me? Are you hungry? She asked, lifting an eyebrow. I can make you something if you'd like. Wait, what? You can cook? I asked, surprised. She smiled and nodded. Yes, actually, I trained myself by reading cookbooks and watching the Food Network. My husband Carlisle works as a doctor, so sometimes I come in and cook for his patients. It's quite fun, actually. Wait. Husband. She nodded pleasantly. How many of you are there? Oh, goodness me, I forgot. There are 8 of us altogether. Carlisle and I live here with our 6 adopted children. I have 3 sons and 3 daughters, Emmett, Edward, Jasper, Rosalie, Amara and Alice. Are they here? I asked. I was becoming worried. No, they aren't here dear, don't worry, she said. Carlisle is at work and the kids are all out doing their own things. I called Carlisle to let him know what happened and asked him to tell the kids to stay away for a while. I didn't want to frighten you further. I stared at her as she explained, dumbfounded. Why did she care so much? Why? I asked incredulously. Why what, dear? She replied, confused. Why do you care so much about me? Why are you being so nice to me? I broke into your house, for God's sake. And, I mean, I know that you're a vampire. Yet here you are being friendly to me. I don't understand. I may have been a little harsh, but I mean, come on, what the hell am I supposed to think? Esme looked at me sympathetically and sighed. My family and I don't drink human blood, Bella. We don't believe in it. We aim to be like humans, to live in peace with them. We don't believe in pointless violence either. And I, for one, am not about to turn away a lonely girl who looks like she hasn't eaten or slept in months because she broke into my house. Bella, I know you're scared of me. I don't know what past experiences you've had with our kind, but I assure you that I have no bad intentions towards you. If you wish to leave, I won't stop you from doing so, but I would like you to stay. You're scared and you look hurt, so I'd like my husband to look you over when he comes home. Please, dear, I want you to trust me. No one in my family will harm you. I was speechless. I mean, seriously. Wow. Is it a bad thing that I believed every word she just said? I don't understand. She just radiates this warmth and concern that feels so real I feel as though I can't disbelieve her. When I look into her eyes, I only see love, something I've never known my whole life. I've known this woman for a short period of time, and hell, she's a vampire, but she's been more motherly to me than my mother had ever been. Okay, that was my answer. I didn't know what else to say, really. Esme seemed pleased regardless of my short answer. Would you like something to eat? She asked. I opened my mouth to answer, but I stopped when I heard a car pull up outside. I grimaced, hoping that the others hadn't decided to come home all at once. That would be awkward. Esme tisked and shook her head. I had a feeling she would be showing up soon. She then noticed my confused and startled face and smiled at me. Don't worry, dear, it's only Alice. You'll like her. She's a sweet girl. I'll tell her to behave. Esme stood up slowly and paced herself as she walked away. I guess she did it to try and ease me, since I knew she could get to the door in seconds. I was oddly thankful for her kindness. Rather than watch her, though, I decided to look around the house from my seat on the couch. I mean, I was curious about the kind of home vampires would be living in. I was surprised, to say the least, that their home looked fairly ordinary. No coffins, no skulls, no chains, no spikes, none of the shit I'd seen in most vampire movies. Then again, I doubted the movies were anywhere close to being correct about vampires. My eyes bulged when I took in the living room. A giant, plasma screen TV adorned the walls with an expensive DVD player beneath it, not to mention several game systems. The walls were decorated by paintings, pictures, masks and scrolls, several shelves here and there, some with trophies, others with miscellaneous objects that seemed to have their own story behind them. I was amazed. Everything looked so bright and stunning. It was all so foreign, yet so vaguely familiar to me. I wonder how. Hi, chirped a high-pitched, melodious voice. I was so startled I leapt off the couch and crashed onto the floor. Ow, I groaned, rubbing my sore bottom. Alice, scolded Esme. I blinked out of the temporary daze I was in and looked up in annoyance only for it to fade in seconds as my mouth dropped the floor. Standing before me was perhaps one of the the most beautiful girl I'd ever laid eyes on. She had a head of ink-black hair that stuck out in a halo of spikes that made my hands twitch with the urge to run my fingers through it. Her face was cute, with a small nose, thin eyebrows and dimples near her enticing red lips. And her eyes, God, her eyes looked like swirling pools of honey that I found myself lost in. Vampire or not, she looked like an angel. Sorry about that. I'm Alice, the angel said, extending a hand to me. Her voice sounded as heavenly as she looked. It was strange, though. It sounded so familiar. It took me a moment to realize that her hand was still extended. Embarrassed, I accepted it, only to jolt my hand back the minute it touched hers. It wasn't so much the fact that her hand was icy cold that bothered me. I was used to that. But the second they touched, a strange, electrifying jolt surged through my body. It wasn't painful, just surprising. And it felt kind of good, too. I glanced up at her to see that she too had a similar reaction, but her hand came back. I mumbled a, sorry, and took it again, allowing her to lift me up with ease. It was strange seeing someone like her be that strong. I mean, the girl was thin, not oh shit you're anorexic thin, just skinny, yet toned and was a few inches shorter than I was, about 5'1" or 5'2" to my 5'6". So, what's your name? Alice asked, smiling. I'm Bella Swan, I answered, staring down at my feet. It's nice to meet you, Bella, Alice stated excitedly. I looked at her and gave her a sheepish smile. I didn't know how to respond, really. Neither Esme nor Alice said anything. We all just stood there, no one knowing what to do or say next. Talk about awkward. My stomach, thankfully, had a mind of its own and started growling. I flushed in embarrassment at the loudness. Alice giggled, which only made it worse. Oh, Bella, I'm terribly sorry. I'll make you something to eat, Esme said, vanishing into the kitchen. Seeing nothing else to do, I sat back down on the couch. Alice sat next to me, her golden eyes never leaving. Is it weird that I like the fact that she's staring at me? Are you okay? Alice asked. I turned to see her looking at me concernedly. I dunno. I feel lost, out of place. I didn't expect to be taken care of by vampires, for one thing. And I paused for a moment. Oh, shit. What day is it? Saturday, she answered. I still have a few days. Thanks. Bella, her voice was gentle and a wave of familiarity hit me again. Esme appeared then and placed a plate in front of me with a sandwich on it. I looked at it hungrily and without a word dove into it. I hadn't eaten an actual meal for over 3 weeks. It was nice to get some food in me. I forgot my manners in that moment, I even forgot that there were 2 vampires there watching me. I stuffed myself, moaning softly at how amazing the food tasted. The sandwich was gone in about 2 minutes flat, followed by the glass of water that had been next to it. Afterwards I laid back into the couch and sighed. That was delicious, I said, more to myself. I heard Esme chuckle. Thank you, dear. When was the last time you ate? I flushed, suddenly remembering I wasn't alone. Both Esme and Alice had been watching me, fascination in their eyes, Alice especially. I felt a little uncomfortable, which must have been noticed by both of them since they softened their gazes. I haven't really had a decent meal for a few weeks, I admitted. Esme's eyes practically bulged out of her head. A few weeks. Good God, girl. No wonder you look so skinny. She shouted. That changes things entirely. You are hereby not leaving until you get some food in you. I gawked at the firmness in her voice as she finished. She sounded so motherly. But wait, I couldn't stay. I can't stay, I muttered, staring down at the table. Why not? Alice asked, raising an eyebrow. I don't want to be a burden on you, I replied. Well, it wasn't a total lie. Nonsense, dear, you're no burden, Esme sang. If only they knew. Bella, may I ask you something? I hesitated for a moment before nodding. How do you know about vampires? I knew at some point that question was going to come up. They wanted to know how I knew about them. Then they would kill me. Everything else was a cover story for me to spill it. My heart began beating as I eyed her nervously. Why should I trust you? I asked in a low voice. She looked at me with a mixture of hurt, concern, annoyance and understanding. You don't even know me. She looked at the table, then, thinking to herself. But I want to, whispered Alice, so quietly I almost didn't hear. I don't think I was meant to hear it either, but I did. I stared at her. Surprise etched into my face. She sounded sincere. Why? I pressed. I'm some human while you're a beautiful vampire. Why would you want to know me? Besides, I thought vampires fed on humans. I don't know where this was coming from, but the words flew from my mouth before I could think. Alice rubbed her temples and sighed. Esme told you we don't drink human blood, Bella. She wasn't lying. We drink animal blood. Please believe me when I say that we don't want to hurt you. Her golden eyes pleaded me, smoldering for my understanding. But why do I matter? I'm not your friend or part of your family. I was babbling now, oblivious to the tears streaming down my cheeks. Alice remained silent, her eyes burning with emotions I couldn't register. My mind was buzzing. What do I do? What do I say? They're vampires. They can't be trusted. They're so nice, though. It's a trap. They're just waiting for the right time to strike. They said they don't hunt humans. That was probably another lie. Their eyes are gold. They can't fake that. They may be nice, but what about the others? What if they say otherwise? Esme said her husband is a doctor. A vampire doctor that's around blood. That's saying something. What does it matter? They still can't be trusted. They could help. There are 8 of them and only 2 hunters. They could protect me. Why would they want to? I'm worthless. I don't deserve their help. I don't deserve your kindness. I'm worthless, I repeated the words in my head, because they've always been true. I didn't deserve any kindness. I always brought pain to those who showed it to me. I started to stand, but I was stopped by 2 cold hands. Alice cupped my cheeks and forced me to look her in the eye. You are not worthless, Bella, she said firmly. Those orbs of honey made it clear that she meant what she said. But, I was full-blown crying now. I couldn't hold it in anymore. I wasn't used to being treated this way. I wasn't used to feeling this way either. Why? Why did she care? I don't get it. Alice pulled me into her shoulder as I continued crying. My body decided to move on its own and eventually I had my arms wrapped around her granite body, not caring anymore what she was. She held me for what felt like hours of crying before I felt her lift me. Through my blurred vision I saw that she was carrying me upstairs and in seconds I was in a different room. She gently placed me onto a bed and pulled up the covers, using her cold hand to stroke my head. I couldn't object even if I wanted to. I couldn't stop crying, but the tears had lessened as fatigue began setting in. Alice leaned closer until her lips were inches away from my ear. You are not a worthless human, Bella. You are beautiful. We won't abandon you, Bella. We want to help you. Please, trust me. We'll protect you. She then quietly left the room, leaving me to myself. As my world faded into slumber, I thought about how sincere she sounded. I thought about her words, how kind they were. Then a realization hit me. Her voice. I don't know for certain. Maybe it's wishful thinking, maybe I'm just insane. But I think it sounded just like the angel from my dreams. I felt a myriad of different things converging inside of me at once. Anger, pain and confusion were among them, but they weren't the strongest. I felt a faint glimmer of hope. I don't know why, but I did. And despite the fact that I was in a house full of vampires, I actually felt safe being there. Is there something wrong with my brain? They're vampires, for God's sakes, they're dangerous, even if they don't hunt humans. Then again, I guess the thought of there being vampires that were good, for whatever that word is worth nowadays, had struck me before, but I'd never thought I'd find out. In my lifetime, I didn't dream for the first time in ages. Instead, I simply lay in a realm between consciousness and unconsciousness silently until I could hear voices. At first, I couldn't make out what was being said. They were soft and almost impossible to hear. Soon, though, I was able to listen in on the conversation they were having. Each voice was unique and seemed to have a musical quality to it, a different kind of unnatural tone. Combined, the voices created an odd symphony. I listened with interest as each voice spoke, memorizing each tone. Are you out of your minds? How could you reveal our secret like that? Her tone was deep and sharp, doing little to hide the underlying rage. It was fierce, yet still beautiful sounding. Rosalie, she knew what I was before I even spoke to her. A sweet, harmonic voice filled with gentleness and warmth. I recognized it. It sounded like Esme. The female, apparently named Rosalie, snorted with disdain. Well, why is she still here, then? She's scared, alone and hurt, Rose. What do you expect us to do? Abandon her. That voice, the one from my dreams. Sweet and soothing, like ringing bells. Alice. Why does that matter? She'll just be another problem for us. Shouted Rosalie. It matters to me, damn it. Roared Alice, darker and more violent sounding than ever. Her outburst was followed by a crashing noise and several hisses. Girls, please, stop this. Rosalie, try and understand that we cannot abandon her, regardless of her knowledge. I simply will not allow it. Besides, she's injured and I'd like to check over her when I have a chance. This voice was male. It was older sounding and full of authority, but as gentle and compassionate as Esme's. I agree with Carlyle. She should stay. Another male, this one deeper, but calming. Oh, and how are the two of you going to handle her scent? Asked Rosalie. Hey, cut us some slack, Rose. We've been doing pretty damn well for ourselves so far. The last female voice was flute-like, but with obvious edginess. Amara is right, Rosalie. We're doing better, agreed the calm-voiced male. So what do we do? Asked a third male, louder and gruffer than the first two. I say we kick her out. Her problems aren't ours to worry about, growled Rosalie. Shut up, Rosalie, hissed Alice. Why do you care so damn much? The fierce girl demanded. Because she thinks that the girl is the one from her visions, answered the calm male. Whoa, what visions? Asked the louder male. You never mentioned this earlier, dear, stated Esme, sounding slightly hurt. I'm sorry Esme, I really am. I didn't understand them myself until recently. And then I saw her and I think she is the one. You're right Jasper. All right, I'm lost. Would you care to give us some details Alice? The flute-like female, Amara, asked. Look, for the past few months I've been having visions with this girl, Bella, in them. I heard her voice and I could see vague details, but they were mostly blurry. All I know is that I saw her coming to us and, well, I think she's the one. The one what? You're not making any sense, Allie, Amara groaned. There was silence for a moment, then a gasp. Alice, that's wonderful news. Sang Esme. Wait, you don't mean. The loud male began. Yes, Emmett, I do. Awesome. It's about damn time you found someone. Emmett boomed happily. This is unbelievable. She's human, Alice. Do you have any idea how dangerous this is? For her, for us. Ah, no wonder Edward ran off. There was another hiss, followed by a door slamming shut violently. Rose, Emmett's loud voice softened. Aw man, not this again. Emmett, dear, could you please go and talk to her? Esme asked. Yeah, of course I will. Hey, tell me when. She wakes up. I wanna meet her. Emmett boomed. He must have departed because of the door opening and closing, loudly again. Emmett brings up a good point, the gentle male, Carlyle, pointed out. If she knows what we are and she's scared of us, obviously she won't trust us. We need to build her trust without frightening her too badly. Again, I'd also like to check to see if she's hurt at all. I'll do it, offered Alice. I've looked at all the different scenarios, and I'm the best choice. Amara and I will hunt and stay away for a while, at least until she's comfortable, stated the calm male, Jasper. If she's as scared as you say, that could take weeks, grumbled Amara. It won't. Trust me, Amara, Alice said firmly. And I know what you're going to ask, and the answer is no. I'm always right, remember. Fine, geez. I'm just looking out for you, sis. I'm not going to throw a hissy like Rosalie, but I still worry. What about Edward? Who's going to tell him? It's best if he finds out when he returns. That way she'll be more adjusted to us, Alice stated. All right, let's go Jazz. Take it easy with her, Alice, warned Jasper. The door opened and shut again, though it was gentler than both prior times. Alice, when was the last time you hunted? Carlyle asked concernedly. I had to hunt after I put her in my room. I've never met a human who smelled this good to me before. I could barely control myself. But I'm fine now. Are you sure, dear? We can watch over her if you'd like, Esme offered. Thank you, but I'm fine, Alice insisted. I looked into it and it'll be fine, I promise. All right, Alice. I trust your judgment. Esme and I will depart to give you some privacy, Carlyle stated softly. Don't forget her human needs, dear, Esme added. Around this time, my consciousness finally came back to me. I let out a quiet yawn before rubbing my eyes and sitting up, taking my surroundings in. The first thing that I noticed wasn't what I saw, but what I smelled. The entire room smelled amazing. Okay, it smelled better than amazing. It was like aroma heaven or some shit like that. Better than any perfume store I'd been in, that's for sure. The strange thing was that I couldn't really put my finger on what the scent was. It was incredibly sweet smelling, like chocolate, vanilla and strawberry all at the same time. Okay, seriously, what the F? K is wrong with my nose? I cannot stop breathing in this delicious scent. And it's everywhere. Her sheets, her pillow, the F. King atmosphere is filled with this wonderful smell. I took in several deep breaths, relishing in the deliciousness. Ned quietly. Are you enjoying yourself? I recognized the beautiful voice immediately and blushed, turning to see Alice standing near her door with an amused smirk on her face. Hi, I murmured, my cheeks red with embarrassment. Hi yourself, she giggled. I'm not sure why, but hearing her laugh calmed me down. It was like listening to wind chimes. It was so serene. Wow, what is it with this effect she has on me? So, thanks for, letting me stay in your bed, I murmured, staring at the door rather than at her. I still wasn't accustomed to being taken care of like this. Hell, I wasn't accustomed to being polite to people either. Not that I wasn't, I'm just more used to faking politeness than being genuine. She gave me a dazzling smile in response. You're welcome. Did you rest well? I nodded silently, turning my gaze elsewhere. It was hard to look at her and not stop. I'd never seen anyone as beautiful as her in my entire life. And now that I was almost positive that I was hearing her voice in my dreams before I actually met her, I was a little lost to say the least. I mean, I can't just go, hey. I've been having dreams about you. Vampire or not, there are limitations to weirdness, I'm assuming. Then again, what do I know? My eyes began wandering about. Her room was actually quite nice. It was a good-sized room with walls painted springtime yellow. Several framed photos and a few paintings aligned the wall directly to my right. I could see two dark brown shelves, each filled up with different objects. One was chock full of CDs from top to almost bottom. The other was mostly books, though I could see a few sketchbooks and art supplies on the bottom. Perhaps the most notable aspect of her room was the closet, which practically dwarfed the rest of her room. I could tell without even looking inside of it that this girl loved shopping. Do you like it? Alice asked, breaking me from my reverie. I blinked a few times and remembered that she was still in the room, staring at me expectantly. Yeah, it's really pretty. God, why was this so King awkward for me? Damn it, thanks, she chirped, unfazed by my hesitation. I do have to give Esme most of the credit, though. She helped design my bed, the shelves and the closet. Without her expertise, it'd be pretty messy in here. I nodded silently again, uncertain of what to really say. I hadn't noticed until then that Alice hadn't moved from her position near the door. My guess was that she was doing her best not to frighten me. I felt kind of guilty, though, since this was her room after all. Bella. Her voice cut through my thoughts abruptly as a look of curiosity adorned her face. Yes. Would it be alright if I sat in the chair next to you? She asked, gesturing towards a lone chair that I somehow didn't notice before. I thought about it for a moment, and then realized that she really was trying to get me to trust her. Why not? What have I got to lose anyways? Sure, I told her after a moment. She smiled at this and gracefully twirled over to the chair before sitting in it. We stared at one another for a moment, my brown eyes gazing into her swirling golden ones. Content. That's how I felt looking into her eyes. Even if her facial expressions were hard to read, her eyes were pouring out sincerity and kindness. Whatever arguments that I had made against the idea of talking to her were long gone now. The silence, however, started to get awkward. She was looking at me as if waiting for me to say something, but I didn't know what. Finally I had to break it. So, I started, still uncertain. She smiled. I'm sorry if this is awkward for you, Bella. I was actually hoping we could take this time to get to know each other better, you know. That way we could build a mutual trust between one another. Does that sound good? I could tell by her eyes how much she wanted this. Honestly, I wanted it too. Yeah, that sounds fine. Do you want to start? Sure, she piped with a grin. So, what's your favorite color? That's simple enough. I like blue, mostly. But I'm also fond of green and purple. I watched as she took this information in as if it was the most interesting thing in the world. I'm guessing yours is red. Shit. Stupid. I cupped my mouth in embarrassment, praying she wasn't offended. To my relief, she actually smiled wider. Yellow, actually, she said in a teasing voice. I like the ones you mentioned too. And yes, I do like red, but it isn't one of my favorites. I hate pink and orange. Pink is too girly for my tastes and orange is just. She stopped and seemed to struggle to find the right word. Obnoxious, I offered. Precisely. She agreed. I couldn't help but snicker at her enthusiasm. I know what you mean. And I hate pink too. I especially hate it when guys wear pink because they think it's manly, or whatever shit they come up with. I think it's ridiculous in general. She burst into a fit of giggles. My brother Emmett had to wear a pink shirt for a week once. Why? I asked, amused. Oh, he made a bet and lost it. You should have seen him. He's a pretty burly guy, so imagine someone like that wearing a thin pink shirt, she giggled. I couldn't help but join her. I like this. The awkwardness was gone again. Right now, even though we barely knew each other, I felt as though we were close friends. It was weird, but surprisingly comfortable. So, what sort of hobbies do you have? I asked. I figure something basic to counter hers would work best, right? She seemed surprised. Huh. She probably thought I'd throw out a vampire question. No, I think I'll save those for another time. Her surprise quickly became a big grin. I love to dance, sing and draw. I also like designing clothes and playing music. She paused for a moment to let that sink in. I noticed a glint in her eyes as her smile became wider. But my favorite thing to do? Shopping. She sang the last word out more enthusiastically than I'd ever heard before and I couldn't help but laugh. You don't like the color pink, but you love shopping? I asked between my laughing. She stuck her tongue out at me in an adorable fashion. Shut up. We both burst into laughter, though hers was beautiful and mine was, just bland. It seemed like I was inferior to her in every way. At least, that's how I saw it. She was this beautiful, graceful super being while I was dumb, clumsy Bella. Honestly, it wasn't fair. But I didn't complain. I noticed her eyes silently appraising me. Wait, was she checking me out? I blushed slightly as I watched her eyes scan me up and down before stopping to look into mine. She cocked her head to the side and looked at me curiously. What? I asked. Did I have something on my face? Were my clothes too revealing? Gah, since when do I even care? How long have you had that outfit? She asked, pointing at it with amused distaste. I thought about it. How long? Let's see. A week I think, I answered. Her eyes bulged. You've been wearing that for a whole week. I grimaced and nodded embarrassedly. I've been washing it whenever I got the chance. She narrowed her eyes at me. Hey, give me a break, alright. It's not like I can afford to buy new clothes. Her face softened as a realization seemed to hit her. You stole these. It wasn't a question. I hung my head, shame written all over my face and nodded. She shook her head and tisked. Well, that just gives me an excuse to take you shopping at some point. She wants to take me shopping. What the F, K, Y? I opened my mouth to ask her, but stopped when another thought came into my mind. I've been wearing the same clothes for AF, King Week. How is she not complaining about the smell? God, that is so embarrassing. Hey, Alice. I asked, stammering out of embarrassment and nervousness. She looked up at me. Do you, maybe, have, a shower? She finished. Phew. I thought I'd never be able to say it. Yeah, and, some extra clothes. Because, I mean, these probably stink and I'd hate for you to have to smell them all day. I trailed off, choosing to stare at the wall instead of her. She leaned forward slightly and sniffed me, which made me turn redder than a tomato. I don't think you stink, she said simply. I think you smell wonderful. My face felt like it was 100 shades of red. I noticed Alice lean away from me, her face becoming more rigid. Why was she? Oh, my heartbeat. Shit, I forgot about that. But she just said I smelled wonderful for God's sake. How the hell am I supposed to act? Tell her, gee, it sure is nice to know that you think I smell good, Miss Vampire. Then again, I guess it was a compliment. And it did sound kind of nice coming from her. Thanks, I murmured, trying to calm myself down. She only meant it as a compliment, nothing more. After a moment of silence, her face softened. I'm sorry that I made you feel uncomfortable, Bella. It was a slip of the tongue, I swear. But, I mean, I do think you smell good. She paused for a moment and sighed. To answer your previous question, though, yes, you can use our shower, and yes, I'm sure we have extra clothes for you to wear. She smiled when she finished, completely dazzling me again. Thanks. I appreciate it. She held up a finger. But, my father, Carlisle, would like to check over you before you do, just to be safe. I considered it for a moment, and then nodded. Okay, that's fair. When is he going to get back? He'll be wait, how did you know he was gone? She asked. I kind of heard you guys talking downstairs, I admitted. Alice stared at me for a moment, clearly surprised. Was it that surprising that I had heard them? Her face became normal after a moment as a smile touched her lips. He'll be back in another hour. They're giving me time to help ease your fears. He's a very compassionate man, Bella. You'll like him. You don't mind the checkup, do you? He'd feel a lot better if you allowed him to. So would Esme. And I would too. She whispered the last part so quietly I wasn't sure if she had said it at all. There was only one thing that concerned me. The scars. I knew the bite marks still remained and I wasn't sure how they would react. I still hadn't told them about how I knew about vampires. I knew that they would ask again. I thought again about whether or not I trusted them. Should I tell them? Well, if I don't, they'll find out regardless. James and Victoria would end up here eventually. There are 8 of the Cullens and only 2 of them. They'd destroy them, hands down. Would they protect me, though? I doubt that. Hell, maybe they'd work with them. No, I don't think they would. I think they'd fight, whether to protect me or themselves. Maybe I should say nothing and sneak away during the fighting. No, I'm sick of running away. I'm sick of being a coward. And I'm sick of people getting hurt because of me. Alice should know. She can tell the others. They don't need the full details, do they? It might work better if they do. Tell Alice the truth, damn it. I trust her. She should know. She's been nothing but nice to me. So has Esme. I made my mind up then and there. I would tell her. But not now. No, I'd tell her later. Right now, I wanted to ask her a bit more information about vampires. Just to be safe. Alice, can I ask you a few questions? She was staring at the wall, her golden eyes glazed over. She didn't move or respond to me. Alice. Again, no response. Now I was starting to get worried. Was she hurt? Hungry? What the hell was going on? Alice. I tried again. Still nothing. My heartbeat started picking up with worry. I slowly began reaching my hand, aiming to touch her shoulder to get her attention. My hand was inches away when her hand suddenly snagged my wrist. I yelped and jolted back with surprise. Oh, Bella, I'm so sorry. She exclaimed. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. She apologized profusely, her honey eyes filled with grief. I quickly composed myself. Alice, it's fine, you just scared me is all. I mean, you weren't moving and I was getting worried something was wrong. Are you okay? I stretched out the word as a precaution. She blinked several times as her face softened. I let out a sigh of relief inwardly. I didn't like to see her sad or upset. It made me feel bad. I wonder why. I'm fine. I didn't mean to scare you, really. I was. She seemed to debate telling me for a moment before continuing. I was having a vision. A vision? I asked, quirking an eyebrow. She nodded. Yes. Some vampires, myself included, are blessed with extra talents that we call gifts. My gift is the ability to see the future, she explained. I gaped at her, stunned. That is so King cool. Alice chuckled musically at my remark. Yes, I'd say it is. But I don't see the future in the way you're thinking, Bella. My visions are subjective. I can only see a person's choices and the outcomes of said choices. If they change their minds, then the future changes and I won't know what will happen. Sometimes I get visions at random that I have no control over. Other times, though, I can look into the future on my own time, regardless of what I'm looking at. What you just saw was the former. I took a moment to absorb this new information, drawing it in like a little kid being read a story at bedtime. I could tell Alice found my reaction amusing since she seemed to struggle keeping her face straight. I rolled my eyes at this before opening my mouth to speak. So can the rest of your family do cool shit like that? I asked, completely forgetting any form of etiquette I had used earlier. Alice didn't seem to mind, though. She shook her head. No, only Amara, Jasper, Edward and I have gifts of our own. What can they do? I asked. Well, Jasper is an empath. He can feel other people's emotions and influence them however he wants. He usually uses his gift to calm people, but he can make them feel whatever he wants them to. It's not always easy for him, though, since he's always taking in the emotions around him. It's especially hard when the emotions he feels are incredibly strong, since they tend to radiate off of him, she explained. So if I'm feeling depressed, all I'd have to do is go see Jasper to get a dose of happiness. I asked. Yup, pretty much, she giggled. What about Edward? What can he do? Edward can read minds, she said simply. He can hear everyone's thoughts around him at any given time. He says that the thoughts are quiet at first, like background noise, but grow louder when he focuses in on them. From what Edward's told me, he can block out thoughts, but it takes more effort when there are more people around him. So I guess there's no such thing as privacy in this house, huh? You've got that right, she groaned. It's bad enough we can hear everything that goes on. With Edward it's near impossible to think anything without him hearing it. I've learned how to keep my mind on other things, though, to throw him off. He gets really annoyed by it, which only makes it funnier. I don't know if I could live with someone who was in my head all the time, I stated, cringing at the thought of it. You get used to it after a while, I guess. But yeah, it can be difficult at times, she sighed. I think, if I were in your place, I'd think dirty thoughts just to piss him off. Or think of some girl band song and sing it over and over again, I chuckled. It's amazing how cool with the fact that a person in this house could read minds I was. Well, he wasn't in the house right now, from what I remember. I'd have to ask Alice about that later. She joined me in laughing. I've actually done that before. He got so annoyed he had to leave for a week to get the song out of his head. She chuckled. I smiled and enjoyed the sound of her beautiful laughter, allowing it to ease me. Then I remembered her mentioning her sister, Amara. What about your sister? What can she do? I asked. Alice's face became more serious, so serious it worried me a bit. She was silent for a moment, staring at the sheets while trying to find the words to use, no doubt. After a minute or so of quietness, she took in a deep, unneeded breath and sighed. Amara's gift is far more severe than Jasper's, Edward's and mine. She doesn't like to use it unless it's direly necessary because of how destructive it is. She can manipulate the element of fire, you see, she explained. She can bend any body of flame to her will, which makes her extremely dangerous, especially to other vampires. Amara has gotten better at controlling her gift over the years, but she doesn't have perfect control yet. That's why she hesitates when using it. I could tell by the look in her eyes that there was a story behind this. I wondered if she would be willing to share or if her sister would be the one to divulge it. I looked at her with wary curiosity, not knowing whether I would be overstepping any boundaries by asking about it. She noticed this and gave me a small, sad smile. Amara is the newest member of our family, but I love her dearly. She Has a sketchy past that's caught up with us from time to time. It never ended well for either side, but we always managed to avoid any major conflict. She feels guilty for her past actions and she's doing everything she can to atone for them. I can't say much, but I will say that we've moved several times because of her gift getting out of hand, I would say. But none of us hold anything against her. I'm sure that, when you two get better acquainted, she will be comfortable talking with you about it. I'm sorry, I murmured. You have no reason to apologize, Bella. You're curious. There's nothing wrong with that. Her smile returned to the dazzling grin it had been earlier, which made me feel better. Honestly, I'm surprised you haven't been asking me all the usual vampire-related questions. I flushed. Well, I was thinking about it, but... Go ahead and ask, Bella, she giggled. I ran down all the typical questions in my mind and decided I'd just throw them all out at once. Okay, so do you sleep in coffins? Alice rolled her eyes. No coffins. We don't sleep at all, actually. Well, the dark circles under their eyes made more sense. Alice's face fell slightly, a hint of sadness in her eyes. Sometimes I wish I could sleep, though, just so I could dream the way humans do. I want to know what it's like, just once in my life. Again with the damn sad face. Why does she keep doing that? It makes me feel guilty. It's not that great, really, I said, trying to make her feel better. Of course, the nature of the dreams I had been having lately prevented me from saying anything more. Alice smiled at me. You don't have to do that, silly Bella. Now, what else would you like to know? I'm fully aware that there's more. Okay. What about sunlight? Do you burst into flames or something? And what about steaks, holy water, crosses and garlic? Again Alice let out a trill of enchanting laughter before answering. Slow down there, Bella, she giggled. All right, first of all, no, we don't burn in the sun. We can't go out in the sun for reasons that I'll show you another time. I frowned at that. What? She couldn't give me an exact answer. Trust me, Bella, you'll like it if I show you. Damn psychic. Now, to answer your other questions. First of all, none of those things can kill us. Steaks don't even hurt us, really. Our bodies are naturally harder than a human's, so a steak would just break if it was trying to stab us. Crosses don't do anything either, though I'm rather fascinated by them. As far as holy water goes, there's no such thing. Water blessed by a priest doesn't count, despite what some humans seem to think. Honestly, I have no idea where they come up with the idea. Garlic. Alice rolled her eyes. Garlic just stinks to us. Most human food does, but garlic is incredibly potent and it hurts our noses when we smell it. That by far is the most ridiculous method humans seem to believe can kill us. Really, it stinks and nothing more. So, how do you kill a vampire? I asked. Are you planning on killing me? Alice asked in a deadpan voice. I was shocked. What? And no, of course not. I shouted. I was just curious and, I was cut off by a cool finger being pressed to my lips. Relax, Bella, I was only joking, she giggled. Her face became serious, though. Fire is the only thing that can kill a vampire. Even if our limbs are ripped off, unless we're burned, we cannot die. And yes, our limbs can be reattached, though it takes time for them to fully heal. I had my answer. Fire. That's what could kill a vampire. No wonder Amara was so dangerous. I still had a ton of other questions to ask her. How did she become a vampire? How old was she? How did she meet the others? How does someone change into a vampire? Why did Edward leave? What did she mean by the one? But there was one that had been nagging me since she mentioned her gift earlier. What had she seen? Can I ask what your earlier vision was about, Alice? Her face became gravely serious, her gold eyes appraising me, looking deep into mine. I saw that we'll be having some visitors soon, she answered. My heart skipped a beat. F.K. I had completely forgotten about James and Victoria. What was worse was the fact that they'd be here soon. Shit. Bella, Alice's voice softened as she scooted closer to me. I know you know something about this. I gulped and nodded. She reached out her hands and gently touched my shoulders. Please, Bella, tell me. You don't have to tell me everything, but tell me what's going on. You can trust me, Bella. I took a deep breath, formulating my response. I did trust her. Somehow, I knew I could the moment we met, but my mind had argued against it. If she really was the angel from my dreams, then I needed to trust her. All right, I said softly. I'll tell you. Alice stared at me silently and expectantly, waiting for me to begin. The problem is I didn't know how to begin. But I need to tell her. God, why can't I just spit it out? Bella, Alice's gentle voice interrupted my thoughts. I shifted my gaze from my lap to her eyes, those beautiful pools of gold that smoldered with warmth and friendliness. I bit my lip lightly and sighed. The two vampires from your vision are after me. There. Alice's soft gaze hardened ever so slightly, but her eyes refused to leave mine. She was obviously waiting for me to give her more details, but I was afraid to for whatever reason. Did I still not trust her? No, that isn't it. Then what? I knew why. I didn't want to remember. I didn't want to have to relive the painful images again, even though my dreams had taunted me night after night by doing just that. The memories were permanently ingrained into my brain. I remembered their twisted smiles, their heartless laughter. I remember their blood-red hungry eyes. The scars. I remembered the scars the most. Each time teeth sank down into me, each time I felt like my body was on fire, the hours I spent writhing in unimaginable pain, wishing they would just kill me and end it. The physical, mental and emotional scars that the hunters had brought on me would never disappear. I tried everything I could, but I could never make them go away. The bite marks, eternal reminders of my ruined life, were especially painful. Every time I looked in the mirror, I saw Victoria and James, baring their teeth in an ominous smile, looking back at me. I suppose the fact that I was about to commit to trusting a vampire, the race of beings that I didn't think existed until it was too late, the beings that had tortured me and hunted me, was another fact that stopped me from going on. But when I thought of this, my dreams came back to me. Not the nightmares, nor the emptiness, but that voice. That heavenly voice that kept urging me forward, making me feel warm inside. Alice had the same voice. And I could see in her gold eyes that she wanted to know. She wanted to help. She wanted to make my pain go away. I'm not sure she can, though. I don't know, I trailed off, looking down at my lap. I couldn't look into those angelic eyes. I couldn't face them. Start from the beginning, she said softly. When did you meet them? 4 months ago, I answered. I had been wandering around at night when I first saw them, standing in the distance. At first, I didn't think too much of them, but then I started to feel myself pulled towards them. I don't know how, honestly I never figured out why. All I know is that I had been in the wrong place at the wrong time. I could feel tears beginning to form in the back of my eyes and did the best that I could to push them back. Why were you out at night alone? She asked. I was just bored, I lied. She obviously wasn't satisfied by my answer, but she didn't press. I went on with the story, wanting to get it over with. They started talking to me, acting all nice and shit. I tried to walk away, but the more they talked, the more drawn in I was and eventually I couldn't resist them anymore. The woman I paused, wondering if Alice needed to know that detail. She, forced her lips onto mine. I noticed Alice's eyes darken slightly. Fearing her reaction, I quickly continued. That was when they revealed what they were to me. I had fallen into their trap and there was nothing I could do about it. Next thing I know, they'd taken me to a warehouse. Alice tensed up as I continued. I could see that her eyes were slightly darker than they had been before. She seemed to be struggling to keep herself composed for reasons I didn't understand. Her hands were twitching nervously, like she wanted to strangle something, but at the same time she looked like she wanted to hug me. She did neither, though, so I took in another breath and started up again. That's when they told me that they were going to start hunting me, I murmured. The tears were coming back with reinforcements this time. Alice tensed even further, biting down on her bottom lip. She looked more like a statue than a person now. They said that if I could avoid them for 10 days, they'd let me live. I knew they were lying, but I didn't have a choice. And then the woman, Victoria, bit me. She what? Alice roared, jumping onto her feet. I looked at her in surprise to see her eyes seething with rage. Her upper lip with curled back exposing her teeth and her brows knitted together, forming a furious expression on her face. Not only that, but her fists were clenched tightly, causing the veins to be visible. I could even see the veins on her forehead because of the fury written on her face. She looked ready to kill. And that sight right there gave a whole new meaning to the term, angel of death. Why yeah, SCBB bit me, I stammered, feeling weak and inferior in front of this angry vampire. Alice noticed my fear and clamped her mouth shut, struggling to soften her face. But her eyes remained blazing with animosity. Where? She asked through gritted teeth. I slowly began lifting my right sleeve, but her cold hands were there seconds later, practically tearing the sleeve off. Once she stopped, I heard her gasp and saw her take a step back. Alice's eyes were now wide with anguish, pain, regret and sorrow, mixed in with the anger. It was a strange sight to behold, watching all these emotions dance about in her smoldering honey eyes. "Be Bella," she murmured weakly, taking in the sight. I grimaced and glanced at my exposed arm, taking in the 6 bite marks permanently etched into my skin. They were silvery white crescent-shaped scars, forming a jagged line on my upper right arm. I could remember each and every time Victoria sank her teeth into my arm, the agony it caused as I writhed around in pain following it, and Victoria biting down again. I didn't understand how she had done that, really, but I didn't care to ask right now, as I was taking in Alice's expression. Alice looked utterly devastated. I could tell by the array of emotions on her face that she either wanted to cry, comfort me and rip off someone, probably Victoria's, head in fury. It seemed as though neither her body nor her brain could make a decision though, since all she could manage to do was stand there, gaping at the scars on my arm with an unfathomable expression. "How did?" Her voice trailed off as she stared at the scars for a moment before looking into my eyes. Her gold eyes seemed faded, almost like she could start crying any second. But no tears ever fell. I knew that, since she was technically dead, she couldn't cry. That made the sight all the more depressing for me to take in. I swallowed a sob that tempted to leave my throat before doing the best I could to answer her question. They caught me every time," I choked out. "Sometimes they would torture me, sometimes IW would be bitten, and sometimes, tears were now pouring down my cheeks. Having to remember and actually see the scars, plus taking in the sight of the heartbroken angel in front of me, sent me over the edge. I sobbed as quietly as I could manage, turning my gaze to Lap. I couldn't bear seeing someone as beautiful as Alice look as sad as she did, especially if it was for me. "Oh Bella, I'm so sorry this happened to you," Alice whispered sadly. Seconds later I felt 2 cold arms wrap around me and pull me into a tight, but gentle embrace. I didn't say a word, I simply buried my head into her left shoulder and cried. At first Alice was stiff as she held me, but after a few moments she started to rub circles on my back in an attempt to soothe me with one hand while she slowly rocked me back and forth. I felt like a child being held by its mother, yet I found this fact oddly comfortable. We stayed that way for several minutes until my eyes were dry. Neither Alice nor I moved from our position, though, which I was honestly thankful for. It was the first time in my life someone had actually comforted me, and for some reason the fact that it was Alice doing it made me feel even better. Eventually she pulled away and wiped a stray tear from my cheek, gazing at me with honey-colored eyes filled with tears that would never fall. "I don't know what to do, Alice. I tried so hard to run from them. I tried everything I could think of, but it never worked. I tried fighting them, but that never worked. They made me feel weak and powerless every time. I constantly just wanted to die. I tried to end it myself on several occasions, even, but I was too much of a coward to do it." Alice cupped my cheeks with her hands. "Hush now, Bella. It'll be okay. You're safe here. My family and I will protect you, I promise." What? I was surprised. I had wanted this, but the fact that she sounded so willing to do it confused me. "Why would you want to protect me, Alice? I'm just some insignificant Isabella Swan, you are not an insignificant human," she disagreed, looking at me straight in the eyes. "My family and I won't just idly sit around while an innocent girl's life is being threatened. I'll be damned if I'm going to let them hurt you again, Bella. You may not understand it now, but the moment you walked into this house you became a part of this family. I never want to hear you say that you're insignificant again, or worthless or any other derogatory word, you hear me? Now, we'll help you and that's final." She stood up and slowly began walking towards the door. I didn't understand. "Why the F.K. do I matter so much to you?" I shouted. She turned towards me, slightly surprised. "You don't know me. I'm a stranger to you, and yet here you are saying you and your family will protect me. I don't understand you, Alice. What if your family says no? What then? Why do you care so much about me? I don't get it and it's driving me insane. I ran my hands through my hair, trying to calm myself. The tears were threatening to return, but I did nothing to push them back this time. Alice closed her eyes and took a deep, long breath before turning to face me. Bella, she said calmly. Yes, if you really want to know why I care so much, then I won't hold it from you. She stopped and walked towards the shelf nearest to her, grabbing what looked like a sketchbook from it. Look inside this. You'll find your answer. She handed it to me before turning on her heel and walking towards the door again. Where are you going? I asked meekly, feeling ashamed of myself for snapping at her. I need to hunt, she answered. I didn't get a chance to respond since she was out the door in a heartbeat, leaving me alone. Was it me or did she sound like she was lying? I sighed and bit my lip, pulling my sleeve down before glancing at the sketchbook in front of me curiously. How could the answer be in here? I opened the sketchbook up and started looking over the drawings. The first drawing I saw was a beautifully drawn picture of Esme. The next was one of whom I assumed to be Carlisle, followed by the remaining members of her family. Each picture was masterfully drawn and colored and really captured the liveliness of the individual being drawn. She even drew a picture of herself. Following these were sceneries, like a lake surrounded by trees, a sunrise, the full moon, a waterfall and a meadow. The picture of the meadow really stuck with me. While the other scenery drawings were equally beautiful, there was an extra element added into the meadow picture. A person. I couldn't see many details since the person was in the distance, but it looked like a female. I continued looking through the following pictures and saw something similar in each. Each was a drawing of sceneries and in each was the same mysterious figure, always drawn in the distance. And then I came to the last picture. I gasped. The last drawing was of a girl with long brown hair, chocolate-covered eyes and smooth, pale skin. It took me a moment to realize that this wasn't just some random person. It was me. She had drawn me in a way I hadn't even known existed. Could this girl really be me? She looked beautiful, full of life and color. I wasn't anything like that. Yet despite my protests that this wasn't me, all the features were the same. She had my thin lips, my small nose, my heart-shaped face and the same facial structure. I was flabbergasted. No other way to describe it. So now you see, came Alice's voice behind me. I spun around to see Alice standing near the door, looking down at the floor. Her eyes were lighter than they had been earlier, but her face was grave. I could see the emotions from earlier still resonated in her gold orbs, yet she was trying her best to keep composed. Alice, I don't understand, I admitted, taking another look at the perfectly rendered drawing of myself. Alice sighed. I wanted to wait until you were more trusting of me before I showed this to you. But I can't stand to hear you talk so poorly of yourself and I think you have a right to know the truth. Bella, you know what my gift is. I nodded. Well, the truth is, I knew you were coming. UK knew. I asked. How long? I'd say it's been about a year, she admitted. I gasped again. I started having visions of you a long time ago. I didn't see you clearly at first, I just heard your voice. And that was enough to transfix me. I didn't understand the vision at first, so I kept it to myself. A month later I had a similar vision, but I saw your outline. It started to progress over the next few months, giving me another glimpse of you. Each time I was mesmerized, aching to know and see more. I was obsessed with finding out who you were, Bella. She pointed to the sketchbook in my hand. Every time I tried to take my mind off of things by drawing, I always drew you, or rather, what I had seen of you. Those made me obsess even more until you were all I could think about. I wanted to know your name, see your face, but I could only make do with your voice. 4 months ago, that all changed. She took several steps towards me, but kept her eyes on the sketchbook in my hands. How did it change? I asked. Her eyes drifted to meet mine then. I saw tenderness, warmth and longing. I saw you. After all the headaches I got trying to see you, all the painstaking hours spent lost in my visions doing anything I could, I finally saw your face. To say I was transfixed by you would be putting it mildly. Bella, you were the most beautiful person I'd ever laid eyes on. In all my years wandering this earth, I'd never been so mesmerized by one person. I didn't know you then, but my dead heart ached too. So I decided to draw you as I had seen you and silently pray that the day when you would enter my life would come sooner than later. She took another step forward and placed her hands on my shoulders. Then I had a vision of you entering the house and being caught by Esme. I was elated. I knew I had finally gotten the chance that I had been thinking about for a full year. I was bouncing about my car so much I almost crashed into someone's house. She laughed her sweet laugh before smiling at me. I was excited beyond all belief and rushed home. Of course, I had a vision of me bursting into the house and scaring the living hell out of you, which I didn't want. I did the best I could to calm myself down, which worked out slightly well, I'd say. The smile slowly faded into a look of sadness as she turned her gaze downwards. I saw a flicker of anguish and anger flare into her eyes, but she quickly masked them. But I didn't know that you knew what I was. I hadn't thought of that and I hadn't seen it. That changed things a bit. I was worried. Worried that somehow the reason you were here had to do with other vampires. I didn't want to press you for details, but I slipped up. I saw the anguish and pain on your face. I knew there was something behind it and I wanted so badly to hug you and let you tell me. I didn't, though, because I was also aware that you didn't fully trust me. Her eyes darkened again as she looked hatefully at my arm. And then I saw that. You telling me made me furious. I was seconds away from tearing my room into pieces because I was so upset. You started to cry, though, which broke my dead heart and I did what I could to swallow my rage to comfort you. Truthfully, I left to blow some steam off, not because I needed to hunt. I ran off a ways and destroyed everything in sight. Every tree, rock and animal that had the misfortune of being near me is now dust. It's not enough, though. I won't be satisfied until I've torn those bastards' heads off myself. Her rage was self-evident as she hissed the last words, taking me by surprise. Alice, my voice broke through the shell of fury as she looked back up at me with sorrow. Oh, Bella, I'm truly sorry you had to suffer. I can't imagine the pain they've caused you. I wish I had met you sooner. I'm so sorry. My mind was spinning, but the sincerity and pain in her voice made me break down into tears again. Alice pulled me into her shoulder and softly hummed into my ear, easing me with her gentle voice. She thought that the bite marks were the worst part, the worst scars. No, they weren't. Only I knew, and I couldn't bear to tell her. How could I tell an angel that I killed people? How could I tell her that I had ruined so many innocent lives? I couldn't. I didn't have the heart for it. I didn't want to think about that, though. I pushed those thoughts away and instead focused on the warmth emanating from Alice as she held me. When we broke away, we did so slowly this time. Alice leaned forward and lightly placed her lips to my cheek. That little action made me blush furiously, forgetting the fact that I had been crying my eyes on not once but twice on her shirt mere seconds ago. She smiled at that, but the smile was small. I tried to smile back and did so with moderate success. I sighed. I'm sorry about how I acted earlier, I murmured, hanging my head sheepishly. Don't be. I know how hard this must be for you, so I understand, she reassured, placing a hand on my shoulder. Bella, look at me. I did. I want to be your friend, Bella. I know this is a lot to take in, but I truly want to be friends with you. I understand that this may be hard, so I'll take it easy. Just know that you can open up to me whenever you choose to. I promise I'll be here for you. That's the least I can offer you. I knew she meant it. I knew she meant every word. It made me feel things I've never felt before, hearing these words. I didn't know what to make of them or how to act on them. I stood there, gawking at her for a moment, struggling to figure out what to say or do. A thought hit me, one that I didn't like. She didn't know everything. She said she wanted to. I was afraid of that. My thoughts were broken when I saw Alice was staring at a wall with a blank face. I wondered if my lack of speech had hurt her feelings. Shit. Damn it, Bella. Thank you, Alice. I managed. She blinked and looked back at me with a soft smile. You're welcome. Oh, Carlisle and Esme will be here soon. You can turn down his offer, if you want. She glanced at my now covered arm and clenched her fists again. I think it's only fair that they know, I told her. Though I don't really look forward to repeating my story again. You don't have to, Bella. They'll find out sooner or later, Alice, I pointed out. I'll tell them, she offered. I can't bear to see you cry again, Bella. Thanks, we gazed into one another's eyes for a moment. It's amazing how lost I find myself when I look into her eyes. They're so inviting, even when she's upset. God, it's practically impossible for me to turn away. She didn't seem uncomfortable, since she was looking back as intently into mine as I was into hers. Her eyes glazed over for a few seconds before she turned away and gestured towards her door. They're here. Come, I'll introduce you. She took the sketchbook from my hands and put it back before taking my hand and leading me out of her room. After traversing the stairs, she gestured towards the doorway where Esme and the man I knew as Carlyle stood, both smiling warmly at me. Carlyle was by far one of the most handsome men I'd ever seen before. He was young-looking with slicked-back blonde hair and had the same amazingly beautiful eyes and pale skin that both Alice and Esme had. Also like Esme was the fact that he seemed to radiate gentleness off of him, which I discovered as I slowly walked towards him. "Hello Bella," he greeted. "I'm Carlyle." He took a step towards me and casually extended his hand, which I graciously took. I noticed the casual attire that he was wearing, as well as the different dress Esme was in. Were they trying to look nice for me? "It's nice to meet you, Carlyle," I replied, smiling at him. "How are you feeling, dear?" Esme asked, meeting her husband's position. "A bit better," I admitted, glancing at Alice, who smiled at me. "Alice, would you mind telling me why there is a row of destroyed trees in front of the house?" Esme asked in a motherly tone. Alice cringed slightly before looking at her mother. I didn't miss the "I'll tell you later" glance that she gave Esme, which Esme seemed to understand. It was easy to forget the earlier pain while I was in the presence of both Carlyle and Esme, and I welcomed the warmth in the room. However nice it may have been, though, the fact that I was still human seemed to hit me when I realized a very essential human fact. Alice. She glanced at me curiously as I fought back the blush forming on my face. I was too embarrassed to say anything, so I prayed that if I had decided it that she would see and help tone down my embarrassment. Her eyes went wide for a moment before she giggled. "Up the stairs, third door on the left," she said. "We'll wait outside." I gave her a thankful smile before turning to Carlyle and Esme, who seemed a bit lost. I'm sorry for being so rude, but, She needs to use the restroom," Alice finished. Both of them took on understanding looks and smiled at me before excusing themselves from the house. Alice and I met each other's eyes for a moment before she followed suit. I scurried up the stairs and followed the hallway until I got to the bathroom. Yeah, I had been holding it for a while now and had almost forgotten when I had been swept into the moment. Stupid human needs, I swear. Ahem. Minutes later I washed my hands and exited. They had a nice bathroom, that's for damn sure. The scented candles were a nice touch. Either way, it was definitely better than having to go in the King Woods. When I returned downstairs, all three of them were waiting for me. Alice had an amused look on her face, which made me blush slightly. Her amusement furthered itself when I got to her. "Did you remember to flush?" Alice asked through barely restrained giggles. I turned 3 more shades of red and stared at the floor. "Damn it, Alice. Alice," Esme scolded. "Leave the poor girl alone." Carlyle cleared his throat, ending Alice's giggling. "Well now, Bella, I trust my daughter hasn't been too much trouble." I smirked at Alice, who shot me an evil look. I couldn't help but chuckle. "She hasn't been too much trouble, Mr. Cullen. Please, call me Carlyle," he said, still smiling. "Now, I'm certain either Esme or Alice have told you that I am a doctor, correct?" I nodded. "If you'll allow me, I'd like to check you over for any injuries." "Esme said that you were bruised when she moved you to our couch the first day you were here. If you aren't comfortable with it, I can have Alice or Esme present." I glanced at Alice, whose eyes smoldered with sympathy. "I'd like them both present, actually. It's not that I don't trust you or anything. I'd just prefer it." "All right then, let's take this into my office, shall we?" "Would that make it less awkward for you?" he asked. He seemed intent on making sure I was comfortable, which was nice but unexpected. He was every bit as kind as Esme was. I wasn't used to that. Sure," I responded. He smiled at that and led us back upstairs to the first door to the left. His office was very neat and open-spaced. His desk was the largest aspect of it, with various books and papers neatly arranged on the top. The walls were aligned with paintings that my eyes wanted to wander to, but I kept them looking forward, knowing what was to come. Carlyle stopped in front of his desk and turned to face me. Esme went to stand to the left while Alice remained by my side, her face blank. I could see that she was dreading this, though I guessed it was for a different reason entirely. "I'm sorry that this isn't very roomy for you," Carlyle apologized. "Now, Alice, if you would." Alice walked over to me and looked at me for approval. I nodded and she quietly removed my shirt, though I kept my right arm covered. My upper chest had several small bruises and a few cuts, as did my lower stomach. Most of the more severe bruises had healed since I had been here, that much I knew. Carlyle briefly looked over my body and nodded to himself. He walked over to his desk and retrieved a box of bandages before handing them to me. I saw from the corner of my eye that Esme was looking at me sadly. "Do you have any other bruises? Such as on your legs?" Carlyle asked. "I've seen a few of them. I'll wrap them up later," Alice offered, to which I nodded at. "Good. Well, Bella, it seems that you have a couple of minor injuries. Nothing too severe. I suggest that you bandage them up after your shower." "Will do, thanks." Carlyle noticed that I was covering my right arm up and looked at it curiously. "Is there something wrong with your arm?" I grimaced. Well, not exactly." I dropped my shirt and heard the surprised gasp from both him and Esme. Their eyes were wide as they took in the bite marks on my arm. Alice turned away, clenching her fists again. "Bella!" Esme exclaimed, stunned. "Oh, honey." Carlyle walked over to me and looked down at the bite marks, horror, confusion and sorrow in his eyes. He looked at me, then. "Bella, how did this happen?" I retold my story to them, giving the same details that I had given Alice, minus the key dotting thing, since I didn't think they needed to know that little detail. Esme immediately wrapped me in her arms after I finished, causing me to shiver from the cold skin contact, but I made no effort to pull away. Though her body was cold, her embrace was full of warmth. Carlyle shook his head sadly before running a hand through his hair and pacing back and forth. I pulled my shirt back on and stood there, staring at the floor. I felt Esme embrace me again, which I happily accepted. I was getting a bit more used to the affection, that much was for certain. Alice kept her eyes on the wall, biting her lip silently. "I'm afraid I don't have anything to heal those," Carlyle said sadly. "And I am truly sorry that you had to endure that." Had our family known, he trailed off, uncertain of how to continue. "You poor thing," Esme murmured. "Alice, you told us that you had a vision of them." Carlyle asked. Alice nodded. "Yes. They're on the move. They'll be here in a week's time. I can't see what they plan to do, but I'm certain that as long as Bella is here, they won't come near us." "Good. Bella, I'd like you to stay here for a while." I nodded. "And Alice tells me you're concerned that we might not agree to protecting you." "Well, I'd like to take the time to assuage your worries. You will be protected. You will be safe. I promise you that no harm will come to you. What Alice told you earlier was true. We now consider you a part of this family, one way or the other." He finished this with a warm smile. I felt more tears coming. Damn it, why did I have to cry so much? I hated it. I hated crying because I felt so weak and pathetic for doing it. But I couldn't stop myself. It was like every major emotion I felt made me cry. Thank you, I don't know what to say," I choked out between sobs. I couldn't help but cling to Esme as she hugged me a third time. This woman was so loving. She was far better than my birth mother, that much I knew. I sobbed into her shirt as she rocked me steadily. I felt Carlyle place his hand on my shoulder to further comfort me as Alice wrapped her arms around my waist. I cried harder then. All this love, all this affection. I had never been treated this way before in my entire life. I'd never felt it. This was all so new to me, it was overwhelming. 2 days ago I would have never imagined that I would be feeling this. Then again, 2 days ago, I expected the worst. Now things were different. These vampires, this family, had already sworn to protect me. Alice had told me that she wanted to be my friend. I wanted to be her friend too. It was a yearning inside of me that made me want this. I yearned for her friendship for reasons I didn't understand. And then there was Carlyle and Esme, who I barely knew. And yet, even in the incredibly short period of time that I had known Carlyle, the two of them had acted more like parents than my birth parents had ever done. It was all so sudden, yet it all felt right. I felt that empty feeling inside of me slowly dissipate. It had started 2 days ago, but now it seemed to almost be non-existent. I felt good. I felt relieved to have gotten some of the painful memories off of my chest, like a great weight had been lifted. I trusted them. I could see the sincerity in their eyes. They meant what they said. They would shield me. They would keep me safe. I was grateful for that, beyond all belief. My tears of pain were now tears of joy and surprise. Eventually I stopped sobbing and pulled away from the embraces. Esme smiled at me. "Would you like to take a shower, dear?" she asked. I nodded. "All right. Alice, would you please get Bella a towel?" Alice smiled at me before disappearing. Carlisle smiled at me before looking at Esme. "I'll call the others back. They should know. I'll tell them everything. I think it best that they meet Bella first. That way it'll be easier for them to get acquainted," Esme offered, glancing at my arm before looking back at Carlisle. Carlisle seemed in agreement. "Come along now, Bella. Alice is waiting for you with a towel." We walked out of Carlisle's office as he grabbed a phone and started dialing. Alice was waiting near the bathroom door with a towel in one hand and several clothes in the other. "I borrowed some of your clothes, Esme. I hope you don't mind. I noticed that Bella's your height, so I figured that worked out better than mine," she stated. She seemed upset by this. Esme chuckled. "I agree. And yes, that's fine." She turned to give me another hug before departing, leaving just Alice and I. Alice gestured for me to follow her into the bathroom, which I did without a word. Is it bad that, despite after all that's happened, that the first thing I thought about was Alice taking a shower with me? What? She's hot. Like, seriously. I was beginning to drool at the thought of it when Alice cleared her throat to catch my attention. I blinked and realized that I had actually been staring at her the whole time. I had been thinking that. I flushed embarrassedly. Alice seemed partially amused and partially distracted by something else. She handed me the towel and placed the new clothes near the side before pulling me into an embrace. I was surprised at first, but welcomed it. I had adjusted relatively well to being hugged by now, since Esme had given me like 20 of them since we had met. Not that I was complaining or anything like that. Neither Alice nor I spoke as we stood there hugging. It felt good, even better than hugging Esme. "Thank you, Bella," she whispered. "For what?" "For opening up to us. I know I can't say it enough, but I'm sorry for what's happened to you, and I will do everything I can to make it up to you." She kissed my cheek and danced out the door, leaving me utterly stunned. She kissed me. Holy shit. My face was hot and redder than a tomato as I moved my hand up to touch my cheek. I just stared after her, completely dazed. I mean, she just kissed me, for crying out loud. Well, okay, she kissed my cheek. But her lips king touched me. Me, for crying out loud. Did she know I was gay? I mean, was she implying something or teasing me or? Whoa. Calm down, Swan, calm down. She was just being friendly. I think she likes me. She wants to be my friend, so of course she likes me. Gah. Stop thinking. Get in the damn shower. Seriously, why is that I always end up having these annoying mental debates every time I'm around her? God, it is so damn annoying. I pushed all thoughts away as I stripped down and entered the shower. I enjoyed the sensation of having the warm water pour down on me. It had been way too long since I had actually showered. Way too long. I closed my eyes and just soaked it all in. So far, today had been a strange day. I had learned a few things about vampires. Alice had a picture of me because she had had visions of me before we even met. I had told my story to the 3 nicest people I had ever met in my entire life. They promised to protect me. I felt good. I felt like a great weight had been lifted off of me. I wasn't worried about being killed by any of the vampires in this house. I had accepted that they were good. Hell, I wasn't even afraid of James and Victoria. At least, not right now. But I think the main reason that I felt so good was that I truly believed that the scars in my mind were slowly beginning to heal. The shower felt so good. I mean, damn, I haven't had an actual shower for months. It beats being forced to jump into ice-cold lakes all the time. That shit was torture. I mean, I'm surprised I didn't get hypothermia or pneumonia or some disease like that from having to wash myself and my clothes in lakes all the time. It was such a pain. I'm not sure how long I just stood there letting the warm water pour onto my body before I actually started washing myself. I took my sweet time with the washing, forgetting the fact that I was in someone else's house. I didn't care at the moment, I just washed away the dirt, grime and tears. I honestly lost track of how long I was in there for. 30 minutes, I think. Maybe more. It wasn't until I actually realized where I was that I finished up quickly and got out. I dried myself off at an even pace before slipping into the clothes that Alice, or rather, Esme, had lent me. They weren't anything too fancy, a maroon, short-sleeved silk shirt and a pair of black sweatpants, but they were incredibly comfortable. And the smell. Wow. Just wow. The mouthwatering aroma of vanilla and freesia clanged to the fabric of the clothes, hovering about my nostrils, just tempting me to breathe it in. Which I did, several times I might add. I never got why vampires smelled so damn good. Maybe Alice would know. Speaking of Alice. Hi Bella, Alice chirped, grinning at me as I opened the bathroom door, letting out the pent-up steam. I see you had a nice shower. Yeah, I answered. It was great. I haven't had a shower in forever it feels like. I'm glad you enjoyed it. She walked over and picked up my dirty clothes. Can I, hold on to these? She asked hesitantly. I swear if she could blush, she'd be as red as a tomato. I was speechless for a moment. I blinked several times while trying to form a response. Why would you want to keep them? I mean, they're all dirty and stinky and crap. I told you before, they don't stink to me, Bella. They smell wonderful. And to answer your question, well the thing is, she paused for a moment. To be totally honest, Bella, some of my siblings are slightly newer to our lifestyle than the rest of us. It's hard for them to be around humans. And I figured that, with you being here and all, if they got more used to your scent, they could be around you easier and you wouldn't be afraid of them as much. Oh, I had totally forgotten that I hadn't actually met the rest of her family yet. So is it okay? She asked, giving me an innocent smile. How could I say no to that? Yeah, sure you can, I replied. I know it's strange, and I apologize for that. I just, wanted to get it out of the way, she told me, staring at the floor. I never thought I'd see someone as cheerful as Alice look so embarrassed. Then again, I never thought I'd see someone as cheerful as Alice look like she wanted to rip someone's head off. You look a lot better, I mentioned before I could stop. She looked up at me and smiled a bit. Yeah, I ended up going to hunt and destroyed a few more trees, she admitted, shrugging her shoulders adorably as she did. Amazing how she could be so nonchalant about all of that. I guess it comes with practice or something. We walked into her room where she gently set the clothes in the corner on top of a chair. I wasn't really sure what to do other than follow her, hoping she could give me some sort of instruction. I mean, I still felt a little awkward being inside a house that belonged to such a big family. I felt out of place. Alice seemed to notice my discomfort and danced over to me with her usual cheery smile on her face. So, Esme made you a big meal because she thinks you're way too skinny. Both Carlisle and I agree. And no, you don't get to decline. We insist you eat. After that I'll give you a tour of the house and then later you get to meet my siblings. She didn't give me a chance to reply since she grabbed my hand, sending a surge of electricity through me and momentarily paralyzing me, before dragging me downstairs. What if they don't like me? I asked, remembering how some seemed disdainful about my presence here from the conversation I had heard. Plus there was one absent, which I hadn't asked about yet, but intended to. Don't be silly, Bella. How could they not like you? Alice asked as she led me into the kitchen. I gasped. On the table was the largest assemble of foods I had laid eyes on in months, no, years even. I think my jaw hit the floor at the sight, not to mention the delicious smell. I'm surprised I wasn't drooling like mad. I heard Alice giggle beside me as Esme walked into the kitchen, beaming rather proudly. I dare say this is the most I've cooked in my lifetime, she chuckled. I didn't know what types of foods you liked, though, so I whipped up a little of everything. Take your time and enjoy it, dear, you need some meat on your bones. Thanks, I said, still gaping at the feast in front of me. Oh, it was no trouble at all. Now, I'll leave you to your meal, Esme chirped before exiting. Alice nudged me. Go on, dig in. And don't worry about manners, Bella. I know you must be starving. She giggled at the last part and nudged me again. I didn't speak again. I practically leapt into a chair and started grabbing things left and right, piling food onto my plate. When I was satisfied by the amount of food, I delved into it. I forgot my manners and the fact that I should have acted like a lady, and pigged out on every delectable morsel, savoring the tastes and smells that seemed so foreign to me. Of course, I could feel Alice watching me, so I at least used a napkin every now and again. I wasn't a wild animal, after all. I stopped myself before I could get sick, though I made sure to eat my fill. Once I was done, I leaned back into the chair and let out a long sigh. I burped too, which was utterly embarrassing and made my face bright red. "Excuse me," I murmured to no one in particular. I glanced over to see Alice watching me, clearly fascinated. She had done that when I had eaten the sandwich Esme had made me too. It wasn't uncomfortable or anything, despite how it should have been. It made me feel flattered, to say the least, not to mention curious. "It's fascinating to watch you eat and sleep," Alice said softly. "I know it's weird sounding, so I'm sorry for that, but I think it's true, especially when you sleep. The way your eyelids flutter and how you snuggle into a pillow is utterly adorable, just so you know. And did you know you talk in your sleep?" I blushed even deeper. "I do. What did I say? Oh God, I hope I didn't say anything bad." She laughed, that sweet music I had come to love. "Don't worry, Bella. You didn't say anything too embarrassing." She winked as she finished this and I swore I saw a glint in her eyes that told me otherwise. Damn it. Esme appeared in the kitchen then, giving Alice a reproving look that I didn't miss, before turning to me. "How was it, dear? Did I cook everything the right way?" "It was delicious, Esme," I told her truthfully. "I haven't eaten anything this good in ages. I just feel bad that I couldn't finish it." I looked at the table to see that I had barely eaten half of what she had made for me and felt bad about it. Esme patted my shoulder. "Don't worry about it, honey. I'll save it for you for when you get hungry later. I'm glad you liked it, too." She began taking the plates of untouched food away from the table as I sat there, resting my stomach. Alice had yet to take her eyes off me. "So, you ready for the tour?" she asked when I turned towards her. "Yes, thank you." "Good. Come on, I'll show you." I stood up and followed her into a room filled with 3 shelves filled with books. I saw yet another large television on the left wall, with a second couch and 2 comfortable chairs in the center. There was a fancy-looking computer on the other side, too. In the corner was a piano that took up a good bit of room. I stared at it curiously. "Who plays?" I asked. "Edward mostly. I taught myself how to play too, though I'm nowhere near as good," she admitted. "Can I hear a song?" She bit her lip in a cute way and shook her head. "I'll play you a song later, how about that? I'm working on something right now and it's almost finished. Is that okay?" I smiled and nodded. "Anyways, this is sort of an extended living room, I guess. Carlisle and Esme usually come in here to read, Edward and I come here to play the piano, and whoever feels like it watches the television or uses the computer. It's usually Jasper, Amara and I, since Emmett has a tendency to hog the television to himself. He plays the games, I take it." "Oh, yes, he loves the video games," Alice chuckled. "I do too, though. Whenever I'm home alone I always beat his high scores. I delete them afterwards, and then beat them again when he's around just to rub it in his face." "I didn't think of you as the gamer type, Alice," I said, smirking. She ran a hand through her hair embarrassedly. "Well, yeah, I kind of am. Guilty pleasures and all, I suppose. Hell, so is Rosalie. Amara practically loves them too. I've even seen Esme playing them from time to time." I laughed at the image of Esme playing a violent video game. Alice giggled. "You'd be surprised at the kinds of games she plays. And she's pretty damn good, if I do say so myself." I swore I could hear Esme chuckling upstairs, though it was pretty quiet. "I'm a gamer girl myself," I admitted. "Excellent. You'll fit in with the rest of us perfectly. The boys can be pretty competitive at times, which only makes it more fun when we girls kick their asses." Something dawned on me then, a question I had yet to ask about. Edward. I remembered hearing that he was gone, and whenever Alice mentioned his name, her face darkened slightly. "Hey Alice." She looked at me curiously. "If you don't mind me asking, where's Edward? I heard you mention that he wasn't around before." She bit her lip again before answering. Do you remember how I said he could read minds? I nodded. She sighed. Well, up until a few weeks ago, I had been keeping my visions a secret from everybody. It's not that I didn't trust them, I just didn't know what to make of them at the time. I'm sure Jasper could sense something was off with me, but he never mentioned anything and always gave me space. Then I had another vision of you, and, well, she paused for a moment and took in an unnecessary breath. I sort of let loose all the other visions I had had and the feelings I had felt, and Edward, well, saw them all. He wasn't too pleased with me, to say the least. Why not? We have a very close-knit family, Bella. And Edward is sort of the eldest brother, if you will, since he's been in the family the longest. He was hurt that I hadn't told him or anyone else about my visions and concerned with my obsessing over you. Plus, the fact that you were a human concerned him. Needless to say, we got into an argument about it. Esme and Carlisle managed to calm it down a bit, but he decided to take some time and cool off, so he left for a while. So it's my fault, then, I said, hanging my head slightly. Alice was in front of me in an instant, pulling my chin up and looking at me straight in the eyes. No, Bella, it is not your fault. Don't blame yourself for something trivial that doesn't even concern you. Edward and I had an argument, that's it. It's not like it was the first time, and it sure as hell won't be the last. We're siblings. We're supposed to get into arguments. I've gotten into fights with all of my siblings before, and they only helped bring us closer together. And don't worry about Edward's opinion of you. He'll like you, just like the others, I promise. Okay, I believe you. You gonna show me the rest of the house, now? Yup, follow me, she sang, her voice full of cheer once again. I smiled at her sudden enthusiasm. Alice sure was a bubbly girl. Not that I minded or anything. Her cheer always seemed to wash off on me. We moved past another door, which she pointed at. That's the basement, where we bury the bodies of our past guests. Alice, Esme shouted from upstairs. I couldn't help but burst into laughter, Alice joining me seconds later. She knows I'm kidding, Esme, Alice giggled, winking at me. I flushed slightly at the gesture, but quickly composed myself as we walked up the stairs. Now then, you know my room, obviously. She gestured towards the familiar door and I nodded. And you've been in Carlisle's office. This is Emmett and Rosalie's room, Esme's painting room, Jasper and Amara's room, the bathroom, Carlisle and Esme's room, our hobby room, and a guest space. She motioned towards each door as we made our way down the long hallway. I made sure to memorize each so I didn't accidentally walk into someone else's room. I didn't realize how big this house is, I marveled as we started to turn around. Yes, it's quite spacey. We've been planning on making renovations, though, since Esme wants a bigger house. We plan to start it this summer. She's been working on the blueprints for a few days now, actually, Alice explained. Esme's a carpenter, I asked. Yup, she's one of the best, if I do say so myself. She's also an interior designer and an amazing artist, better than I am for that matter. She smiled fondly at this. I could tell how proud she was of Esme. And Carlisle is a doctor, right? Does he do anything else? Carlisle is incredibly intelligent and one of the most compassionate people in the world. He is without a doubt the greatest medical mind in all existence too, especially considering how many years he's been around. How old is he? I was curious. I knew vampires were immortal, after all, but I barely knew anything about the vampires whose home I was staying in. He's 364. We just celebrated his birthday this past month. I think my jaw hit the floor. He was 300 years old. What? Seriously? I stammered. Alice chuckled. Indeed he is. Although physically he's 23 years old. It took me a moment to process this new information. I knew a man that was over 300 years old. How King cool was that? Wow, that summed up most of my feelings. I know you're going to start asking me questions, Bella, and I'd be happy to answer them, but maybe you should hold off on them for later. Besides, Carlisle would be better to talk to, especially since half of the questions you're planning on asking are related to him, Alice stated, smirking. Oh, right, she could see what I was planning. I nodded in understanding. So, Alice, how old are you, exactly? Her face fell at my question, causing me to immediately regret asking. Her eyes were brimming with sorrow, which made me feel worse. I don't know, honestly. Unlike the rest of my family, I can't remember my human life. I don't even know how old I was when I was turned. I know I've been around for about 8 or so years, but I don't have an exact amount, she replied. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Oh Alice, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to upset you, I apologized, the guilt eating away at me. I tried to say more, but she cut me off. Bella, you don't have to apologize. You did nothing wrong. I'm not mad at you or anything like that, I promise, she said softly. Oh, I just, felt bad because you looked so sad and all. Alice smiled and enveloped me in a hug. You're a very thoughtful person, Bella. But you needn't apologize or feel bad. Don't worry about it either, okay? I nodded and rested my head on her shoulder. Despite the fact that she was hard and cold, she was incredibly comfortable. Her heavenly scent furthered the relaxing feeling I always got when she hugged me too. It was nice. As corny and lame as it sounded, it felt like all my problems were gone whenever I was with Alice. Unfortunately, my mouth moved before I had a chance to stop it. I love being in your arms, I murmured into her shoulder. I froze right then and there, realizing what I had just said and that she had no doubt heard it. Shit. Just kill me now. I felt my face turn bright red as my heart sped up. What was she going to say? Would that freak her out? Oh God, why do I have to be so stupid? Alice didn't respond, though. She didn't even move until I decided to break away. Her smile hadn't faded, though I noticed a glint in her eyes. Now then, where were we? She asked, raising an eyebrow. She was asking me. Okay. You were boasting about your parents, I trailed off, trying to avoid sounding even more awkward than I felt. It didn't work out too well. Alice probably noticed, but again made no mention of it, for which I was grateful. Oh, right. So anyways, Carlisle and Esme are probably the best parents anyone could ever ask for. They love you no matter what and they're open and accepting of practically everything. I've never been more proud to be a part of this family, and I know the others feel the same way. If you say so, I muttered, staring at my shoes. I do and I did, she replied. Any more questions? Are there other vampires like you? I inquired. That question surprised her. Do you mean other vampires as awesome as me? Of course not, I chuckled. I meant others who share your lifestyle. Oh, okay then, that makes more sense. Well, yes, there are others like us. You see, we call ourselves vegetarians. It's sort of a running gag amongst our kind, I guess. It's sort of like a human living off of soy milk and tofu. It keeps us strong enough to resist human blood, but it doesn't quite satisfy us. To answer your question, though, there are 2 other families or covens of vegetarian vampires that I know of. One of them is nomadic, the other lives in Alaska. We're quite close to the family in Alaska, Carlisle especially. The nomads aren't too bad either, though we don't see them as much for obvious reasons. I see. But there aren't that many of you altogether, are there? Alice shook her head sadly. No, I'm afraid not. There may be others out there, but if there are, none of us know anything about them. Most vampires prefer our traditional food source. But you've been told time and time again that no one in this family drinks human blood. You're safe, I promise you. I know Alice, I do trust you. I told her. She smiled at that. Good. Now then, my siblings will be here in about 5 minutes and 32 seconds. So let's get downstairs, shall we? Lead the way, I replied. Which she gracefully did, of course. I still couldn't believe I had said that out loud. I was even more surprised that she hadn't commented on it. Had she seen that, I wonder? It was hard to tell with her, knowing what she could do and how her strange gift worked. Granted, I did mean what I said. How could I not? Alice was so cuddly. It was like hugging an oversized teddy bear. A cold, hard, incredibly cutie teddy bear. Why do I keep thinking these things? Damn it. God, I am so glad she isn't the mind reader. That would really stink. We made it downstairs in no time where Alice proceeded to stop several feet away from the door, grinning ear to ear. Oh, I'm excited, she squealed. I can't wait for you to meet them. Yeah, I muttered. I was nervous as hell. I didn't know much about them other than the few descriptions Alice had given me. She said they would like me, yet whenever I thought of it, my mind went back to earlier in the day when I had heard them talking. I didn't think she meant they would like me yet, as opposed to eventually liking me. And that worried me. It's going to be fine, Bella, Alice sighed. You worry too much. But Alice, she stepped towards me and put her hand on my shoulder. Bella, relax. They're here. And indeed they were. No sooner were the words spoken did I hear a car pulling into the garage and 2 doors shutting. I wondered which 2 I would be meeting now. I gulped quietly as Alice squeezed me shoulder a bit, letting me know it was okay. Seconds later, the first set of her siblings arrived through the front door, a male and a female. Hey half pint, I see your friend is finally awake, laughed the male. Shut up, Alice hissed. She then cleared her throat. Bella, this is Emmett and Rosalie. Emmett was massive in size compared to both Alice and I, standing at least 6'4", hence he was probably the tallest Cullen I'd seen yet. Not only that, but he was much brawnier than Carlisle, with decent-sized muscles on his arms and upper body. He had cropped dark brown hair and a large goofy grin on his face, offsetting his fearsome-looking size. Truth be told, at an angle he looked more like a hairless bear than a vampire. Well hello there, Bella, Emmett greeted, casually walking over to me. Damn was this guy big. It's nice to meet you, Emmett, I said politely, extending my hand to him. He grinned and instead picked me up and gave me a big, yet gentle, bear hug before spinning me once and setting me down. Emmett, Alice hissed, giving him a wary glare. Aw, pipe down, Alice. I didn't spin her too fast or nothing. Sheesh. He smirked at me before moving over to lean on the side of the couch, allowing me to get a look at Rosalie. Damn, Rosalie was, without a doubt, the most beautiful woman I'd ever laid eyes on. She was tall, thin and well-defined in appearance, a few inches taller than I was, I could tell. She had long blonde hair and had the face and body of a supermodel. Okay, lame as it was, she looked like a supermodel. I mean shit, I would love to have a body like that. However beautiful she was, though, was immediately tossed aside by the scowl that seemed permanently placed on her face. I knew right away that she didn't like me. Still, I didn't want to be rude. Rather than stick my hand in front of her though, I merely bowed slightly in her direction. It's nice to meet you, Rosalie, I managed to say. Rosalie didn't even look in my direction as she strode over and plopped on the couch. Her rejection hurt me, even though I had seen it coming. Was it because I was a human that she hated me so? Did I do something to upset her without knowing it? Alice noticed this too and hissed. Emmett nudged her shoulder. Come on Rose, at least say hi, he urged. Rosalie turned her head in my direction, looked at me for a fraction of a second, nodded, and then turned her attention elsewhere. Rosalie Cullen, Esme shouted. I turned to see her and Carlisle standing near the base of the stairs. They were both giving their daughter a reproving look. You should know better than to be rude to our guests. And no, it's okay Esme, I said. She doesn't have to be nice if she doesn't want to. She most certainly does. Esme stated, raising her voice slightly. I raised you better than that, young lady. You have no reason to treat Bella that way, none whatsoever. Rosalie grimaced, but didn't budge an inch. That made Esme even more upset. Alice was just as upset, looking ready to pounce on Rosalie. The room fell silent when Carlisle cleared his throat, though. Perhaps we should all calm down a bit, he offered. Rosalie, I would like to speak with you in private later on. For now, let's try and make peace, shall we? Rosalie groaned. All right, fine. She turned towards me, then. I'm sorry. It's nice to meet you too, Bella. Her voice held both disdain and sincerity, but I smiled and nodded to her. I didn't want to start a fight, that's for damn sure. So, it was Emmett who spoke, turning to smile at me. What has my evil little sister said about me? I liked Emmett right away. I could tell by the genuine smile on his face that he liked me and that we would get along well. He seemed to be a jokester, which was fine by me. He was easy to talk to, as well, unlike Rosalie who I had to force myself to speak to. I hoped things would change between Rosalie and me. I couldn't stand the idea of one of the most beautiful people in existence disliking me for any reason. All she really said was that she beats all your high scores, I admitted. Emmett scoffed. Huh, I let her beat me, just so you know. He's lying, Alice said. I've actually let him win before because he kept throwing temper tantrums like a little child. I do not throw temper tantrums. Emmett grumbled. My furniture says otherwise, young man, Esme chided playfully. Alice gave her a high five while Emmett muttered something under his breath. So Bella, did Alice tell you about her Barbie doll collection? Emmett asked, smirking. Alice's face froze for a moment before glaring daggers at Emmett. I muffled a snicker. You have Barbie dolls, Alice? I asked. What? Hell no. I most certainly do not. She defended. Damn you, Emmett, shut up. Aw, don't be like that pixie. I bet all the girls your age play with Barbie dolls, Emmett chortled. This was getting good. They are not Barbie dolls. They're action figures. Alice growled. And at least I don't play with a baton when no one is around. If Emmett could blush, I'm sure he would be 3 shades of red. Hey, that was one time. One time, okay. I was curious as all. Alice sneered. And yet you still keep it in your closet. At least I don't live in the closet, he retorted. Alice growled at him. Pink shirts, shouted Alice. Playboy magazines, returned Emmett. Kitten screensaver. Polka dot underpants. I couldn't take it anymore, I burst into laughter. Never in my life would I have expected vampires to act like little children. Funniest shit ever. I could not for the life of me stop laughing as I rolled on the floor, clutching my sides. Alice and Emmett just stared at me while Carlisle and Esme initially struggled to keep their composure. That didn't last long and soon they were laughing too. My eyes were tearing by the time I managed to calm myself down. Alice helped me up, but crossed her arms and huffed right afterwards. I'll have you know it's a tiger, not a kitten, Emmett grumbled. Alice stuck her tongue out at him and I nearly lost it again. I swear if their comedic relationship doesn't get me, Alice's insanely adorable actions will. Whatever, Emmett. Don't be hating on the action figures. Hey now, I happen to like action figures. Only mine are a hell of a lot better than yours. Wouldn't you agree, Rose? Rosalie rolled her eyes at him. That depends on the day, she answered. And your performance. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Were they talking about? I glanced at Alice, whose face was crinkled in disgust. Oh God, they were. Ew. Emmett noticed my facial reaction and chuckled. Alice didn't tell you, did she? There's all kinds of action in this house, he said with a smirk. All it takes are. Emmett. Alice yelled. Shut the hell up. What? She has a right to know, doesn't she? He asked, faking an innocent face. Talk about awkward. I stood there, staring rather dumbly between the two, uncertain of how to really respond. The awkward feeling I had suddenly vanished and instead was replaced by a wave of unnatural calmness that felt rather nice. I blinked, realizing that there was another person in the house now. Jasper. Jasper was casually leaning against the entrance to the extended living room. He stood about 2 inches shorter than Emmett and was slightly less muscular than him, but still well-toned. He had a mane of curly blonde hair that made him appear almost leonine. While Emmett was without a doubt good-looking, Jasper was a tad more handsome, especially considering that he was far less fearsome in appearance. That is, save for his face, which was relatively stiff in comparison to the faces of the others. I realized then that Alice had been referring to him when she spoke of having family members that were still unaccustomed to their way of life. Hello Bella, I'm Jasper. It's nice to meet you, he greeted. His voice was polite and soothing, and while he made no approach towards me, his smile was friendly. Despite the fact that I knew he didn't have the same level of control as Alice did, I couldn't feel anything but calm near him. Actually, I was grateful for that. I didn't want to make him feel bad. It's nice to meet you too, Jasper, I replied shyly. What kept you guys? Emmett asked, looking in his brother's direction. You get lost. Jasper rolled his eyes. No, we went hunting again, actually. But Bella doesn't need to know about that. I don't want to make things more awkward for her. Polite as always, Jasper. At least one of my brothers is, Alice said, shaking her head. Hey, I can be polite too. Emmett whined playfully. I'm just, not most of the time. Huh. You and polite go together as well as Rosalie and kindness, Alice snorted. Jasper snickered and I saw Esme and Carlisle yet again struggling to keep composed. Rosalie scowled at her sister, but made no reply. Where's Amara at, Jasper? Carlisle asked, no doubt trying to change the subject. Jasper shrugged. She's still hunting. She'll be back soon, though. Hopefully not covered in blood like she usually is, Alice muttered, glancing at me for a moment. That's a bit ironic coming from you, no. Jasper joked. Alice shot him a glare, which only made him smile wider. Emmett grinned at me. She likes to bathe in blood and everything. It's really weird. I think it's her fetish or something. Emmett, stop scaring the poor girl. Esme scolded. And your sister does not bathe in blood, nor is it anything close to being a UAL thing. I know this for a fact. Alice smiled thankfully at her mother, then proceeded to give Emmett the, I'm gonna rip off your King head glare I had seen once before. Damn, she could be scary. Cute, but scary. Emmett opened his mouth to reply, but Carlisle stopped him. Now Emmett, Bella is our guest and is still new to this. Do you think you could tone the, jokes of that nature? Emmett pouted. Fine, fine. I'm sorry, Bella. No, Alice doesn't really do any of that. But she does get it all over her from time to time and dance around in it. He grinned at the last part, trying to reignite their humorous banter. Esme shot him another reproving look, while Carlisle merely sighed. Alice gave him a smug smile. Maybe so, but you like to dance in a mini skirt. So there. She stuck her tongue out again. Hey, I happen to look quite good in a mini skirt. Emmett stated loudly. Not to mention incredibly gay. I heard a female voice shout. Amara, you know I don't like that type of language in this house, Esme chided yet again. She seemed to be doing that a lot today. Of course, I noticed the smile tugging at her lips and realized that she found the comment amusing. That was when Amara came into view, stopping beside Jasper. My eyes bulged a bit at the sight of the Alice's other sister. Unlike Rosalie, who had the beauty of a Class A supermodel, Amara's beauty was more exotic in ways I couldn't describe. For one thing, she was the tallest of the Cullen females, at least 6'1", towering over Alice, myself and even Rosalie, who I thought to be the tallest. Her hair was a vibrant Arlette red color and excessively messy, dropping down a few inches below her ears, not quite reaching her neck. Her face was thin, her lips full and her eyes were narrow. She was just as beautiful as Rosalie, but in a completely different manner. Like Jasper, though, her face was stiff and she wasn't breathing. So, you must be the human girl my sister has been obsessing over, she said, looking me over. That'd be me, I murmured. She smiled a rather gentle smile. Well, I'm Amara. Isabella, was it? Bella, please. And it's nice to meet you, Amara. My, aren't you well-mannered, Amara mused. She's only being polite because she's just now meeting you, Alice teased. Shut up, I hissed. She giggled at me. Alice, would you please bring Bella a chair? Esme asked, cutting off whatever Alice had been planning to say. Alice pouted and in a flash had a chair for me. Thank you, I said. No problem, she replied. Well, you've met most of my family. And just like I said, they all like you. You should never doubt me, Bella. I'm never wrong. I took a wary glance in Rosalie's direction, which she noticed and rolled her eyes at. Don't mind Rosalie, she's just a bye. Amara finished. Rosalie shot her a glare, but she ignored it. Seriously though, you're more afraid of what we think of you than the fact that you're in a house full of bloodthirsty vampires. Alice told me like 20 times that you guys only feed on animals, so I figured I was safe from that problem, I said, shrugging innocently. I saw several exchanged glances between them, but none of them made any sort of reply. Well, actually Bella, I kind of lied, Alice said, walking over to me. You see, now that everyone's here, we're all going to divide you into portions for our dinner. For a split second, I actually believed her, but then I saw the mischief and gentleness in her eyes and I knew then that she was merely playing around. Plus, both Carlisle and Esme were giving her displeased looks. I decided to play along. Why the not? Aw man, do I at least get some last rites or a funerary dinner or something? I whined. Alice's eyes sparkled, pleased that I was joining her in her little joke. I suppose I could consider it. You won't try and escape or anything while I get that set up, will you? Well, I was planning on running into town and getting an angry mob with torches and pitchforks, but since you can see the future and all, my plan would just get blown to hell. I sighed dramatically. I cannot believe I am playing along with this. Seriously. 2 days ago I was scared shitless of vampires and thought I was going to die, now I was cracking jokes with them. I think I may be the stupidest human alive. Either that, or I just have incredibly strange luck. Alice prepared to respond, but was stopped by Emmett's booming laughter. Both Amara and Jasper laughed as well. I couldn't help but smile myself. I like this girl, Allie. Emmett boomed. Before I was worried she'd be all paranoid and shit, but she's alright in my book. He grinned at me, and I smiled back. Welcome aboard the crazy train, Bella, Jasper chuckled. It's a pretty sad crazy train if you ask me, Amara jested. Oh shut up, Amara, Alice muttered, sticking her tongue out at her sister. She then turned to me and patted my shoulder. You see what I have to live with. Yes, poor Alice, I replied with mock sympathy. She stuck her tongue out at me and I couldn't help but return the gesture. We both giggled at one another's facial expressions. This was surprisingly nice. Despite the fact that they were vampires, they acted more like humans than anything. Immature, insane humans, but humans no less. I found myself oddly relaxed here, even with Rosalie giving me the cold shoulder. Oh, Bella, that reminds me. Esme's voice cut through the laughter as she appraised me with her usual warm smile. Yes, Esme, I asked. I forgot to ask about it earlier, dear, so I'm sorry for that. But I was just wondering. Carlyle finished for her. We were wondering about your family. You haven't made any mention of them in the time you've been here, and Esme and I were curious. My face fell. That was one topic I had hoped to avoid, ever. I didn't enjoy talking about my family, especially since I really didn't have one. These people were more of a family than mine had ever been, though I wasn't sure if I was ready to tell them that yet. By now, all but one pair of gold eyes looked at me curiously. Esme noticed my change in expression and looked at me sympathetically. You don't have to talk about it if you don't want to, dear. No, I think you should know, I said, biting my lip slightly. I sighed inwardly. This I did not look forward to. I bit my lip again, mulling over how to begin. I could feel 6 pairs of golden eyes looking at me, but they weren't making me uncomfortable. I felt Alice standing near me for a moment before she vanished and reappeared with another chair, which she placed next to me and sat in. You really don't have to say anything, Bella, Alice murmured soothingly. I looked at her, absorbing the friendliness and warmth from her honey eyes. Thanks, but you guys have been so good to me. It's not that big of a deal or anything, I just don't like talking much about it, I admitted. Alice placed her hand on my shoulder reassuringly. I smiled at the gesture, but it wasn't a big smile. I didn't want to talk about it, true, but they had been so good to me. I think they have a right to know. I mean, it wasn't some big secret or anything. Still, when I thought about the sense of family that they had, I couldn't help but feel a bit jealous. Jealous that Alice and her siblings had a mother and father that loved and accepted them, despite their differences in personality and interests. I hated to think that way, but I couldn't help myself. I felt another wave of calm envelop me and realized that Jasper was trying to help me out. I gave him an appreciate smile before sighing again. I sigh a lot when I'm nervous, what can I say? Alright, so, where to begin, I mused. Where were you born? Alice offered. Okay. I was born in Phoenix, Arizona, but we moved down here to Forks a few weeks later. I barely remember because I was so young at the time, but I know I lived here for a few years. When I was 5, my mother got a divorce with my father. I don't recall the reasons, but apparently they disagreed on one too many things, me included. I stopped for a moment and thought back to my memory of that day. It was a bit faded, since I was so young at the time, but most of it was pretty clear. Charlie and Renee had married young because they fell in love with each other, or so they initially thought. Truth be told, they were both partially drunk the night they met, which they found out later on. Things started out okay between them, but as their relationship progressed, their inner demons became more prominent, causing hellacious problems between the two. Charlie was a mild-mannered man who liked to drink, watch sports on TV and party, but he wasn't an angry drunk or an abusive drunk. He had grown up in a poor family and had been forced to figure out life on his own at a young age when his parents had kicked him out. This had hardened him up a bit and caused him to take on some of his parents' morals. He had dated 3 people in the past, but none of the relationships had lasted too long. They all ended for the same reason, his moralistic views and behavior. Renee, on the other hand, was pompous and greedy. She acted like she cared, but it was all fake. She wanted a husband that would take care of her and didn't want to get a job, instead wanting to spend time going shopping for herself and spending time with people who practically worshipped the ground she walked on. She had always been popular and well-liked despite her self-centeredness. Like Charlie, she enjoyed drinking and going out. Unlike Charlie, though, she was not a mellow drunk. She was abusive. They married each other because they were convinced the feelings they had were real, when in reality they only married because of their private life. That was it. There was no love. There wasn't even friendship. They could only tolerate one another for so long before they went off and did other things. That is, until I was born. Looking back, I knew my birth was an accident. Renee never wanted any children. She hadn't planned on having a child. But she did. Renee was alright with it at first. She did the typical motherly things by feeding me, putting me to bed, etc. But when I started getting older, she started losing patience and interest. She became more distant from me. The argument I remembered was 6 months after my 5th birthday. Charlie wasn't doing too well in his job and our family was losing money. Renee was getting annoyed with this and truthfully blamed both Charlie and I for the fact. Charlie tried to defend himself and me, but because of his ways, he had no feeling in it. His defense was shallow, and Renee exploited that in his temper. It was raining outside our house that day. I was sitting on the couch, resting. I had just gotten back home from playing at a friend's house, though I don't remember my friend's name or much else regarding it, other than that we had fun drawing inside that day. I heard a slamming noise that jostled me from my peaceful reverie. I scowled, not knowing what was going on, but sighed and settled back in. That's when I heard my parents talking. Their voices were loud and they spoke as if I wasn't even in the house. I can't take much more of this, groaned Renee, my mother. What do you want me to do about it, Renee? My father Charlie asked, growing irritated. Charlie, we need to face facts. Your job isn't going to cut it. We need to figure out some way to ease our economic issues. Well, you could always get a job, you know, Charlie pointed out. Huh, if I did, who would take care of her? You. I'd hardly consider you fit for parenting considering how much you drink on a daily basis, she scoffed. Excuse me, I may drink, but I'm still functioning. I'm not like those bastard fathers on TV, Renee. I don't abuse or yell at my own child, for God's sake. You, on the other hand, do. She won't learn if she isn't taught correctly, Charlie. Besides, it's not my fault she's a troublemaking snot-nosed brat, she spat. Maybe if you spent more time with her instead of on the phone or on the damn computer, Charlie spat back. I do spend time with her, something you would know if you weren't out partying all the damn time, Charlie. I don't party, Renee. I'm out looking for work to support this family, something you could be doing. You could always have a stay-at-home job so you would be able to watch over our child and still make money, you know. Oh, please. I deal with enough crap from our child. I don't have the time for a job, Renee whined. Don't give me that crap. You're just afraid to work because you're lazy. Charlie shouted, raising his voice significantly higher. I heard a slapping noise next. How dare you, you bastard. I am not lazy nor am I afraid to work. It's not my fault our daughter takes up most of my life. She yelled back. Bullshit, Renee. You don't even care about her. He exclaimed. I do care, Charlie. It's not my fault I didn't ask for her, but I do care, she growled. You've got a funny way of showing it, Renee. So do you. All you ever do is greet her and pat her on the head. That's it. That's all she sees of you. You're either drinking, sleeping or watching your stupid football games on television. She shouted. Their voices were so loud, I was afraid glass was going to start breaking. I was scared, confused and hurt. I didn't fully understand what their words meant, but I ingrained them into my mind one way or the other. Shut up, Renee, you're no better than I am. Admit it, you would have rather not had her, would you? He roared, slamming his fists on the table. No. Are you happy now? No. But we're stuck with her now, Charlie. We might as well make do, at least for the time being. What the hell does that mean? What are you thinking? Charlie asked. Does it matter? I'm the mother, she came out of me. Therefore, anything to do with our daughter is my decision. Understand? Renee snapped. Renee, I'm her father, I get a say in these things too, you know. Charlie protested. Like hell you do, you drunken oaf. She yelled defensively. Stop calling me that, you ungrateful wench. He yelled back. He was losing the battle and he knew it. Charlie always lost. Renee wouldn't allow it. That's it. I can't take this abuse anymore. I'm leaving, Charlie. I hate this town. I hate this life. And you're a poor husband. I'm filing for a divorce. Oh yeah, and what about our daughter? He seethed. She can stay with you. I don't have the time or the money for her, Renee scoffed. She can't stay with me, Renee, and you know it. Besides, I thought you were her mother, shouldn't she be with you? Or are you admitting to being an incompetent parent? That was another thing about Renee, she hated feeling or looking weak. She refused to ever show a sign of weakness to anyone, least of all Charlie. The hell I am, Charles. Fine, I'll take her. And you will never see her again. Renee roared. She stormed out of the kitchen, snagged her raincoat and slammed the door as she left the house, leaving then and there to go and file the divorce papers. She wanted the divorce as soon as possible. She hadn't even looked at me. I sat there, crying softly, confused. I didn't understand what was going on. Charlie appeared and sat down on a chair, flipping the TV on as he always did. I cried and he never said a word to me. Daddy, what's wrong with mommy? I sobbed out. Charlie looked at me then, and for the first time in all my life, I saw pure, unabridged sorrow in his eyes. He looked at me with sheer sympathy and regret, but he wasn't going to do anything about it. He wouldn't. That was who he was. I'm sorry, sweetheart, he said. You and mommy aren't going to be living here anymore. And I won't be your daddy either. I'm sorry. You're too young to understand, but there's not much I can do about it. He went back to his game then as I stared at him blankly. He was a coward. A gutless, whipped coward. He could have stopped this. He chose not to. And at that moment, though it was small at the time, I started to hate him. That hate grew as I aged until I completely forgot about his existence. He was never there for me, after all. So why in the hell should I care about him? Bella. Alice's bell-like voice broke me from my reverie. I blinked and looked up to see her looking at me concernedly. I realized that I had been staring at the floor for a minute or so, lost in my memories. Sorry, I told her. I was just reminiscing. Care to share with the rest of the class? Amara asked curiously. Alice shot her a look. Okay, only if you feel like it. We can't help if we're curious, little sis, Emmett stated. Besides, Bella already said she'd share, so what's the big deal? She's concerned for Bella's mental health, Emmett, Jasper explained. I was surprised that Alice cared so much and gave her a meaningful look that she returned. Bella's been through a lot these past few months, Carlisle added sadly. I'm sure all of this is taking a toll on her, but she's trying to hide it. We don't want her to be too stressed out. It's bad for her health. Damn, that man was perceptive. Then again, he's 300 and some odd years old, so I guess he would be. You don't have to continue, Bella. We can always discuss this another time. Are you tired? Hungry? Esme asked. I almost started crying at her concern. She sounded so loving, so much like a real mother. She was nothing like that by Ch Renee. I swallowed for a moment before shaking my head. No, thank you, Esme. I'm fine. I just have to get myself together. It's been a pretty long day so far. If not for Jasper, I'd probably be having a panic attack or something like that, I stated sheepishly. Jasper sent me another wave of calm, alongside a wave of comfort. Apparently he was aiming to make this as easy for me as he could. If you're sure, Alice murmured. I nodded. So why did your parents get a divorce? Esme asked curiously. Well, my mother, Renee, is a total Ch. All she cares about is getting money and spending money. They only got married in the first place because they were young, naive and drunk. Truthfully, they didn't love each other. They didn't even like each other. I'll never fully understand why they did what they did, but I don't care to, I grunted. Esme and Carlisle both gave me sympathetic looks. Alice looked upset, Emmett and Jasper were frowning and Amara seemed mildly off. Rosalie looked like she was only paying half attention. Anyways, they had an argument one night about money and whatnot. The same thing they usually argued about, I guess. There was more to it, though, because I remember most of that night pretty clearly. In reality, I was the main thing they were discussing. I took a deep breath and braced myself. Renee never wanted me. She never planned to have a kid. Neither did my father, for that matter, but he was a bit more supportive when they found out she was pregnant. Honestly, I don't think she ever really cared much for me, even after I was born. Esme looked even sadder and almost got up to hug me. Carlisle wrapped his arm around her shoulder to help comfort her, since I was nowhere near done yet. I smiled sadly at them. I appreciated the sincere sympathy they had for me, I truly did. I felt Alice scoot nearer to me and wrap an arm around my waist. She did so slowly, just in case I declined. I didn't, though, because of how oddly comfortable I was whenever Alice was near me. Call me crazy, but she helped me out more so than even Jasper did, and he was already helping me quite a bit. I decided to continue on. So then they got a divorce and Renee moved out, with me in tow. She hadn't intended to take me originally, but my father kind of guilt-tripped her into it. We moved back to Phoenix and we stayed together for another 3 years or so. It wasn't fun, let me tell you. I paused for a moment to catch my breath. Vampires were lucky that they didn't need to breathe, though the ones around me did anyways. Right now they all looked like beautifully carved statues whose eyes were on me. Once again, I was thankful for Jasper's presence. Were it not for him, I'd probably be a bit overwhelmed by the sight. Thankfully, they all seemed to notice my discomfort and shifted around a bit. Alice moved her hand to my shoulder and squeezed it softly. Did you try to fix the relationship you had with your mother? Carlisle asked curiously. I could see from his eyes that he seemed to resent the way I had been treated. I did countless times. But she was, well, abusive. Not physically, but verbally. Nothing I ever did was good enough for her. Nothing. She constantly berated me on every little thing and told me I'd never do anything with my life. It got worse when she was drunk, which she was most of the time due. She barely paid attention to me, and when she did, she was ridiculing me. I paused for a moment to fight back tears, but failed miserably. But I never stopped trying. I never gave up trying to please her, doing everything I could to be the daughter I thought she wanted. It's too bad I didn't figure out that she didn't want me until it was too late. Then she found Phil a year after we moved. He's a minor league baseball player aiming to go professional. She was attracted to him for his looks and his money, of course. They fell in love with each other and started spending a lot of time together. I was left alone most of the time because of it, more alone than before. I didn't have any friends. I didn't even go to school. Renee said it was a waste of time and money because I had no potential. Phil was a decent guy. He was actually nice to me and got me into school, which angered Renee greatly. But with the paycheck he got, she didn't fuss too much over it. School was okay, I guess, but I never really fit in with anybody. I just kept to myself and doodled during class. It was a shitty neighborhood, so the teachers weren't all that great. I usually ended up getting in trouble, which only got Renee madder at me. Phil, well, he tried to help, but she always chewed him out afterwards. He stopped after a while and just let whatever happened happen. After 2 years of school and having Phil live in our house, Renee decided she had had enough of Arizona. She hated being in one place for too long and was sick of the neighborhood. That's what she said. In reality, she hated having to pay the school I was going to. And she was sick of driving me to school all the time. So she decided we were going to move. The we, however, was just her and Phil. She decided she was getting rid of me once and for all. I sniffled a bit and felt Alice move closer to me. Esme and Carlisle looked sorrowful, as did Emmett, Jasper and Amara. Even Rosalie's face was soft as she silently stared down at the table in front of her. I didn't dare look into Alice's eyes, knowing if I did I'd burst into tears that wouldn't stop. And then I wouldn't be able to finish. I didn't want to finish, but I had to. I stirred up what little confidence I could and pushed my mouth open to keep going. One day after I was picked up by Phil at school, I came home to see everything boxed up, even all of my old stuff, what little there was. Renee told me that they were leaving, plain and simple. She didn't say where and she didn't say why. What she did say, however, was that I would not be going with them. I was confused and hurt, of course, and asked her what she meant and what I had done. Phil, who had been oblivious, was upset as well and tried to argue with her. She would have none of it and told Phil off. He kept trying to argue, but Renee could not be reasoned with. She threatened him and he backed off. I felt a tear trickle down my cheek and choked back a sob. She didn't give me an explanation. She just said to wash up and get what I could. They were leaving. I was staying. She said she would call child care services, at least, so someone would be by to pick me up. I didn't understand a thing of it. I didn't know what was going on. I started bawling, but no one came to me. The next thing I knew, I had fallen asleep. I woke up the next day to an empty house with a note from Phil apologizing to me and telling me everything would be okay. I didn't believe him, though. I felt broken, honestly. I didn't know what else to feel. More tears. Memories, clear as day, flooded through my mind. I remembered everything perfectly the day they left me. I kept thinking how it was my fault and just cried. Then child care services came and they did what they could to comfort me, telling me they'd find me a good family. Then I was stopped when Alice pulled me into her arms. I hadn't realized that I had been crying so strongly until I was sobbing into her shoulder. I hated remembering how my own mother abandoned me. I hated how my father had never been there for me. I hated them both. There was nothing I could do about it, though, and I hated that even more. All I did was cry like a baby. I felt so weak and pathetic. No wonder they didn't want me. Who would? Bella, please stop feeling that way. Jasper's voice interrupted my thoughts as a wave of comfort enveloped me. How could he expect me not to feel this way? It's how I've felt all my life. After all, what else can I feel? Jasper, Alice's voice was soft as she rubbed my back soothingly. It felt good, but it didn't change how I felt. For a moment I thought I heard them speaking, but their voices were far too quiet and fast for me to understand. I just sat there, sobbing and feeling sorry for myself. I really was pathetic. Let's give them some time alone, I heard Carlisle say, loud enough for me to hear. I heard a bit of movement afterwards and, without looking up, realized that everyone save for Alice and I had left the room. I removed my head from her shoulder and wiped up my tears. Alice kept her arms on my shoulders, looking at me sorrowfully yet warmly. Bella, she said softly. Jasper told me the emotions you're feeling. I don't understand. I sniffled a bit. What's not to understand, Alice? I'm pathetic. Can't you see that? Here I am crying because I feel sorry for myself and whining about my past. All that does is reinforce what my own mother felt about me. Alice bit her lip and shook her head furiously. No, no, no. That is not true, she shouted. Again with this crap. She barely knows me and yet here she is defending me. I do not for the life of me understand. Okay, so she saw me before we met, but she said her visions were vague and shit. So it's not like she has a lot to go off of. She doesn't know the terrible things I've done, all the pain I've caused. If she did, maybe she'd be singing a different tune. Then again, she is a vampire. Maybe she's done some terrible things too. No. Alice is way too sweet and kind for that. Gah, now I'm blaming her. Damn it. Bella, stop. Alice stated firmly. I snapped out of my thoughts at the sound of her voice. Listen to me, Bella. She placed one hand under my chin and forced me to meet her eyes, her smoldering golden orbs filled with sincerity and warmth. Alice, shut up, she growled. And listen to me. I shut my mouth, surprised by the change in her tone. She looked into my eyes for a moment, assessing something in her head, before speaking. Bella, I can't imagine what you've experienced in your life. I can't imagine the pain you've felt, nor can I even begin to say I know what it feels like. I haven't. What I can say, however, is that despite the fact that we don't know each other fully well, in the short time I've known you, I've seen a lot. You are not pathetic. You are not worthless. You are not stupid. She paused for a moment to let the strength of her words soak in, her eyes gleaming with confidence and sincerity that left me utterly speechless. Your mother was a foolish woman for not embracing the fact that you were her daughter. She was a fool, a coward, and damn it, she was a vile, disgusting person. And now she's paying the price by not having you in her life. I realize that you don't believe that, and it's all your mother's fault. She didn't treat you with love and respect like she should have. She beat you down and made you feel like dirt, so that's exactly how you see yourself. You don't see the real you, the way that I see you, the way that Carlisle and Esme see you. I wish you would, Bella, but you're stuck with your way of thinking because you haven't been treated the right way. New tears formed in my eyes as I took in Alice's expression. She meant every word she said. Bella, you are a beautiful, gentle person. I know there's a lot more to you than what you believe, and I want to help you discover it. I want to help you, Bella. We all do. So I want you to know that we're more than happy to allow you to stay here. I think you've missed out on a lot of what should have happened in your life. And my family and I want to help fix that. It may take some time, but I refuse to give up. I'll do whatever I can to be there for you as a friend, Bella. I'll help show you how beautiful you are, help show you how important you are. And I won't take no for an answer. Neither will Esme or Carlisle or any of the others for that matter. The tears kept falling as I gaped at her, utterly stunned. What do you mean? I asked, wiping furiously at my cheeks. She sighed. What I mean is you're going to be staying here. We will protect you from the hunters, but we also want to help show you the life you've been missing. She reached out a cold hand and brushed away a stray tear. The action was simple, but filled with so much compassion it eased me. I took a deep breath, calming myself further. Where did all of this come from? I asked after a moment. Her eyes, initially filled with warmth and strength, looked down at the floor rather than at me. I saw hesitation grace her face as she bit her lip, struggling to give me an answer. Well, I had a vision of it, she answered. There was more to this, I just knew it. Alice. She bit her lip again, looking more sheepish than before. Look, Bella, I care about you, okay? I don't like the fact that you've been through so much pain in your life. I want to help, really I do. Esme's grown attached to you too and she would love if you stayed. We could have fun together. You could even go to school with us. I cocked my head to the side, now completely puzzled. What did she mean? How could I go to school with them, exactly? I wasn't family, for one thing. Plus, the idea of school kind of scared me. My past experiences had always been far less than pleasant. School. How would that work, Alice? I asked. I'm a little lost. Well, Alice nervously fidgeted her fingers. What is it? I pressed, looking at her intently. Come on, Alice. First you give me this meaningful speech and now you're all nervous. Just spit it out already. Well, I talked with Carlisle and Esme about it and they both agreed. She took in an unnecessary breath, and then looked me in the eyes. Bella, we want to adopt you into our family. They want to adopt me. Adopt me. Did I hear that right? Does she know what she's saying? What the hell? What? Where did this come from? I don't understand, I said. Bella, we want to adopt you. You obviously don't have any family of your own and that might not necessarily be true, Alice. We both turned to see Carlisle walking towards us. What do you mean? I asked, 10 times more confused than before. I don't think that's a good idea, Carlisle, Alice stated lowly. I doubt she'll agree to it. Have you seen her decision? He asked, raising an eyebrow. She faltered. Well, no, but Alice, I understand your feelings. And while I would happily accept Bella into the family, I don't think all of today's activities have settled in yet. I assume she won't be able to take much more soon and she'll probably pass out from exhaustion. I think it best that she knows she has an alternative, though, and she can make of it what she wishes to. Fine, Alice grumbled. Now then, Bella, Carlisle said, smiling at me. What Alice has told you is true. Every last word. Both Esme and I would happily accept you into the family if you allowed it. However, I am aware that you have been taking in a lot today and the fact that we have offered you something this grand has yet to fully sink in. However, I do wish for you to know that you have another option. Your father is Charlie Swan, yes. Why yeah, that's him, I replied. Well, Charlie Swan still lives here in Forks. He happens to be a good friend of mine, actually. I blinked with astonishment, which quickly turned into annoyance. So, he wasn't really much of a father to me, Carlisle. He was never there. I doubt he'd care any bit for me. You see, Carlisle. I was right, Alice huffed. Carlisle shot her a gentle, but reproving look. She huffed again and pouted. He turned his eyes back to me. Bella, may I tell you something? I nodded. I met Charlie several years ago when he was brought into emergency. He nearly lost his life that day. Do you want to know why? He had turned to alcoholism after your mother left with you. He felt guilty for not being a good father and began drinking to ease the pain. He ended up in emergency when he got into a car accident caused when his liver shut down from all the alcohol. I managed to save him and his organs, but not before I gave him some advice. I told him that there could always be a chance that you returned, that he might get a second chance to right his previous wrongs. I told him that and helped push him to go to an alcoholics awareness meeting, which he did. Eventually he was able to fix his problem and get his life on the right track, so to speak. He's not perfect, Bella, but he did miss you and he did regret what he did to you. If anything, I'm sure he'd be happy to see you again. I thought about that for a moment. I don't know, Carlisle. I really don't. I'll think about it, I guess. That's all I ask for, he said with a smile. Until you make an exact decision, you are still welcome to stay here. Alice has offered her room to you, of course. And you always have the choice to leave if you wish. Carlisle. Alice hissed. She can't leave. Not with the hunters coming. Yes, I know that, Alice. But we cannot force her to do something she does not want. We would still protect her, regardless of her choice. It would be wrong of us, though, to force her to be here if she did not want to, he explained. All of this information was spinning through my head. Carlisle had been right. I hadn't quite realized what the hell had just happened. Now I was beginning to. I had told a family of vampires I hardly knew about my own traumatic past. How my mother was a how my father was a coward and how I ended up with a foster family. Well, I didn't really go into detail there. Not like I needed to, I guess, but I could always tell them later. That reminds me, why exactly did I agree to tell them all of that to begin with? Oh, right, because they told me a tiny bit about their family and I naturally felt inclined to spill my guts out to them. Maybe Jasper did it. I'm sure he could, given the special power he had to manipulate other people's emotions. That must have been it. No, wait, I did it because I wanted to. Because I felt inclined to. I guess, more than anything, I did it because I've never told anyone before. They all seemed sincere in finding out, and because I'm growing to trust them more, I told them. Well, I trust Alice, Esme and Carlisle. The others I'm not too sure about. Rosalie seems to hate me for reasons I don't know, and I just met the others. I still haven't met her brother Edward yet, though from what I've been told I won't have to wait too long. I don't know. This is all so new to me. I've never really had an actual family before. I've never been hugged or told, I love you, or congratulated or anything like that. I never got that chance. But Alice and Carlisle and Esme treated me differently. They were kind. They hugged me. They took care of me. And then there are the strange feelings I feel, the warmth, the tenderness and the wholeness. Is that what it feels like to have a family? Is that what I've been missing out on my whole life? These people, these vampires, make me feel accepted. They don't treat me like garbage, or like they're superior to me or like I'm their next meal. They treat me like they treat each other. Like a member of their family. I guess I could get used to that. It'd be a little overwhelming living in a family of vampires, especially since I'd be the only human. I'm the only one who eats, sleeps and does other human things. It'd be a bit awkward. But with the amount of love that I've been shown, I think I could make do. Maybe. I don't know. It's a lot to think about and a lot to take in. And then there's Charlie. Carlisle wouldn't lie to me, I can see that from the compassion in his eyes, but that doesn't mean I fully believe that Charlie's changed. I'd have to see that for myself. Even then, would I consider living under his roof again after what happened last time? I doubt it sincerely. I guess, maybe, I could at least talk to him and see for myself whether or not what Carlisle told me is true. Would Charlie even accept me? Would I even accept him? God, this is so much to think about. My brain King hurts from all this thinking. I am so not cut out for this shit. Damn. Bella. Alice's concerned voice brought me out of my thoughts. Huh, what? You looked like you were thinking really hard on your decision. I still can't see what you're going to decide. I'm a bit worried, to be honest, but I won't push you. Oh, thanks Alice, I said. I could tell by the look in her eyes that she was both worried and frustrated, probably because she didn't know what I was going to do. I didn't know what I was going to do for that matter. I mean, shit, I need a week to decide, if anything. Have you at least decided if you'll stay here for now? She asked. She looked so hopeful and so utterly adorable. How could I say no to that? I glanced at Carlyle, who was waiting patiently for my answer. Carlyle, is it okay if I stay here? Alice's face lit up. Carlyle smiled at me. Of course it is, Bella. You're more than welcome to. What about sleeping arrangements? You could always sleep in our guest room. No. Alice and I both shouted at the same time. We both cupped our mouths and glanced at one another in surprise. I felt my face turn bright red as I blushed. Carlyle let out a brief, but amused chuckle before trying to straighten his face up. Alice's room will work, then? He asked, a twinkle in his eyes. Why yeah, I'll like her room, I stammered, blushing even more. I am mean, I'm already familiar with it, so, you know. Is it all right with you, Alice? Carlyle asked. Something about the way he asked made me think that the question wasn't necessary. What was he playing at? Yes, Alice answered abruptly. She caught herself and bit her lip, looking embarrassed. Carlyle let out another amused chuckle, which Alice glared at him for. He gave her an apologetic look before returning his eternal eyes to me. Well, Bella, I appreciate you taking the time to tell us a little about yourself. I promise that I will answer any and all of your questions when you decide you want to ask them. The others will most likely be happy to tell you their tales as well. It's late now, though, and I can tell by your eyes that you're tired. Have a good night. He smiled warmly at me before departing. Just when I was about to question him, I let out a brisk yawn. Huh, he was right. Alice laughed beside me. I completely forgot about the time, she chuckled. What time is it? I asked. It's about 8:30, she replied. Holy shit, really? I was surprised. Where did the day go? She laughed again. Yup, really. Silly Bella, you're worse at keeping track of time than I am. I rolled my eyes. Like she had any right to chastise me. King Vampire. I yawned again, the day's events slowly taking their toll on me. Is every day in your house always this full of excitement? I asked. If by that you mean someone spilling their guts in a heart-wrenching display, followed by an hour of comfort, then no. Off, I growled playfully. She giggled and stood up from her chair, offering me her hand. I hesitated for a moment, just to be dramatic, and then I gradually accepted it. That same electrical feeling pulsated through me when our hands touched, causing me to momentarily stop. Alice paused too before pulling me up. A little too fast, though. In a split second our faces were inches apart. Neither of us spoke or moved. I felt my heart start pounding in my chest as my face heated up. We both looked at one another with surprise. I couldn't help but gaze into her beautiful golden eyes, finding myself lost in them like I always did. They were so entrancing, just like she was. Slowly I began to move forwards, Alice mimicking the movement. Alas, my body had other plans as a third yawn erupted from my mouth. I tried to hold it back, but failed miserably. When I opened my eyes again, Alice was now a few inches away from me, looking at the floor. My face turned bright red when it hit me what had just happened. What had almost just happened? Dear God, what is wrong with me? Come now, Bella. It's late. You need your rest, Alice said quietly. I felt so ashamed and guilty. God, I am such an idiot. Should I apologize? Should I just forget it? Come on, Bella, don't just stand there. Alice teased, her voice becoming playful again. I sighed and started trying to move, but my legs buckled under me and I fell forwards. A pair of cold, hard arms caught me, though, preventing me from slamming into the floor. I looked up to see Alice holding me, giving me an amused smirk. Would you like me to carry you up the stairs, miss? She asked in a masterful British accent. I wasn't sure whether to blush, laugh or speak. So I did all three at once. Yes, please, I said through my giggle snort. Alice laughed that tinkling, musical laugh once again, easing me as she slowly strode up the stairs, carrying me like I weighed nothing at all. We were in her room in mere seconds where she gently set me down on her bed, smiling tenderly at me as she did. She then proceeded to pull the covers up and tucked me in. I felt like a little kid being taken care of by her mother, but it was oddly comforting. I didn't mind in the least. There, she said, pleased with herself. Thank you, Alice, I murmured, nuzzling my head into her sweet-smelling pillow. Thank you for everything. Her face softened as a loving smile graced her lips. You're welcome, Bella. I smiled at that and closed my eyes, allowing sleep to take its hold. As I did, I felt cool lips pressing ever so softly against my cheek. I knew it was Alice and my face lit up as it always did. I'm not sure if I was hearing things or not, but as the darkness engulfed me, I swore I heard Alice's voice whisper to me. "Sleep well, my beautiful angel." My dream was different this time around. There were no painful reminders of my past. No glowing red eyes or cold laughter. This time, the dream I had was actually a peaceful one. Perhaps it was because I was in a comfortable bed, surrounded by an incredible scent that did nothing but ease me. For some reason, I felt that I was subconsciously in someone's arms. They were cool, but gentle and soft. It was a nice feeling, only making the dream all that much nicer. No sooner did my dream start did it begin fading away as I slowly awakened. As I slowly came to, I felt a pair of arms around my waist. I was confused at first, but before I could really react the arms were gone. I opened my eyes and blinked a few times before yawning and sitting up. "Good morning, Bella," came an excited, chirping voice to my right. "Morning, Alice," I muttered, rubbing my eyes. I glanced at her to see that she was looking sheepishly at her feet. "What the, oh, wait. Alice, were you hugging me in my sleep?" If possible, she became even more sheepish looking as she bit her lip, looking adorable as always. She hesitated. "Yes, I was. I'm sorry. You were whimpering in your sleep and I cocked my head to the side. "I was whimpering. What do you mean?" She sighed. "Well, I guess whimpering is the wrong word. You were kinda talking in your sleep and you said my name." My face turned bright red in embarrassment. "I'm sorry, Bella, I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable. She started to look sad and I internally kicked myself for not responding sooner. No, it's okay Alice, really. I didn't mind it, actually. I was just surprised is all," I told her. She let out a quiet sigh of relief that I didn't miss before looking up at me and smiling that dazzling smile of hers. "Good. Now then, what do you want to do today?" she asked, bouncing excitedly. God, she looked adorable. "Huh, you're the psychic, shouldn't you already know?" I asked back, raising an eyebrow. She crinkled her nose as stuck her tongue out at me in response. "Okay, have I mentioned how adorable she is? Can she possibly get any cuter?" "Well, excuse me for trying to be polite by asking you," she replied playfully. I couldn't help but giggle at how cute she was. It wasn't long before she joined me. For a while, we just stayed where we were, enjoying each other's laughter and in hindsight enjoying one another's presence. It was a comfortable feeling, one that I could get used to. A family. That's what I could very well have if I chose it. Last night I was given the offer of being adopted. Adopted by vampires, for crying out loud. Somewhere in the world, I think that would be a horror fan's biggest dream come true. Me. Well, considering the fact that these vampires had not only taken me in when I was on the run, but they promised to protect me from those that are after me. Could I see myself as a part of this family? Yeah, I guess I could. But I was still just a human. I already feel inferior to these magnificently beautiful, superhumanly powerful beings. Even though Alice tells me I'm beautiful, I have yet to really see that for myself, and even though I've been treated fairly equally, I'm the weakest, slowest and overall the most useless being living in this house. If I did join their family, what happens if they get attacked? They'd spend their time protecting me instead of themselves. If any of them, Alice especially, got hurt because of me, I'd never be able to forgive myself. What then? What if I could somehow become a vampire? Is that possible? Well, it should be, considering the fact that they sure as hell don't just magically appear. I think. Then again, I really don't know much about vampires. I don't even know that much about Alice, let alone any of her family. Maybe I should start asking questions. She did say I could, right? I think I know what I wanna do today, I said, smirking at Alice. Alice didn't answer at first, she was merely standing still, her eyes glazed over. After a moment she snapped out of her vision and let out her lovely tinkling laughter. "Ah, so today is question day, I see." I nodded. "Well then, I'll make you a deal." My smirk dropped. "What kind of deal?" "I will answer your questions, if in return you agree to go shopping with me today." I heard several loud groans downstairs that worried me. Ah, shopping. The stereotypical favorite thing for most girls to do in their spare time. I remembered back in my shitty foster home that my sister who wasn't really my sister. Amanda had a thing for shopping. Of course, I never went with her. Not because I disliked shopping, but because she was a bi-ch and a half. Alice, though I had a bad feeling about the idea of shopping, especially considering the dangerous gleam in her eyes when she mentioned the word. Then again, I did need new clothes. I'm not gonna, die today, am I? Alice frowned for a moment before rolling her eyes. No, Bella, you won't die today. Since this would be your first Alice Cullen shopping trip, I'll go easy on you. I promise. Is the Alice Cullen experience that bad? I asked, more curious than afraid. Of course not, she huffed. Look, I love to shop and I take my shopping very seriously. The only other person who likes it aside from me is Rosalie, though. Everyone else always groans and complains. Well, Carlisle and Esme don't, mainly because I don't bother them about it. The others I have to drag, especially Amara. She hates it the most. You promise you'll go easy on me, then? Yes, Bella, I promise. And in return, I'll answer all your questions. She paused for a moment, concentrating on something, before smiling softly at me. Now get up and get some breakfast. We've got a long day ahead of us. I frowned, remembering something from before. Hold on a second. What? She asked, slightly annoyed. I seem to recall another promise you have yet to keep, Alice, I reminded her. You said you'd explain to me the deal with the sun, remember? Ah, she groaned. Fine, I'll show you today, if you promise to go shopping with me. If it means that much to her. It. Deal, I said, extending my hand. She grinned as she extended hers and we shook on it, eliciting the usual tingles surging through me. Once we let go, she bounced excitedly around her room, grinning like a fool. I was definitely beginning to have second thoughts about the whole shopping thing and I hadn't even moved from where I was sitting. But how could I refuse Alice? Alice. I need a human moment first, I said embarrassedly, cursing my bladder for being, full. Alice stopped moving around and smiled at me. All right, you know where the bathroom is. And I'll need to take a shower after breakfast, I pointed out. Now I was just stalling for time. It wasn't that I hated shopping, I was just afraid of what shopping with Alice was going to turn out like. So far, I was getting nothing but bad feelings about it. Fine, Alice groaned. Now hurry up already. Yes, ma'am, I deadpanned. She gave me a playful glare that I snickered at as I exited her room and walked towards the bathroom. Right as I opened it, I stopped and stared. Everything looked different. Like, really different. Even the door looked different. I looked at Alice confusedly. Oh, Esme installed soundproof padding in the walls and the put in a sturdy door. That way you could do your business with fear of any of us hearing it, Alice explained. But, how? When? I stammered, completely taken aback by the random act of kindness. Last night when you were sleeping, silly, Alice giggled. As far as how, we're vampires. We can do practically anything a human can, only faster, quieter and far more efficiently. Oh, I blinked several times to get rid of the shock. Thank you, Esme. Alice chuckled. She says you're welcome and for you to hurry up so you can eat. I rolled my eyes and went into the slightly altered bathroom. It was oddly more comforting knowing I wouldn't have to worry about being heard. I shuddered at the thought before going about my business. Once done, I made my way downstairs to the smell of freshly made pancakes. Dear God, I love that woman. Good morning, Bella, Esme sang happily. I hope you like pancakes, dear. They smell delicious, I replied, licking my lips. I was not drooling much. Esme beamed. Thank you. I must say, it's a thrill to be cooking for someone for once. I rather enjoy using the kitchen. She plopped a plate of the amazing-looking flapjacks on the table. I sped over to the seat, struggling to keep the waterfall of drool from pouring out. Thank you, Esme, I said before smearing on a bit of butter before pouring the syrup and digging in. Esme chuckled delightedly as I began feasting on the pancakes. As per usual, Alice sat near me, watching me intently, her eyes alit with fascination and curiosity. While eating I decided to glance around, wondering what the others were up to. Emmett and Jasper were playing a really cool-looking shooter game, their hands a blur as they mashed at the buttons. Rosalie had a magazine in front of her face, trying hard not to look like she was watching the boys play, and failing miserably at it, I might add. Amara, though, was absent and I didn't know where Carlyle was. Carlyle is in his studies and Amara went to hunt, Alice said from beside me. I swallowed the remaining piece of my second pancake, those F'ers were huge, and looked at her quizzically. She smirked and tapped her forehead. Oh, right, she can see the future. I gracefully, meaning not, finished the rest of my meal. Esme had, thankfully, taken into account that humans didn't eat giant portions of food and only gave me 2 pancakes, plus some milk. I downed the milk and attempted to stand up to take the plate to the sink, but Alice was there before I could even move. Thanks. I could have done it, though, I pointed out. I know that, but we're supposed to be polite to our guests. Besides, you take too long, she teased, sticking her tongue out at me again. Rather than just simply marvel at the cuteness, I decided to be bold and mimic the motion by sticking my tongue out. Alice giggled and in a short amount of time we were making faces at one another. How someone so beautiful and eternal could act like such a cute child baffled me, but I was enjoying myself too much to care. It's strange. I don't think I've ever been happier in my life. I like it. No, 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 boomed Emmett. Alice and I turned to see Emmett glaring at the television screen. Stupid cheap A.S. gun. Rosalie was struggling to keep a straight face while Jasper snickered triumphantly, holding out his hand to Emmett. Emmett grumbled before handing him a stack of bills. Emmett and Jasper are always making bets with each other, Alice giggled. Sometimes Amara and Rosalie join in. Things get pretty competitive, let me tell you. They all try and butter me up to get me to help them win, too, which I never do. PFF'd. Please, Alice. You're easy to buy off, Amara chuckled as she walked into the room and sat next to Jasper. Amara winked at me. You just gotta know what she likes. Did she just? No, she didn't. Did she? I looked at Alice, who looked equally embarrassed and annoyed. I'm going upstairs to change, mumbled Alice as she strode past me up the stairs. Amara and Jasper both laughed as Emmett threw his controller down and stormed out of the house, Rosalie following suit. I watched the display amusedly. Vampire or not, these guys sure knew how to act like little kids half the time. Are you worried? Jasper asked. I blinked and looked at him confusedly. He was smirking. I meant about the shopping trip. Amara groaned and looked at me sympathetically. You poor, dense little human. You have no idea the tortures in store for you. What do you mean? I asked. It's just shopping. Amara looked at me like I had just said the dumbest thing in the world before shaking her head and sighing. Not with Alice it isn't. Trust me, you'll find out the hard way. Alice did mention you hated shopping, I said. Running a hand through my hair. Amara grimaced. Hate is putting it mildly. I loathe shopping, especially with Alice. I happen to like my attires just fine, anyways. I frowned and looked over her attire curiously. Wow. Amara's choice of outfit was far different from the rest of the other Cullens, I realized. And a lot say, wire too. For one thing, most of the Cullens wore casual clothes. Carlyle, Esme and Jasper had a sort of formal casual, if that even makes sense, which to me, it does, clothing style. Emmett had more casual than anything, reflected with the simplistic shirts and jeans that he wore. Rosalie and Alice were different. They wore clothes that looked like they were made by a top designer. Classy, cutie and stunning in the same. Then again, these people could wear garbage bags and still look 10 times more amazing than any human being. Amara, on the other hand, wore much more along the lines of something a punk rock person would wear. She wore thin black jeans and a studded belt, coupled together with black open-fingered gloves and a short sleeveless button-up shirt with the bottom buttons undone, revealing her incredibly toned midriff. Holy shit, she had an amazing stomach. Yeah, I have a thing for stomachs. K off. That wasn't what caught my attention most about her, though. Aside from having one of the hottest belly buttons I've ever seen, I noticed that Amara had a crescent-shaped scar. Just like the ones on my arm. It surrounded her belly button and was even wider than she was, making it easy for me to notice. I could not for the life of me stop staring at it, though I suppose I had a variety of different reasons for that. Amara seemed to notice my gaze and smirked at me. I see you've caught sight of my belly button tattoo, she joked. I flushed immediately at being caught staring. Both Amara and Jasper's nostrils flared at the increase in my heartbeat, stiffening slightly. I blushed harder and took a step back as a wave of calm crashed into me. I welcomed it, of course, since I didn't want to make things hard for them. Sorry, I murmured. After a moment of silence, Amara sighed. You don't have to be sorry. It's just harder for us to be around you. We're trying, though. And as far as the marking goes, don't worry about Hat either. I happen to think it's cutie. Jasper and Alice do too. She winked at Jasper as she finished. How'd you get it? I asked, trying not to stare at it again. The same way you got yours, she said evenly. I blinked. Oh, Alice told you guys. Carlisle explained to us, actually, Jasper answered. He smiled softly at me. We will protect you, though. I know Alice tried explaining to you our reasons. There's much more to it than what she said, granted, but you get the gist of it. Hell yeah, we'll kick their asses for you, Amara said, grinning. Emmett and I are both looking forward to some payback for you and some action. More fun, that's for sure. I smiled appreciatively at them. Thanks guys. I'm sorry I can't get too close to you, though. My voice trailed off as I thought about it. I was causing them pain by being near them, when all I really wanted to do was get to know them better. I wanted to get to know them all better, even Rosalie. Damn this blood flowing through my veins. Please don't feel bad, Bella. It's not your fault. It's ours. Jasper said, another wave of calm enveloping me. I sighed and gave into the calmness. Something hit me then. You know, I let Alice borrow my old clothes so you guys could get used to my scent, I told them, frowning. Has that not worked? They looked at me quizzically, then at one another, then back at me. I'm not sure I follow, Jasper said, cocking his head to the side. Alice never mentioned this. She hasn't. I asked, even more confused. They both nodded. I realized then that Alice had yet to come back downstairs, so I decided to run upstairs to check on her. It's not like she'd be doing anything embarrassing, right? She's a vampire for crying out loud. She could hear me and smell me no matter where I was in the house. I ran up the stairs and swung the door of her room open and stopped where I stood. Alice was burying her face into my old clothes, rubbing them furiously against herself. I almost started laughing at the sight, were I not confused. Alice. She whipped her head up and stared at me for a moment before looking down at my clothes. If she were a human, her face would probably be 100 shades of red. I stifled a giggle at the humorous look on her face as she tossed my clothes aside and looked at me sheepishly. I noticed that her eyes were pitch black. That can't be good. Sorry about that, she stammered. Whoa. Alice never stutters. What the F, K? Are you alright, Alice? I asked, becoming more concerned and wary. Alice bit her lip and closed her eyes, breathing slowly. She stayed that way for several minutes. I made no inclination to move towards her, despite the overwhelming urge I had to. I couldn't help it, I was worried about her. When she reopened her eyes they were much lighter in color, her face less tense. She stood up and slowly made her way towards me, taking cautious steps and keeping her eyes focused on mine, showing me she wasn't going to attack. She stopped a few inches away, looking rather ashamed of herself. I'm sorry about that, she said, hanging her head. Well, I lost control for a moment. I'm sorry. It's okay. What were you doing? She sighed and ran a hand through her silky, spiked locks. I was smelling your clothes, she coughed weakly. Oh, I replied. I didn't know how to respond to that, nor how to feel about it. Actually, I felt more flattered than anything. She looked at me with innocent puppy dog eyes that made me melt on the spot. I'm real sorry, Bella. You smell so good and I saw your clothes and I couldn't resist sniffing them. But one sniff wasn't enough, I needed more. God, you have no idea how good you smell, but... Alice. I interrupted, placing my hands lightly on her shoulders. Calm down. It's okay. No harm done. All right, if you're sure, she sighed. You may want to give those to your siblings, though. Isn't that why you wanted them in the first place? I asked, raising an eyebrow. Again she looked like she was going to blush as she mumbled something under her breath and grabbed the clothes, keeping them as far away from her nose as possible. Go take a shower so we can go, she commanded in a gentle tone. Yeah, whatever South Avenue driver, I teased. That earned me a small smile as she moved past me. Hey, wait, I need new clothes. I'll bring you some, don't worry, she said as she hustled down the stairs. I shrugged and made my way to the bathroom again. Hello, shower time. I don't think I've ever been excited to take a shower before until now. Now I couldn't wait. God, I am so weird. The shower I took was better the second time around than the first, even though I wasn't dirty at all. I washed with this really amazing shampoo that I found near the opening with my name on it. Apparently it was a gift from Alice. Loved it. Once I finished, I found a pair of clean clothes waiting for me on the stool. Whoa. Had Alice come back in here? Obviously. I wonder if she saw me BPD. I blushed at the idea of her seeing me BPD. It kind of excited me. No. Don't think that way. She's probably not even gay. Damn it. I groaned to myself as I slipped into the clothes, once again Esme's, and breathed in the lovely scent emanating from them. I swear these people could market their scents off. They'd make millions, that's for sure. I quietly made my way downstairs where Alice was happily waiting for me, jumping about. I noticed both Esme and Carlisle were downstairs, Carlisle reading a newspaper while Esme was humming to herself as she dusted the floor. Emmett and Rosalie had returned, this time Rosalie taking Emmett's place as he cheered her on. There you are, she exclaimed. It took you long enough. Sorry, but not everyone here moves at superhuman speed, I pointed out. She rolled her eyes. She's got a point, Alice. You should be more patient, Esme softly chided her. All right, fine, Alice groaned. I couldn't help but snicker at the defeated look on her face, though I stopped when she glared at me. I'll get you for this later. Now, Alice, play nice. Carlisle stated, setting his newspaper down. He smiled at me, which I graciously returned. Good morning, Bella. Good morning, Carlisle. Get him, Emmett shouted. I glanced over to see Rosalie furiously mashing on the controller in her hands. From the looks of things, she was beating Jasper in whatever it was they were playing. I kind of wished I could play. Well, there's always another time. Oh. Thank you for talking to them, Carlisle, I said, remembering that he had spared me from having to tell them my tale. You're welcome, Bella, he replied, smiling warmly at me. Don't worry, Bella, we'll beat their asses into the ground, Emmett crooned from his spot on the couch. He flashed me a grin and pumped his arms humorously, which I laughed at. Thanks, Emmett. Alice nudged my shoulder. Hey, come on now, she urged. We made a deal, remember? Oh, right. Sorry, Alice, I said, hanging my head. I felt her cool hand softly pat my head. It's okay, Bella. I'm sorry for getting impatient. Are you ready? Yeah, let's go. She smiled at that and wrapped an arm around my shoulders before leading me through the side door into the garage. Damn, their garage was big. Just as I was taking in the size of their garage, my eyes practically bulged out of their sockets. I think my jaw literally touched the ground at that moment. WOW. Their cars. Holy shit, I breathed, taking in the sight of not one, but 8 amazing automobiles, all neatly lined up in the garage. Alice laughed next to me. Pretty impressive, no? I gawked at her for a moment before taking in the 8 different vehicles surrounding me. I had never seen such beautiful cars in all my life. A BMW, a Porsche, a Volvo, 2 Mercedes, a very fancy Jeep, a Ford Thunderbird and an Aston Martin. All expensive beyond belief. How the F.K. did you get all of these? I asked, astounded. She tapped her forehead. It pays to know when the stock market rises and what the winning lottery numbers are, don't you agree? I don't know what to say. I couldn't take my eyes off the display. I'm guessing each belongs to one of you. That'd be correct, she said, grinning. Can you guess which one is mine? I narrowed my eyes and scanned each vehicle over. There was no way her car was the Jeep. That practically screamed Emmett at me. Maybe the Volvo. I frowned and mulled it over in my head. One thing I knew a lot about was cars. Learning about them became a hobby of mine while I lived with my foster family. I could always get a good sense of someone based on the kind of vehicle they drove. With the Cullens, though, that was difficult to do. Finally, I decided on my answer. Your car is the yellow Porsche 911 Turbo, I said. I took the look of surprise on her face as a giveaway and beamed proudly that I had been correct. Damn, Bella, I didn't know you were a car person, she said, clearly impressed. Well, I sort of got into cars when I was living with my foster family. There wasn't much else to do, really. I learned a lot about cars, how they work, how to fix them, but mostly about the different types. I could tell right away what kind of car each one of these were and their type. All of that due to some simple memorization. Impressive. But what gave it away? She asked. Well, for one thing, it's the only car that's yellow. You said your favorite color was yellow, after all. Big hint there. But even if you hadn't told me it was your favorite color, yellow still would have given it away. It's cheerful and energetic, just like you are. Plus, it's incredibly fast and a tad rare these days. She seemed amused. You think I'm rare? I flushed slightly. Well, no, I mean, yes. Which is it? She asked, raising an eyebrow as she smirked at me. Well, I mean that finding someone like you is rare. Yeah, that's it. I tried to sound convincing, but Alice saw right through that, smiling wider as my face heated up. If you say so, she teased. Can you guess the others, though? My embarrassment became arrogance. I bet I could. She narrowed her eyes at me, both amused and intrigued. Go on. I took another brief look at the cars before beginning. Well, first of all, the Jeep Wrangler is Emmett's. It's big, loud and strong looking like he is. The booming laughter from inside the house that followed confirmed my initial suspicions, making me grin wider. Alice rolled her eyes. That one was obvious, she snorted. Now I rolled my eyes. Whatever. Anyways, I can tell that the red BMW M3 convertible is Rosalie's. Ostentatious as it may be, I can just see it fitting with her, especially considering how gorgeous it is. I think the black Mercedes is Carlisle. It's very refined and it isn't loud or brash, much like Carlisle. With that said, I'm guessing the green Mercedes is Esme's. Lame as it may sound, it looks sort of like a mother car while the black Mercedes is a father car, you know. All correct, Alice said. Even Rosalie is impressed, though you won't hear her say to your face. Yet, anyways, I smirked. It's obvious that the Ford Thunderbird is Amara's. I could tell just by the color alone, I chuckled. That just leaves the Volvo and the Aston Martin. I think the Aston Martin is Jasper's and I guess that leaves the Volvo as Edward's. Alice was looking at me endearingly. Once again, you are correct. I'm impressed, Bella. Thanks, but I'm no psychic vampire, I said, staring at my shoes. I wasn't used to being complimented so much, which Alice seemed to do constantly. Not that I didn't like it. Alice placed a hand on my shoulder. No, you're better than that, she said, looking into my eyes. I couldn't help staring back. Now then, let's go. We've got a long drive ahead of us. Oh, right, I replied. I had almost forgotten why I was out here in the first place. She gracefully danced over to her car and opened the passenger door for me. I thanked her and sat in as she closed the door. Right as I was about to buckle up, Alice was already there, smoothly gliding her hands over mine to buckle me up herself. I blushed as she slowly retracted her hands, smiling. The garage doors opened as she revved the engine up before we were off. I didn't know where we were going, but the fact that I was alone with Alice was, well, nice. I had wanted to spend more time with her, whether or not I wanted to admit it. I enjoyed her company. A lot. Maybe more than I should. A part of me actually wished she felt the same way. Then again, a part of me did think she felt the same way. Did she? The way she looked at me, the way she acted around me sometimes, the small things I've heard. Could it be that she has feelings for me? I wonder. My thoughts were interrupted when I realized how fast we were going. I glanced at the speedometer. Holy mother. Are you aware of how fast you're going? I asked, my eyes widening significantly. Alice looked at me queerly. Yes, why? You do realize you're probably way above the legal speed limit. Not to mention the fact that we could crash, you know. I wasn't sure what amazed me more. The fact that I was able to remain so calm despite the fact that she was driving at over 100 miles per hour, or the fact that I was actually comfortable with it. I was a little worried, to be honest. She shook her head. Bella, do you honestly believe that I would do anything to put you in danger? Please, trust me. We won't get into a car accident or a ticket, I promise. It's not that I don't trust you, Alice. It's just, you know, most normal humans aren't used to driving this fast. Plus, it makes enjoying the drive with you a little hard and I can't ask questions either. I trailed off, hoping she would understand my point. Her face softened and after a moment of hesitation she groaned and slowed down. I watched gratefully as the speedometer went from over 100 to around 70. I let out a breath of relief. I won't go any lower than 70, she grumbled. That's all I ask. Thank you. I smiled appreciatively at her. I still hate driving slow, Alice complained. This is slow to you? I asked, flabbergasted. Yes. We all like to drive fast, Bella. We're more comfortable driving fast. Only Carlisle and Esme can stand to drive slower than this without growing impatient. I hate it, honestly. I mean, it's not like we're reckless drivers. With my ability to see the future, Edward's mind reading, Amara's amazing sense of smell and Rosalie's skill, we don't really have to worry much. So driving fast is a vampire thing, huh? I guess you could say that. We have a different sense of speed compared to humans. What you deem fast is slow to us. I'm not sure why, really, but it's just a part of what we are. I frowned. I didn't fully understand what she meant. Ah well. More questions, then. So I take it you don't turn into bats? I asked. Alice burst into her tinkling laughter. That, my dear Bella, is a myth and a ridiculous one at that. We most certainly do not turn into bats. I swear I don't know where humans come up with this stuff, she laughed, shaking her head. I started mulling over other vampire-related questions. In reality, there was one that was nagging me to death to have asked. How to become a vampire? But I don't want to just throw that out there. I should lead into it. How come you don't have fangs? I asked. I was curious about that, actually. Alice rolled her eyes. Yet another ridiculous myth. If we had fangs, we wouldn't be able to pass ourselves off as human, now would we? Then how do you feed without fangs? Alice's face darkened slightly. I noticed her hands tense on the steering wheel. She turned and looked me in the eye. Are you sure you want to be asking me about that? I hesitated, but only for a split second. Yes. I want to know everything, Alice. I can take it. She bit her lip, obviously wondering or not whether she should answer my question. I gave her a determined look. I wanted to know. She sighed, clearly giving in. Good. Why don't you ask me what you really want to ask me, Bella? I know you're holding back your real question. I want to know how someone becomes a vampire, I stated firmly. If you're sure you want to know, she was being wary. I couldn't blame her, but I wanted to know. I nodded briskly. Well, first off, you should know that we vampires have another weapon aside from the increased strength, speed and endurance. Alice turned towards me and showed me her pearly white teeth, which gleamed from what I assumed to be saliva. No, Bella. It's not saliva. It's venom, she said, clearly knowing what I was going to ask. So how does? I'm getting there. Firstly, though, to understand how it works you have to understand how our feeding process works. Blood is a necessity for us, be it human or animal. We need blood to survive, hence why we crave it. The craving is intense. It's a burning sensation we feel in our throats that increases the longer we go without blood. When we get hungry enough, we can no longer stand the burn and we lose control over ourselves. When we hunt, we give in to our animal instincts. It's indescribable, really, what we feel when we hunt. When we hear a beating heart, we can hear the blood flowing. I guess the best way to describe it is that the blood sings to us. It calls us. When we smell it, it's incredibly difficult not to lose control. Blood smells divine to us. It's impossible not to resist it. And when we taste human blood, it becomes like frenzy. We can't simply stop drinking it, though it is possible for a vampire with a very strong will. I noticed that she had slowed the car down considerably. Should we stop drinking blood, the venom will enter the bloodstream and begin moving through the body. Do you remember the burning sensation you felt after you were bitten? That's the venom slowly moving through your body. It's a long, painful process as the venom moves through the body and slowly kills you. That's when the changing process begins. It usually takes around 3 days for the venom to fill your entire body. From what I've been told, your heart beats incredibly fast first, then it slows and then it stops. Then the change is complete and you awaken as a vampire. Did her eyes get darker? Maybe I was seeing things. By now, she had slowed to almost a complete stop, pulling over to the side of the road. Whoa. Road. This wasn't a road. We were in a forest area now, surrounded by trees. She had pulled into it considerably, hiding her super expensive car under a shady patch of trees. The problem is the stopping. When a vampire has tasted human blood before, the idea of not drinking it is, well, unfathomable. Some vampires have control, but it's rare. In our family, only Carlisle has the ability to withstand the smell of human blood. For the rest of us, it's hard. I mean, we won't all become animals when we smell blood, but it makes us uncomfortable. Even for you and Esme? I asked, stunned. She smiled sadly at me. Yes, Bella. Even for Esme and I, it's hard to withstand the smell of blood, or even some humans for that matter. You see, all humans smell good to us. Even if you stink to each other, you smell good to us. And some humans smell better than others. Like you, for example. She stopped and looked down at the steering wheel ashamedly. That's why whenever I blush, Jasper and Amara stiffen up, I realized. Yes, Jasper and Amara are newer to our lifestyle, the life of drinking animal blood. The temptation is still there, and to them, humans still smell strongly. When you blush, your blood is pumping, and that increases the temptation. That's why they stiffen up. They stop breathing to avoid taking in your scent. They're doing their best, though. They're trying. But it's still harder for them to be around you. Is it hard for you right now? I asked. Bella, please don't be afraid of me. I cut her off. No, I'm not afraid, Alice. I'm just concerned for you is all, I explained. Which I was. The idea of Alice suffering for my sake hurt me. It hurt me more than it probably should have. She was my friend though. I cared about her. I wanted to make it easy for her family. It was the least I could do considering the way they'd taken care of me. Alice sighed. Truthfully, Bella, yes, it is hard for me sometimes. You have no idea how good you smell, especially to me. She hung her head, shame and sorrow etched into my face. It broke my heart to see her sad. What if I rolled the window down? I offered. Would that help? No, Alice shouted. I was taken aback by her shouting and felt a little hurt. She gently placed a hand on my shoulder. I mean, no. Bella, that's sweet of you, but the wind would just blow your scent into my face. That would be even worse than it already is. Is it that bad? I asked, growing a little more worried. Well, my car smells purely like you now. God, you have no idea how good you smell. She inhaled, and then exhaled, looking back at me. Her eyes were even darker now, almost black. How good do you smell? She finished. She unbuckled her seat belt and slowly leaned towards me. You smell utterly divine. Sort of sweet, but very, very mouthwateringly delicious. My breath hitched as she leaned further into me, pressing her nose to my hair. My heart froze. Part of me was terrified out of my mind. I still cared for Alice. I still trusted her. Then I remembered her black eyes from earlier. Had she hunted yet? No, I don't think so. Shit. Alice, my voice was weak and hoarse as she inhaled and exhaled several times. You smell so good, Bella, she Ned. So King good. Whoa. Did Alice just cuss? Like, really? Is it bad that I was a little excited at that? Yeah, considering the fact that she's smelling me and hungry, I'd say that's bad. Very, very bad. Alice, please, don't lose control, I muttered, feeling both weak and desperate. She leaned back and I stupidly allowed the breath I had been holding out. Then I saw the look on her face. Her eyes were swirling vortexes of black. Gone was the sweet, cheery Alice that I had grown to care so much about. This was the predator within. And she wanted my blood. I knew this would happen. I knew she would kill me. It's not her fault. She can't help it. She's a vampire. She's my friend. She'll kill me. She's evil. I love her. Wait, what? Did I just? Alice smiled ominously at me, baring her venom-coated teeth. She licked her lips as I quivered helplessly in my seat. Then she opened her mouth and lunged at me. I just had to bring up vampire fangs. Shit. Son of a ch. Why me? Why does this have to happen to me? Damn it. I knew this would end up happening. Never trust a damn vampire. But it's Alice I'm talking about. She's my friend. She's not doing this purposefully. It's not her fault. Alice's teeth stopped inches away from my throat. Her coal-black eyes gazed at me hungrily, no signs of the Alice I knew behind them. I couldn't move. My heart felt like it was frozen in place as my breath stayed caught in my throat. I could see venom dripping from her exposed teeth as she slowly licked her lips. She was going to kill me. I was going to die. I was astounded by the turn of events that had befallen me. First I meet a family of friendly vampires. Then I become attached to them, one in particular. Then they offer to adopt me. And now, my first friend in ages, Alice, is about to kill me. Sad. I'd say so. I wasn't angry at her though. I don't know why. I should be. I should be terrified. I should be screaming bloody murder. That's what a normal person who's been in my situation would do. When I saw Alice in that position, it reminded me of something. No, it reminded me of someone. Victoria. I was trapped. I had tried to run as far and fast as I could, but it was of no avail. They had found me. I knew they would. They had done it before. It would always be this way. Always. It was my 3rd month. 4 bite marks adorned my right arm, bruises and scrapes covered my legs and upper body. I was sore, tired and scared out of my mind. It was day 8 of the hunt. But I knew they had already found me. I had seen them. Now I was just running for the sake of running. No doubt this was just amusement for them, watching their plaything squirm about helplessly. I hated it. I hated them. I hated myself. I don't know why I kept at it. There was no point. Stupid King dreams. Always calling me, giving me hope, and then stealing it from me in a blink of an eye when I awakened back into the real world. I was cursed. What other explanation was there? It was mid-afternoon right now. I don't know where exactly I was. Somewhere up north. The town I was in was cold and rather small. There weren't many people. Not that that even mattered, since anyone that got near me ended up dead anyways. I was in a parking lot. I was running as fast as I could, not knowing where I was going. They had found me, I knew they had. I could practically feel them behind me, even though they weren't. I was panting, aching, and ready to collapse. My body gave in and I plummeted to the ground. I couldn't take any more. I was too tired. I heard their laughter. I knew I would. It was bone-chilling, scraping against my ears with amusement and mockery. I cringed as I struggled to get to my feet, but the instant I was on my knees, a foot kicked me back down. I was lying on my back, staring into the red eyes of my pursuers. Victoria and James both smirked at me. "We win again," chortled James. "You did well this time, though. Better than the last few. Do keep up the good work. You may just pull it off yet. I feel bad for you, Isabella. You always try so hard and yet you always fail. Though I must admit, I enjoy watching your petty struggle," Victoria chuckled. They suddenly stopped and put their noses to the air, a devilish grin forming on James's lips. "It appears we have some unwanted guests. Victoria, I'll leave her to you. I'm quite famished," he said, snickering to himself. He was gone in a flash, leaving me with the feral demoness herself. That was normal, of course. Victoria grabbed me by the shirt and lifted me up with ease. In seconds we were in a different, darker place. My guess was this was the bottommost level of the parking lot. It was dark and secluded, just the way Victoria liked it. She pressed my back against a column and brushed her nose against my neck, breathing in. Shimo. Ned. I love when you sweat. You smell so much better that way." I shuddered as her sweet, cool breath hit my voice. I loved the smell, but there was no way I was going to allow myself to be enticed by her ever again. Especially after the last time. I shuddered again, remembering it. The best and worst night of my life since meeting them. I knew Victoria would never let me live it down either. I gulped. Just do what you want to do," I muttered. "Ah, you poor little thing," cooed Victoria. "Do you think so badly of me that I would hurt you again? After that magical night we had together? You're hurting my feelings, Isabella." I didn't respond. I merely waited for whatever torture she had in store for me this time. She smiled kindly at me before taking a few steps back. "You know, I might just let you off the hook this time. You've been through so much lately," she soothed mockingly. She slowly turned and began walking away from me. I was confused. Was she just leaving me? No, she wasn't. Before I could really think, Victoria spun around and lunged at my throat, letting out a violent snarl as she did. I screamed at the top of my lungs as she did and shut my eyes tight, expecting the end. It never came, though. I opened my eyes to see her teeth near my throat, a sinister grin on her face. She stepped back and broke out into laughter. "That was fun," she crooned. "Your screams are delightful. You be by. I croaked. She laughed even harder. "Indeed I am. Now then," she paused to lick her lips. Do me a favor, Isabella. Scream for me. Seeing Alice like that brought back that painful memory. I saw an image of Victoria in the same position as she was in. There was a difference, though. Whereas Victoria was in full control and doing it to frighten me, Alice wasn't. Alice's black eyes were hungry, but she was stopping herself. She was fighting the animal within. I could see it on her face, the inner war being waged. For me, she was losing, though, since she was slowly inching closer to me. I was going to die. There was no other way around it. Alice was trying, but failing. Even though I was seconds away from dying, I didn't hate her. I didn't blame her for what was happening. I was oddly at peace with dying, especially if it was at Alice's hands. She would make it fast, at least. I guess I was thankful for knowing that much. Even more amazing was that I was more worried with her reaction than anything. I didn't want her to blame herself or anything like that. I don't know why I cared so much. I was content. Why? What the F? K is wrong with me? Why can I feel nothing but being content? I guess it's because I have nothing to lose. Nothing to live for. No purpose in life. Maybe more than that, I'm thankful that I'm going to die. All the pain and suffering I'd endured most of my life would be over. I wouldn't have to be afraid of James and Victoria anymore. I'd be in a better place. Did I believe in heaven? Yeah, I guess I did. It sounded nice. Nicer than this hell called Earth, at the very least. I had thought about it before, whether heaven existed. I had thought about it a lot, even when I was younger. Hell, I had thought about ending my own life too. Pathetic as it may sound, I had attempted to during the 4 months I had been on the run. But I couldn't. I couldn't bring myself to do anything that would take my own life. It just felt wrong. I felt like something was pulling me, preventing me from jumping off a cliff or hanging myself or something like that. Whenever I started to, I always got this strange sensation that prevented me from it. The dreams I had of my name being called came back to me and I couldn't go through with it. I felt an overwhelming urge to keep going. I felt stupid, yes, but I also felt relieved. I never understood it, so I was fine with dying. I really, truly was. But I did feel bad. I felt bad for Esme and Carlisle and Alice. Especially Alice. I would never be able to properly thank them for everything they'd done for me. Would I have to though? Would Alice really kill me? Could she stop? Did I think she could? Yeah, I did. Would she now, though? I wasn't sure. I was battling with it. If she couldn't, then I needed to thank her here and now. Alice, I croaked, trying to find the strength to thank her for everything in the few seconds I thought I had. She hadn't moved from her position, but I noticed a change in her eyes. They weren't pulsing with hunger and bloodlust anymore. There was something different in them. She blinked. Once. Twice. Her nostrils flared, her face stiffened and her jaw shut. Her head cocked to the side as the animal within slowly dissipated, revealing something else. Confusion. She studied me for a moment, watching as a bead of sweat dropped from my forehead. Then her eyes widened and a look of horror and agony appeared on her face. She leaned away from me, looking like she was about to burst into tears. Bella, she breathed. Oh God, Bella, I'm so sorry. Allie. I didn't get a chance to finish saying her name. She glanced at me with eyes smoldering with sorrow before bolting out the door of her car, disappearing into the forest. I stared after her silently, letting out my breath. My heart finally started beating again too. I knew Alice was going to hunt. She wouldn't leave me alone here for long. Would she? Oh, Alice, I murmured. I felt so bad for her. This, in essence, was stupid of me. I mean, come on now. She had just tried to kill me and here I was feeling sorry for her. What the F? K is wrong with me? Still, Alice was important to me. She was my first friend. My first real friend. We knew so little about each other, yet I felt comfortable beyond belief when we were together. Honestly, I often felt like I had known her all along, like we were the best of friends. And maybe something more. I don't know. It's stupid of me to think, but I can't help it. I think I may see her as something more than just a friend. Is that wrong? Should I feel this way? I closed my eyes and leaned back into the seat. I didn't want to think about any of that right now. I was more concerned with Alice. What should I do? Well, for one thing, she was hunting right now. I figured I would at least wait until she came back. But what if she didn't? No, she would. I know she wouldn't leave me out here. I hope she's okay. What can I do, though? I'm so useless. I'm the one who caused all of this. Me. Damn it. This. I hate being worthless. I hate being weak. I have to try and do something. I undid my seatbelt and swung the car door open before getting out. Once I shut the door, I started running into the forest. I had no idea where I was going, but that didn't matter. I sprinted, looking in every direction I could, hoping to see some sign of Alice. Nothing. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, still no sign of Alice. No, she couldn't have left me, could she? No, Alice, I shouted, desperate. She was my friend. It wasn't her fault. I kept repeating those words to myself over and over again as I continued to shout her name, moving past trees, stumps and rocks. I nearly tripped several times, but I managed to avoid that. Of course, I was more focused on what was around me than what was in front of me. That's never a good idea. As I've said before, the luck of Isabella Swan can never be good for very long. I hadn't been paying attention to where I was going, thus I completely missed how part of the forest broke off into a cliff. Too bad I didn't realize it until it was too late. Shit! I screeched as I toppled downwards. I closed my eyes, expecting a painful impact. It never came. Instead, I felt a familiar pair of cold arms wrapping around me, pinning me to her body protectively. I was trembling in her arms, my heart pounding like it was on marathon. That was way too King close. Shish, Bella, it's okay. I've got you, Alice whispered in my ear. I didn't speak, I just buried myself into her, blubbering like a little girl. I mean shit, I was terrified out of my mind. But more than that, she had saved me. I felt her moving briefly before she sat down beneath a tree, cradling me in her arms. Oh God, Alice, thank you, I exclaimed, relieved beyond all belief. She didn't speak, she nearly held me in place until I had finished sobbing. She then gently sat me down and started to walk away from me. Wait, hold on, Alice, wait, I shouted, trying to stand. Too fast. I nearly tripped, but again she caught me, sighing as she set me back down. I looked up at her face and nearly started crying again. Her eternal face was etched with anguish and pain. She looked like she would be crying. I even noticed her eyes looked a bit different, hazy almost. Bella, her voice sounded weak as she looked down at me. I'm so sorry. I can't believe I almost did that. God, I am such a king moron. Please, please forgive me. I'm sorry. She kept repeating the last two words over and over again. Alice, please, I said, I'm not upset. It's okay, really, I said, trying to ease her. Funny, she had tried to kill me and I was the one trying to ease her. What a world. I think I might have gotten brain damage at some point in my life. Then again, how could I not try and ease the angel in front of me? I hated the idea of her being sad. She was so beautiful, so sweet. True, she was bloodthirsty. She was like a bloodthirsty angel, but in a good way. God, I am so cliché. The things I think and feel when I'm around her, I swear. She looked at me, dumbstruck. That was the best way to describe the look she gave me. Okay, Bella, I almost killed you. My teeth were inches away from your throat, for God's sakes. How the hell is that okay? She roared. I know that, Alice. I know I should be scared or angry, but shit, all I can feel is concern for you. She stopped and stared at me, wide-eyed with shock. I was a little surprised too. Alice, please, I'm fine. I know it was an accident. Yes, you almost did, but you didn't. You stopped yourself. Don't blame yourself, Alice. I'm fine. I was just worried about you. She continued to stare at me oddly, not speaking. Her eyes, now back to the beautiful, soul-warming gold that I loved, looked deeply into mine, searching for any sign of anger or any form of deceit. Judging by her reaction, I knew she found none. That baffled her, but it also seemed to anger her. I sighed and looked back at her pleadingly. God, I don't understand you, Bella. I nearly kill you and here you are worrying about me. Are you suicidal, Bella? Do you have any idea how much I hate myself right now for what I almost did to you? Do you know how I would have felt if I had done that to you? I can't even think about it. She threw her arms into the air, a myriad of different emotions on her face. I didn't answer her. I didn't know how. How do I make her see that I wasn't upset? That she shouldn't feel bad. Alice, I struggled to find the right words to use. She held up a hand to stop me. Don't, Bella, she stated. Don't try and tell me that everything is all right. It isn't. I almost killed you. I was seconds away from it, too. She started pacing around back and forth in front of me, lost in thought. Rosalie was right. I shouldn't be around you. It's too dangerous. I'm too dangerous. I gawked at her. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What the F.K. are you going on about? Bella, I'm a monster. Now it was my turn to cut her off. Like hell you are. I shouted, getting to my feet abruptly. Luckily I didn't fall or trip this time. Alice stared at me surprisedly. You are not a monster, Alice. Strangely, the dream I had several days ago popped into my head. Only in this case, the roles were reversed. Uncanny. How can you say that, Bella? Alice asked coldly. You don't know about the things I've done in the past. Like what? Kill animals. I don't care about that, Alice. That doesn't make you a mon. I've killed humans before, Bella. Alice shouted. You, what? I knew I had heard her correctly. Still, she took a step back, looking at the ground beneath her feet. I've killed humans before, she repeated, her tone drenched in sadness. Ah, well then, that's always nice to know. Right. My brain was screaming danger, danger, danger in the back of my head, telling me to run the hell away now. Of course, my brain had done the same thing when she had almost bit me, but I didn't listen to it then. My heart, on the other hand, told my brain to shut the F.K. up. Lucky for me, I always did prefer to listen to my heart over my brain. That being said, it explains my penchant for getting caught in really crappy situations. I digress. Alice, I squeaked, uncertain how to reply. She had killed humans before. What was I supposed to? Wait, I had killed humans before. I'm sorry, Bella, Alice said, not taking her eyes off the ground. You needed to know the truth. As much as I hate myself for admitting it, it's best that you know. Hold on, she's a vampire. Of course she's killed humans before. That doesn't surprise me. I'm sure everyone in her family has in the past. But they don't anymore. Why should that matter? Alice, that doesn't bother me. You probably did it years ago to survive. But you're different now, I said, feeling rather confident. She didn't look up, nor did her facial expression change. Alice, look, yeah, I was scared. But I'm not mad. I don't hate you. Honestly, I would have rather you killed me than either of those other two. Don't ever say that, Alice shouted, grabbing my shoulders. Never. Do you hear me? I clamped my mouth shut, stunned into silence by the look in her eyes. Bella, it is not okay for you ever think that it would be alright to die. It isn't. You have no idea how important you are to me. She shouted, her eyes never leaving mine. The power behind her words took me by surprise. We barely knew each other aside from a few days. Did I really mean that much to her? Alice, I'm trying to make you feel better, I explained. Nothing will make me feel better, Bella. I tried to attack you. I can't forgive myself for it. That just proves what a monster I am. Her face fell again as she turned her head to the side. She kept her hands on my shoulders, but loosened her grip. Damn it, Alice. You're not a monster. I snapped. Look at me. I placed my hand on her chin and forced her to look me in the eye again. You don't know what you're saying, Bella, Alice stated coldly. You have no idea. Then enlighten me, I retorted. I didn't move my hand nor did my gaze falter. She narrowed her eyes and clenched her jaw tight, pondering something. After deliberating for a moment, she removed her hands from my shoulders. I took my hand away, but I didn't move back from her. We stayed where we stood, staring each other down silently. Alice closed her eyes and sighed. Apparently she was going to tell me. Good. It's true, I have fed on humans. When I was a newborn, I didn't have the same control that I do now, or at least the control I thought I had. I scoffed at her statement, making her pause to glare at me, before her face softened and she continued. When we first awaken as a newborn, our bloodlust is incredibly strong. We can hardly control ourselves. I killed countless humans, reveling in the taste of their blood. I hunted humans for several years. That stopped when I started having my visions. It was hard at first, but I eventually managed to deter from feeding on humans. I suppose all vampires are like that at some point in their lives, save for one. My irritation became curiosity as she sat down. I seated myself near her, but she moved away slightly. I felt hurt by the gesture. She looked at me apologetically before continuing. Everyone in my family, Bella, except for Carlisle, has killed a human before. We've all tasted human blood at one point or another in our lives. Even Esme has. But that's average for a vampire. When I tell you that I've killed a human, I mean recently. Her face had darkened significantly as she revealed this to me. I couldn't help the gasp that escaped my mouth. How recent? I asked. She shook her head and bit her lip. I tell you I've killed a human recently and all you ask me how long ago. I don't understand you, Isabella Swan. Aren't you afraid of me? No, I answered abruptly, perhaps too fast. Should I be? Did I really just ask that out loud? What the F, K? Alice gave me a look that asked the exact same question. Yes, she growled. You damn well best be afraid of me. Despite the obvious anger in her tone, there was pain there as well. She hated herself. I could tell by the look in her eyes. She loathed herself. I knew because I had had that look in my eyes before. Whenever I used to look at my reflection in a lake or a mirror, that's all I saw. Self-loathing. I hated myself because of how pathetic I was. That's how I used to think. Used to. Things had changed. Ever since I stepped foot inside that house, ever since I met Alice, my world had slowly changed. She told me things no one had ever told me before. And I started to believe them. Right now, though, the catalyst for my slow change, the first friend I'd made in years, hated herself. I couldn't accept that. I wouldn't accept that. How could such a beautiful, graceful, lovely person hate herself? No, I can't let her do that. I'm not, I stated firmly. Alice ran a hand through her hair, bewildered, confused and annoyed all at once. She shook her head, apparently unable to accept my answer. I prepared to open my mouth, but she held a hand up to cut me off without even looking at me. Stupid psychic. You don't get it, Bella. We vampires are the ultimate predators. Everything about us is meant to draw you in. My looks, my voice, my eyes, my smell. Everything. We are the ultimate killing machines and you and your kind are our natural food source. You should fear me. You should stay away from me. It doesn't matter what I want. Bella, I thought that I could be better than this. I thought that I could mask the pain I felt around you because of how intoxicating your smell is to me. I was wrong. I almost killed you. I care for you so much and I almost killed you. That just proves that we shouldn't be around one another. Will you shut the F.K. up? I screamed. Her jaw dropped slightly as her eyes widened. Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. I shouted, throwing my hands in the air. I am sick and King tired of listening to you bad talk yourself. My God, this isn't you talking, Alice. The Alice I know if happy, bubbly and fun-loving. And yet here you are acting all moody and self-loathing and shit. It's pissing me off. Bella, she attempted to speak, but I wouldn't have it. No, don't you Bella me, damn it. You listen to me first. I took the surprise in her eyes as a confirmation to continue. I softened my voice up, of course. I only shouted to grab her attention. If I shouted too much, I'd feel bad for it. I sighed. Alice, when I first met you, I thought you were the most beautiful person I'd ever seen before in my entire life. Yeah, maybe it had something to do with your vampiric charm or whatever, but I just felt a natural pull towards you. I was in awe of how amazingly beautiful you were. Of how beautiful you are. I was scared and untrusting at first, but you pushed through that. You broke through my barrier and reached me, pulling me out of the loneliness I thought I'd be forever trapped in. You were my first true friend, vampire or not. I let that sink in first, watching as her face softened. You told me when we met that you wanted to know me, so I told you a bit. I opened up to you about my parents and what had happened to me 4 months ago. Even when I started crying like a baby and feeling pathetic, you were there, holding me. You eased me. You told me I was beautiful, that I meant something to you. It's funny, because now I'm doing the same thing for you. But Alice, I shouldn't have to. You should know how great you are. Still, I guess me telling you wouldn't hurt, would it? She bit her lip as her eyes became hazy. If she could, I think she would be crying now. I had to do everything in my will to prevent myself from crying. That would ruin the moment for sure. Alice, you're charming, funny, sweet and fun to be around. That's the real you, the one I like most. But what stinks is that I've barely seen the real you since we met. I can understand how hard it's been for you and I'm sorry for that. I wish you would have told me because I would have done something about it. I really care about you, Alice. A lot. I don't like to see you hurting. And I sure as hell won't accept you hating yourself over an accident. But it wasn't just an accident, Bella, Alice protested. Yes, you almost did, but you didn't. You stopped yourself. You showed that you could regain control, Alice. That should mean something. It means that I didn't kill you today, Alice mumbled. But what about tomorrow? Or the next day? God, shut up with the negativity bullshit already. I snapped. If anyone here is going to be negative, it's me, alright. I've got more of a reason to be than you do. What's that supposed to mean? She asked, narrowing her eyes. Just look at yourself, I exclaimed, waving my hand at her. Do you have any idea how amazing you are? You can see the future, you have a loving family, an awesome car and you're a super hot, super fast vampire. You've got things people would die for and then some. So you drink animal blood, big deal. Alice laughed bitterly at my statement. I'm still a monster, Bella. I placed my hands on her cold cheeks, making sure she was looking me in the eyes. I narrowed mine and concentrated. You are not a monster, I stated, pushing the strength of my words onto her. But Bella, again, I interrupted her. No, you are not a monster. A monster is someone who murders without conscience. A monster is someone who beats a child. A monster commits crimes for fun. The two vampires tracking me are monsters, Alice. You, your family, none of you are monsters. You choose to drink animal blood, not human. You don't go around kidnapping humans just to torture them. You try to live amongst them, try to be like them. That's not what a monster is. A monster is an evil. You are not evil, Alice. She stared at me for a long while, obviously taking in the words I had said to her. After the silence, she bit her lip and sighed. It was about 4 years ago when it happened, she started. I cocked my head to the side confusedly. You wanted to know about my last accident. Oh, right. I nodded for her to continue, leaning my back against the tree. I met a girl while I was out shopping. Her scent was incredibly strong and it drew me to her. She was beautiful, though nowhere near as beautiful as you, rambunctious and overly sweet. Her name was Amanda. She lived alone, but spent most of her time out and about. She liked to go on adventures and she loved shopping. She was like a human version of me, except for having blonde hair instead of black. We became friends instantly. She was drawn to me too. The pain in her voice was obvious. I wanted so bad to comfort her, but I didn't know how. We started spending time together, usually just hanging out. I didn't tell any of the others. They didn't ask either. Besides, it was nice to have a friend without them asking 20 questions all the time. They always meant well, though. In fact, I think it would have been better if I had told them. But I was stupid and overconfident. I thought I could handle her amazing smell, the way her blood called to me. I was wrong. She paused for a moment and took in an unnecessary breath, glancing at me to see if I wanted her to continue. I nodded, reaching my hand out to her. She flinched away from it, though. I hung my head slightly and retracted my hand. I felt so bad. One day we were alone with each other at her house, just spending time together. I think she was attracted to me. I liked her, but I didn't see her in that way. But she was so kind and sweet and so. She stopped again and it sounded like she was choking back a sob. She ed me. Not a forceful key, but a friendly key. She wanted to know what it was like and even though she knew we were just friends, she asked me if I would key her. I did. I don't know why, but I did. That was the beginning of the end. She tasted amazing. I couldn't stop dotting her. She bit her lip again, her face becoming strained with agony. We ed more and more, her heart beating in the back of my ears like a drum. Her blood was like an orchestra that kept calling and calling. Eventually she wanted to stop. I didn't. I kept ing her. The dotting became harder as my animal instincts took over. She pulled away from me, but I wouldn't have it. I was hungry. I wanted more. I wanted her blood. So I sprang on her and sank my teeth into her neck. She writhed around at first, screaming and crying. All I could think about was her delicious blood. The moment I tasted her blood, it was over. I was gone. I gave into my inner monster and drank until there was nothing left. If she could cry, she would have a waterfall of pained tears streaking down her face. She looked like a broken angel. It broke my heart to see her this way. I started crying, unable to hold back my tears. When I realized what I had done, I was destroyed. I didn't know what to do. I called Carlisle and begged him to come over. He was there shortly after and helped dispose of the body. I burned her house and considered jumping into the flames as punishment. But I couldn't. I had something pulling me away from the fire. So I hung my head and went home with Carlisle. I expected him to be furious with me. To be disappointed in me. He wasn't. He was sad for Amanda and sad for me. He comforted me. Esme comforted me. They all comforted me, even Rosalie. I felt their love and support for me and it broke my dead heart all over again. She turned to look at me, her eyes watery with the tears that couldn't fall. I was bawling now, wanting nothing more than to make the pain go away for the both of us. "Oh Alice," I sobbed. I wrapped my arms around her. I didn't care if she tried to move away, I wanted to comfort her. I pulled her into me and sobbed quietly into her hair. She didn't protest this time or flinch away from my touch. She sobbed. They were dry, tearless sobs, but she was sobbing no less. Despite the sadness of her story and the obvious sadness emanating from her, I felt a bit good. I was happy to be able to help her for once. She had comforted me when I had been crying like a baby. Now I was repaying the favor. At least now, I didn't feel as useless to her. But it wasn't enough. She blamed herself for killing someone, hated herself for it. She had gone through the exact same thing I had. She gently lifted her head from my shoulder and looked into my eyes. "Bella, that's why I don't trust myself around you, can't you see that? I couldn't live if that happened to you. It almost did today, and yes I managed to stop myself, but what if I can't the next time? I couldn't live if I hurt you. It would destroy me. I cupped her cheeks with my hands. Alice, listen, I know you think you're a monster. You aren't. You had no control over yourself then, but you've gotten better. You do have the control. I know it. You won't lose yourself again. Besides, if anything," I took a deep breath. I had to tell her to make her see. "I'm the monster." Alice looked at me like I was clinically insane. "You must be joking," she laughed. "You, a monster. Honestly, Bella, I appreciate you trying to make me feel better, but that's ridiculous. How could you?" "I've killed people too, Alice," I informed her. "What?" she asked. I smiled darkly at her. "Yes, I've killed others. But I didn't kill them to survive. I did it because I'm a monster and a coward. There's no justification for the lives I've taken. None." She surprised me by grabbing my shoulders and shaking me slightly. "Don't. Stop saying that this instant," she shouted. "It's true." I shouted back. "I've killed people before, Alice." The tears that had stopped falling came back again as I buried my face into my hands. Alice stopped shaking me, but her hands didn't leave. "Bella," her voice was gentle now. "Talk to me, please." I sniffled. Now was the time to tell her. I recounted the events that had befallen the family that I had met and how I had used a shotgun to kill 3 of the family members. They had all died because of me, one way or another. I told her about the various people who I had met that ended up dead shortly after, either because they had spoken to me or because they tried helping me. "Bella, none of those are your fault," Alice stated, interrupting me. "You had no control over what happened. You could do nothing. They did this. They're the monsters, not you." Hearing her say this reminded me of the dream I had had before. The dream with the voice of the angel. Her voice. Calling to me, telling me I wasn't the cause. Comforting me. Just like Alice was doing now. It made me think of how I felt about Alice. She was my friend, I was certain of that. But I think I may see her as something more than just that. I could never see her as a monster. "It hurts, Alice," I whispered. "All those people died because of me. It's my fault." She wrapped me into her arms again. But there was more to it this time. There was warmth, compassion and love flowing from her as she held me. I nuzzled into her form. I always felt good being in her arms. It was indescribable, the way I felt. I felt like I was meant to be here in her arms. We fit together perfectly. "Shish, honey, it isn't your fault. Now stop thinking that way," she cooed. What's done is done. You can't blame yourself for the past. I couldn't help the small chuckle that escaped my mouth. Those are words you should remember too, I pointed out. I looked into her eyes and smiled softly at her. Alice, we've both made mistakes. But you're right. The past is the past. I don't know if I can ever forgive myself. I want you to, though. You're no monster. Bella, she attempted to protest, but I put my hand over her mouth. We're both monsters, then. How about that? No. She shook her head. You are a beautiful, loving person. So are you, I interjected. She frowned, but didn't comment. She must have realized that I wasn't going to give up. Apparently she wouldn't either. Neither of us moved from our positions, we merely stayed next to each other, gazing into one another's eyes. It was peaceful. Despite what had happened today, we were both at peace. I felt good, the way I always felt when I was near her. I was finally starting to get it. It took me long enough, yes, but it was clear to me now. I was in love with Alice Cullen. No way. I was not in love with her. That's just insane. I hardly know her, for one thing. I just met her a few days ago. So what if she's known about me for a year or so? I haven't known her for that long. Oh, and one of the bigger points. She's AF. King Vampire. Okay, she has been nice to me. Like, really nice. Most of her family has been, vampires are not. Well, other than the fact that she tried to kill me not too long ago. And yet here I am, sitting in her arms, trying to comfort her for what she did while she comforts me for what I've done. Why? Why am I so open to her? Why do I trust her so much despite the odds being against me? I've tried not to say anything, tried to fight the urge not to open up to her. Each time I do, I feel this weird pain inside me. It's like my heart is telling me to be open with her. What the F, K? And now all of a sudden I feel like I'm in love with her. In love with a vampire. I just don't get it. What is wrong with me? Why do I feel this constant push to be there for her, to comfort her? It's like I have no control over myself anymore. It's weird. I mean, I don't like it, but at the same time, I do like it. I feel as though I don't have to hold anything back with her, but I can't stop myself when I want to. No, I'm not in love with her. I don't care. I can't be in love with her. There's no way in hell I can. I mean, okay, she's beautiful. And I do like being around her. I like the sound of her laugh. I like seeing her smile. Every time we touch, I get those weird tingly feelings. But, no, I'm reading too much into this. I don't love her. I can't be in love with a vampire. Can I? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't. Gah, I hate this. I hate trying to make sense of all this shit when I can barely walk across a flat surface without falling. I don't know. I'm so confused, so lost. I feel like I'm drifting in a sea of emptiness. I'm just there, struggling to find my way, to understand what's going on in the world around me. I can't make sense of it all. There's so much going on, so much that's happened, yet I'm barely able to keep up with it. It beeps. I hate this feeling, yet there's nothing I can do about it. I don't know what to think, what to feel, what to say. Alice. No matter what just happened, I feel like I'm being pulled toward her constantly. I feel like I need to be able to help her, to be there for her. I can't explain it. I'm not sure if I want to. I mean, she did almost kill me. But she was fighting herself the whole way. She was fighting to not kill me. And then she stopped, she regained control over herself. I wasn't going to die. My brain hurts now. This is way too much thinking for me. Shit. Thankfully, all of that thinking was halted when Alice stirred. I had forgotten that I was still in her arms. They are super comfortable. Alice removed her arms from me and slowly scooted over. Her eyes didn't meet mine. She kept her gaze in front of her, though she was looking at nothing in particular. For a moment her eyes were glazed over, then they returned to normal. I'm guessing she had had a vision. Bella, Alice's voice was soft and sad sounding. Yes, I know you're thinking hard about something. I keep getting different visions because you keep changing your mind. If you want to leave, I understand. I'll lend you the keys so you can drive yourself back home. Alice, I don't have a license, I admitted. She bit her lip. Oh, well, then, I guess I can take you back. Unless you'd like me to take you to Charlie. I don't understand, I told her. What was she getting at? Alice hung her head slightly. Bella, I know you're hurt. I know you're confused. And I know you're afraid of me. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have taken you out here. It was my fault. I understand if you don't want to speak to me for a while. Really, I do. Again with the negative bullshit. I hate this. Alice, stop it. It's pissing me off. Look, I'll admit I'm a little confused, but it's about a shitload of other things too. Hurt. Maybe. I don't know what I am, but I don't want you to keep feeling bad. So stop beating yourself up over it. Alice shook her head. No, Bella, I need to feel this way. Otherwise something like this could happen again. It won't, I stated firmly. She looked at me in the eyes now. You don't know that, Bella. You don't. Please stop. I appreciate it, I truly do, but I just can't trust myself around you right now. I don't want you to end up like Amanda. Oh, I had almost forgotten what she had told me about her friend. Amanda. They had met years ago, become friends. But then Alice lost control and ended up killing Amanda. I could see the pain and regret in Alice's eyes. She still felt guilty about what happened, and what had almost happened with me brought back those memories, only worse. I could see how hard this was on her. It hurt me to see her like this. I felt as though her pain was mine. But what can I do? How can I make her see that she doesn't have to feel so guilty? How can I make her see that she isn't a monster? Then I thought of something. Alice. Her face fell slightly. I felt another twinge of pain in my chest. Yes. Can I tell you something? I asked. Sure, she murmured. Her eyes left mine and went back to staring at her feet. I'm not sure, really, how to say this. I mean, it might sound weird or crazy. I don't know. I paused for a moment. How do I say this? Go on, she urged quietly. I could tell that she was listening intently, wanting to know what I was going to say. The thing is, I gulped. For the past few months, I've been having the same dream. Well, it's not the same dream. Sometimes I have nightmares about, well, what's happened to me. But the nightmares always turned into the same thing. It was a voice. It was a beautiful, angelic voice that called my name and told me things. I felt pulled towards this voice. I didn't know why, but even when I tried to kill myself. You what? Alice exclaimed. I smiled sadly at her. You aren't the only one who's wanted to end it all, Alice. I've wanted to countless times, but I never could. Just like you said before, I felt like something was pulling me back, preventing me from doing anything that would end my life. Even when I was about to give up and let them kill me, I felt like I was being tugged to keep going. That's why I kept at it, throughout the pain, the screams and the tortures. That pulling feeling, it was that voice from my dreams, calling my name, telling me to keep going. Alice's face, which before had been upset and concerned, softened. Her eyes held a hint of curiosity, though they were still plagued by the earlier moroseness. Alice, I think, I faltered, uncertain. Was I really going to tell her this? How would she react? Bella, you can say it, Alice said softly. Whenever I think about it, my dreams, I always come to the same conclusion. The voice I always heard, the angel that kept calling to me and pulling me. I'm pretty sure it's you. There. I admitted it. I admitted that the angel from my dreams was Alice. Was I insane? Yeah, I sure as shit was. But there was no other explanation. I knew it was Alice's voice. I knew that. And the way I felt when I was near her was the same pull I felt before. Only it was different now. It was stronger. I didn't understand it. Shit. There are a lot of things I don't understand. I hate that. What can I do, though? Alice was silent. She just looked at me, unreadable. That made me worried. Shit. She probably thinks I'm a freak of King nature. That's what I would think if I were her. Damn it. Bella, I don't know what to say, she said. My face fell slightly. Of course not. She didn't want to hurt my feelings, probably. I felt a cool hand on my shoulder that made me look back at her. It's not that I'm trying to hurt your feelings. I'm just not used to someone saying that to me. I'm honestly not sure how to reply. Yeah, I guess I'd be the same way, I chuckled. It wasn't a joking matter, but it sure as hell eased the tension. Alice was looking at me meaningfully, but seemed to be thinking at the same time. So you really don't hate me? She asked all of a sudden. I was about to shout at her to shut up and stop being so damn negative when I noticed something in her eyes. It was faint, but I could still see it. Hope. I saw hope in them. And that was what made me cut my reply off before I even began it. If I saw hope, which meant that she might be able to push away this depressed state of mind she was in. I hated seeing her sad. It made me sad. No, I answered, firmly and seriously. I made sure I was looking her in the eye as I spoke, so she would see this as well. I don't hate you. What happened was an accident. My trust for you hasn't been diminished either, Alice. I'm fine. I truly am fine. I just want you to stop hurting over it. It won't happen again. You'll be prepared next time, anyways. Besides, you can see the future, Alice. You'll know. I know you will. Alice frowned for a moment, a crease forming in her granite forehead. I couldn't help but notice how much she looked like a statue right now. A beautiful, spiky-haired, golden-eyed statue. All right. I believe that you mean what you say. I've been searching the future, trying to see how this would impact our relationship. Before I couldn't see anything because you had made no decisions. Now, though, I see us returning home safe and sound, still talking. She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes like it usually did. This was progress, at least. I'm thankful that you don't hate me, Bella. It would hurt. Not because of the hate, but because I would have been the one that caused it. I'm just, thank you. And again, I'm sorry for what happened. It's okay, Alice. Really, it is, I said, smiling at her reassuringly. She seemed a bit hesitant to believe me, but I saw the resignation in her eyes after a moment of deliberating. Good. She sighed and leaned her back into the tree, staring up at the clouds. I followed her actions and took a moment to look into the clouds myself. A few stray rays of light could be seen flickering through the thick layers of puffy white clouds. Seeing the sunlight reminded me of an earlier promise she had made. I smiled. You know, you did promise to explain the whole sunlight deal to me, I pointed out, turning my head to look at her. I watched as she closed her eyes and took several quiet, deep breaths before turning to look at me. For the first time in what felt like years, I saw a genuine smile on her face. The sight of her smile eased me and excited me in the same. I was overjoyed to see it again. You're right. I did. I guess it's best that I keep at least one promise today, right? She chuckled. Alice. I'm fine, Bella, she insisted. She proceeded to stand up and remove her navy blue jean jacket. I offered to hold it for her by extending my hands to grasp it. She was hesitant for only a second before smiling kindly at me and handing it to me. I couldn't help but inhale her amazing scent. I wonder if she knew how good she smelled. Probably not. I sighed to myself before folding her jacket up and setting it to my side. When I turned, I almost gasped. Up until this point I had never actually taken a good look at Alice's body. I was used to staring into her eyes or watching as her spiky hair bobbed as she moved. Then there was her smile, her cute nose, those dimples, but I never really got a good look at the rest of her. Under her jacket she wore a short-sleeved red tank top that fit rather snugly on her upper body, not to mention the dark blue designer jeans that did the same for her lower body. She looked like AF. King model, there was no other way around it. Then again, she would look like a model regardless of what she wore, even if it was a trash bag or a bunch of ugly rags. That allowed me to get a good look at the rest of her, that's for damn sure. For one thing, though her arms were thin, they were definitely well-toned. I wouldn't call them muscular. Not at all. But they sure as hell didn't look like straws either. And then there was her chest. My God. To call it perfect was an understatement. Her B-easts, well, let me put it this way. She was well endowed for someone her size. That's putting it mildly. I mean, she wasn't as buxom as the other women in her family, Rosalie especially, but I wasn't about to complain with what I saw. No way in hell. I am so not staring at her chest. Nope, not staring. Okay, a little. But I'm not drooling. Damn it. Then there was her waist, which was perfectly curved, and like the rest of her, thin but not painstakingly so. She didn't look anorexic or anything like that. I was certain that, like her arms, her upper body was chiseled like a beautifully sculpted work of art, well-toned and all that, but without any significant muscle. Alice was the kind of person who probably wouldn't look good with muscle. She was perfect the way she was, plain and simple. I only wished I could see under the shirt. Being the freak I am, I could only imagine how amazing her belly button was, not to mention how toned her stomach would look. Bella. Alice's harmonic voice distracted me from my ogling. I blinked and looked up to see her smirking rather amusedly at me. Enjoying the view. You have no idea. What? Oh, no, I was just, spacing out, I stammered, feeling my cheeks heat up. Alice didn't look convinced. She merely smiled wider. Oh Lord, she caught me staring at her. Well, at least I wasn't staring at her ass, which, by the way, was perfectly round and utterly adorable in every way possible. God, I am such a pervert. If you say so, Alice said in a teasing tone. She stood still for a moment, waiting. After sneaking another glance at her figure, I glanced up to see the clouds beginning to part. In a matter of seconds the sunlight poured down on the area we were in. Alice glanced once at me before stepping out into the spot of sunlight in front of us. Now, when I thought of vampires and sunlight, I instantly thought that they would burst into flames. While Alice had told me that such was a myth and incredibly false, I couldn't control the small part of me that worried that something worse would happen. I was wrong. Very, very wrong. I felt my jaw drop as my eyes widened. I'm sure I looked like a fish with the way my mouth opened and closed as I took in the sight in front of me. Alice was glowing. She was literally King glowing. I'm not talking glowing like her skin was made out of diamonds, I'm talking glowing like the light of King heaven was beaming down on and radiating off her. She looked positively majestic, enchanting, gorgeous. To put it simply, she looked like an angel. An angel? No, a goddess. That's what would best describe the way Alice looked. I was speechless. Never in my life had I ever witnessed anything so stunningly beautiful in my entire life. As cliché and stupid as it sounded, for a moment I felt as though I was in heaven. Of course, I quickly pushed that thought out of the way. I still couldn't believe my eyes, though. I couldn't for the life of me stop staring at her either. Wow, I breathed. Alice, who had been standing completely still, eyes closed as she gleamed in the sunlight, opened her eyes and stepped back into the shadows of the tree. She appraised me for a moment before smiling softly. I take it you're surprised. I didn't respond. I was still gawking at her like she was a famous, prize-winning work of art, which, in my book, she clearly was, whether I wanted to admit it or not. She found my facial expression amusing and let out a rather brief giggle. Brief as it was nice to hear the chiming music once again. That brought me a bit lower to earth, though I was still pretty far up in the clouds, my mind trying to process the sight that I had just taken in. Alice sat down in the same spot she had been in, though now she was looking at me, obviously studying me for any form of reaction. I blinked several times before turning to face her. Well, she asked, clearly interested in what I had to say. That was the most beautiful sight I've ever seen, I admitted, blushing slightly. You have no idea how beautiful you are, Alice. Honestly, the word beautiful doesn't hold a candle to you. Alice was surprised by my answer and, if she could, I knew she would be blushing. Thank you, Bella. That's very sweet of you to say, she murmured. I was shocked. Was she that not used to being complimented? And I thought I was bad. Well, okay, I am. But still. So, you glow in the sun, I said, still in awe. Yes. That's the reason why we can't be out in the sunlight. I don't know exactly why or how our skin glows the way it does, but Carlyle seems to believe that our skin reflects the light in some way. I'm not sure. I do know that moonlight has a similar effect, though it's nowhere near as strong or noticeable. I'm glad for that, honestly, because I happen to like going out at night. Why though? Do you know why you glow? I asked. Alice shrugged. I'm the wrong person to ask that, Bella. Carlyle seems to believe that it's just another of our talents as natural predators. I don't follow. Well, think about it, Bella. How did you react when you saw me glowing? She asked. I was in awe, I admitted. I still was, for that matter. I mean, this was Alice after all. Precisely. Carlyle believes that our ability to glow in the sun is a tool that we can use to lure in our prey, Alice explained. Normally, if a human saw someone who was superbly beautiful in their eyes glowing the way we do, most would be dazzled and would be drawn into the sight. Carlyle believes that is the purpose for our glowing. I, on the other hand, am uncertain about it. I've never given it a lot of thought, but I do know that I'm not fond of it. Why not? I inquired. Because I'm sick of not being able to go out into the sunlight. She huffed, putting her hands on her hips and pouting. I smiled. I liked when Alice acted childish. She was insanely adorable. Whenever the sun is out, we're forced to stay near or inside our house. It stinks. Oh, I guess that made sense. I'm guessing things can get pretty boring if you're forced to be indoors all day, huh? You have no idea. Some days it's all right, I guess. I do enjoy spending time with my siblings and all. But time passes by slower for us than it does for humans. We tend to get bored pretty quickly if we're not being entertained. That's one of the many downsides to this lifestyle, the lack of patience we have. It takes years for us to develop the patience we need to fit into the modern world. Truthfully, Carlisle and Esme are by far the most patient vampires I've ever known. The rest of us are decently patient. I admit, I've got the least patience in the family. Does the sun warm you at all? I asked. I wondered if that was actually possible. They were always so cold, I was curious if they could actually get any warmer. It does, but it takes a longer period of time than it would for a human, she replied. Something in her voice was a little off. That's where the problem lies, though. We can't be in the sun for too long. It's dangerous for our health. I furrowed my brow in confusion. She noticed this and continued. Well, our bodies are dead. They don't generate any heat. For that reason, when our bodies come into contact with a source of heat, the reaction is a little strange. It's not a bad thing, mind you. It's actually rather pleasant. But being exposed to an incredibly strong source of heat for a prolonged amount of time, we begin to feel pain. That's why fire is our biggest weakness. It's intense heat and it burns through our hardened skin relatively easily. While sunlight won't cause us to burst into flames, being exposed for too long is hazardous for our health. Yet another reason for us to avoid the sun. That explains why vampires hate the sun so much, I mused. Alice frowned. What? We don't hate the sun. You don't. Of course not. I happen to love the sun. My whole family does, actually. Just because we can't be out in public when the sun shines doesn't mean we don't enjoy it. But it can hurt you, I protested. True. It takes a lot of time for the sun to hurt us, though. Plus, you have to take temperature into account. Whoa there, slow down. You didn't mention temperature before, I interjected. I felt like this was AF. King lecture at school or something. The only difference being that A, the teacher was the most beautiful person in the world, and B, I was actually interested in what I was learning. Alice let out a quiet melodious laugh. Sorry about that. I blame Carlisle for that. He tends to go off like that from time to time. The human's brain hurts. Can you keep it simple? She laughed again. Okay, sure. So, you understand that extremely heat hurts us. I nodded. And you understand that being exposed to too much heat is bad for us. I nodded again. All right, well, put 2 and 2 together and it's pretty simple. If we're out in the sun, but the temperature is cooler, we have less of a chance of being harmed. If it's incredibly hot out, though, and we're exposed to the sun for a long period of time, then we start to feel the pain. Okay, that makes more sense, I grunted. Way too much thinking today. Not good for my brain. But it's so damn interesting. I don't think I've ever paid more attention to anything in my entire life. I never gave a shit about paying attention when I went to school. All that stuff was boring to me. This, on the other hand, was vastly interesting. I would definitely go to a vampire education class. No idea why, though. Maybe I'm just insane. So can anything aside from fire and heat actually hurt you? You're not planning on trying to run me over, are you? She asked, quirking an eyebrow. What? No. I shouted, appalled that she would even think that. I told you I'm not mad at you, Alice. Stop thinking that way. Alice pursed her lips as she studied me for a moment before sighing. I was only kidding, Bella. I flushed slightly. Well, I thought it was poorly timed joke. Alice giggled. It's fine. Her face saddened for a moment, but she quickly covered it up. Now then, to answer your question, the only other things that can harm us aside from intense heat are other vampires. She gave me a wide smile, showing off her pearly white teeth. Our teeth are our natural weapons of choice. They're strong enough to rip through steel, which is practically how tough our skin is. Venom hurts us too, of course, though it doesn't last. Aside from that, I know of nothing else that can harm us. Well, there is one other thing, she trailed off as her face darkened, gold eyes becoming hateful for a brief moment before returning to normal. That, however, is nothing to worry about. What is it? I'll explain to you another time, Bella. I promise. I was about to question her further, but I could tell by the look in her eyes that her decision was final. I scowled, but otherwise didn't push it. I didn't want her good mood to go away just yet. We were finally making some progress since what had happened earlier today in the car. Truthfully, I had practically forgotten about it. I didn't, of course, but I pushed it away. It was an accident. Plain and simple. Neither of us got hurt from it, either. Well, Alice's pride and trust in herself did. I hoped that she would be able to push past it and not dwell on it too much. I noticed Alice's expression had darkened a bit from earlier. Her smile had faded and the happiness was practically gone. I knew that she was thinking about earlier. She still seemed to think that she was a monster and that I hated her. She still thought that she needed to be more wary around me. Was there nothing I could do to change her mind? I admitted that I had dreams about her, I complimented her on her beauty, and yet it still wasn't enough. Then again, I was the same way. I still considered myself a monster for what I had done. In truth, I hadn't told Alice everything. I had kept some parts out. I was too afraid to tell her about those. They were more painful than the ones I had told her. Neither of us, despite the others' protests, could see ourselves as something other than a monster. It was sad, really. Were we destined to feel this way forever? I thought for a moment. No, I don't think so. I think that if I keep pushing, she'll come to realize that she isn't some evil, soulless creature that needs to be executed or damned. She's far from any of that. I guess I could stop thinking the same way about myself. I'm not sure if I can, though. I've had the same mindset for so long, it's hard to think otherwise. The Cullens, though, they've changed me. In the short amount of time that I've known them, they've changed me. Maybe I should stay with them. I'd have my own family. The thing I've wanted most my whole life. People who cared for me, who looked after me, who loved me. That was my ultimate desire in life. A family. I had that chance. I had it right in front of me. I just needed to make my mind up and reach for it. I wasn't sure, though. It wasn't that I was scared. I was just uncertain. Do you have any other questions? Alice's gentle voice cut me from my thoughts. She was looking at me concernedly, obviously fearful of what I was thinking of. She was uncertain too. I bit my lip lightly and thought about it. I had learned so much today already. I didn't want the moment to end, though. I didn't want the comfortable peace that Alice and I had together now to go away. I was enjoying it too much. I never wanted it to leave. But I knew it would. The sooner we were gone, the sooner she would revert to her depressed state. I hated that. I hated that feeling, knowing she was still upset with herself and worried. What could I do, though? Nothing I said seemed to be getting through to her. Nothing. Damn it. I hate this feeling. I hate feeling weak. I've always hated it. Alice, is there anything I can do to get you to understand that I don't hate you? I asked, looking directly into her eyes as I spoke. I know that you still feel bad. I can understand that. But you're being so broody and sad. I don't like seeing you that way. I miss the happy Alice. I haven't seen her for a while now. Alice smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. It was barely even a smile, for that matter. Bella, listen. This sort of thing is a serious deal for me. I understand that you're concerned, and I truly am thankful that you don't dislike me or that you're not angry. But that doesn't mean that I'm not mad at myself. I need some time is all. I'll do my best to be cheerful. I just need some time, okay? Her eyes were pleading with me to understand her plight. I did. I mean, not in the full extent, but I did understand. Okay, I murmured. I'll drop it. Thank you. I appreciate that. What time is it? I asked, changing the subject. She frowned a bit. Are you ready to go back home? I can take you if. No, I'm just curious is all. Oh. She paused for a moment and closed her eyes for a few seconds. It's 4:30. Damn, we left around 12-ish. I couldn't believe we'd been out here that long. What about shopping? I asked, knowing how much she loved the idea of shopping. I don't think so, she replied sadly. The sun is still out and it's a bit late. We would need more than a few hours for shopping anyways. Geez, was this girl gonna buy me a blimp load of clothes or something? Damn, now I got why Amara hated shopping with her so much. And we hadn't even gone. Though, I wasn't opposed to shopping. I didn't love it, but I didn't hate it either. I was a bit uncomfortable with the idea of Alice buying me everything without me being able to pay her back. Come to think of it, I hadn't paid her back for all the help she'd given me up until this point. She'd been so kind and generous with me, so open. So loving. Thinking about that brought back the wave of thoughts I had had earlier, prior to the sunlight discussion, my feelings for Alice. What were they, exactly? Did I feel the way I thought I did? Was I really in love with her? How the hell does that work, exactly? But I can't think of any other way to describe these feelings I get whenever I'm with her. When she smiles, I smile. When she laughs, I feel happy. When she's sad, I feel sad. When we touch, I always get those weird, tingly sensations that surge through me, like goosebumps only different. And when we hug, I just feel so incredibly, I don't know, right? I feel like her arms are a second home, like I belong there. I feel comforted and safe. Then there's the feeling I get when I'm simply with her. The peace. It feels so perfectly peaceful when we're together. I care about her. I like her. A lot. So maybe I do love her. But what if she doesn't feel the same way? What if she only sees me as a friend? She only saw Amanda as a friend, and she said she saw me in the same way. On the other hand, I saw the way she looked at me, the way she acted around me. I was so confused. I didn't know what to think. This is just giving me a bigger headache. I sighed and turned to look at Alice. She was staring up at the sky. She still looked sad. How about we go shopping tomorrow? I offered. She seemed to consider it for a moment. Maybe, she said, after deliberating it over for a minute or so. I frowned, but didn't press it. Maybe, was better than a no, at least. All right, I responded, slowly standing up. Are you ready to go? She asked, standing as well. My stomach growling answered her question for me. I blushed slightly. I noticed a small smile appear on her face, at least. Yeah, I haven't eaten much today, I said. Actually, I hadn't eaten at all. Alice's eyes widened. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I completely forgot. Damn it. Hey, it's okay, Alice, really. I wasn't that hungry until now anyways. Besides, I've enjoyed just spending time with you. Which, save for the earlier car scenario and the falling, was true. Alice narrowed her eyes, looking at me like I was insane. She chose not to comment on it, though, which I was thankful for. I was done listening to her being hard on herself for one day. She was silent for a moment and I recognized that again she was looking into the future. This time, though, I didn't know what she was looking for. I hoped it was something good, at least. It appears that Jasper and Amara are the only ones home. I can cook you something when we get back, if you'd like, she offered, not looking at me. Maybe a bit later, I replied. How far is the car? She frowned. It's quite a ways away, actually. I can't, she trailed off and bit her lip. What? You can say it, Alice, I urged, gently touching her shoulder. She sighed. I can carry you, if you want. We can get there much faster. If you feel like trusting me. I thought about it for a moment. She was the first vampire to ask if I would like to be carried. Sure, I answered. I'd like that. She was both surprised and stunned by my response and willingness to be carried. Are you sure? Positive. How are we doing this? Well, she faltered and bit her lip in the adorable way that I had grown to love. You could be on my back or I could carry you in my arms. Again she trailed off, obviously leaving the decision to me. I saw a glimmer of something in her eyes as I thought about it. I blushed when I realized what I wanted. Would you, carry me? I prayed I didn't to finish the question. She could see my decision, right? A sly smile lit up her face. Certainly. She extended her arms to me and in seconds I was wrapped around her in an incredibly comfortable embrace. I couldn't help but nuzzle into her shoulder and breathe in her sweet smell again. That reminded me of something. Oh, your jacket, I said. I almost forgot about it. I heard a soft musical chuckle as I was released. In a matter of seconds her jacket was on me rather than her. I blushed again and looked at her confusedly. I had a vision of you being cold as we ran. It may be sunny, but it's cool out. I'm surprised you didn't mention anything sooner. She shook her head playfully before scooping me into her arms again. I repeated my actions like before, only now I wouldn't have to be interrupted. I inhaled and exhaled her bodily aroma several times, enjoying the comfort and ease it brought me. I was surprised to feel her nose brush against my hair and mimic my motions. But I didn't move or protest. I simply listened as she inhaled and exhaled. Once, twice, 3 times. Be sure to close your eyes, Bella, she whispered softly. I mumbled an, okay, and before I knew it, we were moving. She whipped past the trees, the cold air blowing past me as I closed my eyes and buried my head into her shoulder. Cold and hard as she was insanely comfortable. Just as I was beginning to settle into her, she stopped. We're here, she announced softly, gently setting me down. I groaned inwardly and got into her parked car, which thankfully didn't look like it had been broken into or anything. We both got in quickly. Well, I got in at normal speed, she was inside in split seconds, and she revved the engine up for a moment before pulling out of the forest area we had been in and turning around. As she drove off, I noticed that the sun was perfectly angled to her body. In seconds Alice's body started radiating angelically as it had earlier. I couldn't help but stare at how magically, yeah, there's one word I don't use very much, beautiful she was. My eyes never left her form as she continued to drive, her eyes trained on the road ahead of her. I made at least one final decision at that point. I did love her. I only hoped that she felt the same way that I did. I needed to find out. But how? The ride back to the Cullens' mansion, I mean, really, that place was freaking huge, was a quiet one. Alice spoke only once to offer to turn the radio on, which I declined. I was enjoying the silence. I had been enjoying watching Alice glow like the angel I saw her as until the clouds covered the sun up. I frowned at that and turned my attention to the road ahead, watching as she sped down dirt roads and crowded streets. I hadn't realized how far we had gone until now, even though it didn't feel that far at all. Maybe that just her insane driving. I mean really, how did she even get her license? Insane driving aside, I noticed something about Alice. Her facial expressions kept changing. She never took her eyes off the road ahead, even when she spoke to me. I saw the turmoil in her eyes. I could tell that she was still battling with herself over what had happened today. I gave up on trying to convince her otherwise, since she was hell-bent on suffering. It made me sad and a little annoyed, but I didn't show it. I didn't want to add to her problems. It wasn't long before we arrived back home. There's something I'm not used to thinking. It was weird, really, but this place was home. I couldn't think of anywhere else I'd rather be, either. I guess I really could get used to living here, with a family of vampires. She slowed as we pulled into the driveway. I noticed Amara outside as she parked the car outside the garage. Amara was sitting under a tree with her legs crossed and eyes closed. I noticed she was sitting in front of my old shirt. She must be practicing being around my scent. Alice was out of her car first, blurring over to my side and opening the door for me. Thank you, Alice, I said, smiling at her. She smiled back briefly before shutting the door for me after I got out. Would you like me to make you something? She asked. You can cook, I inquired, raising an eyebrow. I saw a glimmer of something in her eyes as she smiled again. Well, Esme has been teaching me a little here and there. I'm not that good, though. Thanks, but I'm really not that hungry, I said. She frowned at that. Bella, I heard your stomach growling earlier. I know, but I can wait a while. I'm fine, Alice. Thank you. I gave her a reassuring smile, but she didn't look too convinced. She didn't push it, though. We walked back to the house together. I turned my head in Amara's direction to see her standing. She smiled at me before following us inside. Jasper was sitting on the couch, silently watching TV. Well, that was a fast trip, Amara mused from behind me. I went and seated myself on the couch, Amara following suit by sitting near Jasper. Alice, on the other, stood a few inches away from me, not quite facing any of us. We didn't end up going shopping, Alice murmured. I frowned and looked at her, noticing that her face had darkened a bit. We may go tomorrow, though, I added, trying to keep the mood good. Alice didn't respond. I glanced at Amara and Jasper. Amara was staring ahead at the television screen, though I wasn't sure if she was actually watching what was on it. Jasper, on the other hand, was looking at me. I knew he could sense my emotions and Alice's emotions. I looked at Alice, then back at Jasper and gave him a pleading look. He seemed to understand and gave me a small smile, nodding to me before standing up. Alice bit her lip and gave him a sorrowful look, glancing at me for only a half a second. "I'm going to go out for a while," she said. I knew she was talking to me. "Okay. Be careful," I replied. I wasn't sure what else to say. She gave a slightly forced laugh. "I'm usually always careful. Coming, Jasper?" "Yes, ma'am," he replied. Alice nodded and looked at me for a moment longer before departing the room. Jasper stood slowly. "Don't worry about her, Bella. I'll speak with her," Jasper stated, smiling softly at me before following after Alice. That left just Amara and I. I frowned a little and turned only slightly, studying the red-haired woman to my left. I wasn't sure what to think of Amara. We hadn't spoken much save for a few words. One thing I noticed was that her golden eyes were slightly darker than they usually were. I remembered her sitting in front of what looked like my shirt outside. I saw this as a chance to speak with her, to try and bond with someone other than Alice and Esme. "What were you doing outside?" I asked with slight hesitation in my voice. I wasn't certain how Amara would react to me asking. I didn't know if she liked me or not. In an instant Amara flicked the TV off and turned around on the couch to face me. She leaned away from me, of course, but made no movements otherwise save for setting the remote down. "I was training myself to be around you," she answered, smiling a little. "Both Jasper and I have been taking turns with it since Alice lent us your clothes." I wasn't too sure about it, at first, but I must say it was a good idea. "Thanks for letting us use them." "No problem. I wanted to make it easier for you guys," I said, smiling shyly at her. Amara's smile widened. "Huh. It's funny how you're the one trying to make it easier for us when we should be trying to make it easier for you. I do hope you aren't afraid of me, though. I may not be used to your smell, but I promise you're in no danger of being attacked by me." I cringed slightly when a memory of earlier popped into my head, but I quickly pushed it away. "How difficult is it?" I asked, slightly concerned. Amara frowned. "It's not as bad as it first was when we met. Truth be told, it's actually a lot easier for me to be around a single human. I can adjust to that scent quicker than if there were multiple humans. That's what makes school such a pain. But I get by. With you, though, I'll admit it is a bit tough. You smell incredibly good by human standards, you see. So I've been told," I murmured. I removed my shoes and propped my knees onto the couch, turning so my body was facing Amara's as well. It was only fair that way. Am I the only one, though, who smells that good? I couldn't help how sheepish I felt asking. Amara's frown turned into a smile as she laughed. The sound of her laugh was flute-like. Well, it was deeper and edgier than a flute, but it had a similar musical quality to it. I eased up a bit at the sound. It wasn't as beautiful as Alice's laughter, but I did enjoy hearing it nonetheless. "No, I'd say not. Some humans naturally smell better than others and you happen to be one of those humans. As I said before though, please don't worry about it," she said. "I know. I trust you, Amara," I stated. She seemed surprised by that, but the surprise quickly turned into a wide grin. "I'm just glad you don't, dislike me or anything." Amara frowned again. "Why would I dislike you?" she asked. "For causing you so much pain, for one thing. Plus, I'm an intruder and all. And I mean, Rosalie doesn't seem to like me so I assumed." "Oh please," Amara groaned, rolling her eyes dramatically. "Bella, I don't dislike you. I don't know you is all. And in the order of what you stated, number 1, you aren't causing me too much pain. When we are around a particular scent for a decent period of time, we can adjust to it pretty quickly. I may not be able to be around you for as long as Jasper could, being that he does indeed have better control than I, but I've been here for several minutes and I don't feel a thing. It's no big deal, really. Within the next week, I'd imagine I could be around you for 24 hours without feeling the burn in my throat." I was relieved to hear that and let out a quiet sigh. She rolled her eyes again and went on. "Secondly, you're no intruder. Alice saw you coming quite a while back, so it wasn't big news when we found out you were here in our house. And lastly, don't concern yourself with Rosalie, she's always like that." "She is. Unfortunately, yes. Her attitude stinks. 24/7. She's rarely ever not moody. She's not too bad, though. She doesn't hate you, either. She's just not used to you being here is all, though she does sort of have a problem with you living here. She's jealous of you too. I gaped at her. Whoa, hold on. She's jealous. Of me? What the F, K? Why the hell would someone as drop-dead cutie as her be jealous of me? That made no King sense whatsoever. Amara sighed. Yup, she's jealous of you. I don't need Jasper's gift to see it, either. Why though? Why the hell would she ever be jealous of someone like me? I asked. Because you're human, she said simply. I furrowed my brow, still confused. Rosalie has, for as long as I've known her, always struggled with being a vampire. She's never really been fond of it. And the fact that you're here and that you're human makes her jealous. I doubt she'll say anything about it, though. She doesn't like discussing personal matters much. I was utterly shocked to find that out. And the reason she doesn't want me living here? I asked, trying to wrap my head around the fact that a vampire as crazy beautiful as Rosalie was jealous of me for being human. A human with a pretty shitty life, that is. She thinks you're a threat to us and would rather you not be here at all. Of course, you know our secret, which doesn't sit well with her either. She's very protective of the family, make no mistake. Even though Rosalie is a bi-ch most of the time, she cares deeply for all of us and is vehement on keeping us safe. She's even more annoyed that there are 2 other vampires after you and believes that you're going to keep causing problems for us, Amara explained. Ouch. Well, that explained Rosalie's problem. What do you think? Me? I've got no problems with you. The only thing that irks me is how in denial you are about the whole Alice situation. Wait, what Alice situation? Amara smirked at me for a moment, but the smirk faded into a look of curiosity. She tried to attack you, didn't she? Amara asked in a gentle voice. What? I stammered. Amara sighed and looked at me with caring eyes. Bella, tell me the truth. Did she try to attack you? My face fell. Why yes. I see. It was an accident though. I shouted frantically. She didn't mean to. And she didn't hurt me either. I'm not mad at her, I swear. I'm just worried about her. Amara held both her hands up. Whoa, there. Down girl, down. I know all that. You do. Of course I do. I know she would never intentionally hurt you and I can plainly see that you don't hate her. Oh. I relaxed back into the couch. How'd you know? She smiled sadly at me. I could see it by the look in her eyes. In the time I've known her, I've only seen that look once before. Amanda, I breathed, remembering Alice's heartbreaking story about her friend. Yes, I remember the look of agony and guilt she had that day and how sad it made me to see her that way. It took months for her to recover and go back to being the cheerful, bubbly, annoying Alice that I knew and loved. I have a feeling things will be a bit harder for her this time. I'm sorry, I murmured, hanging my head. This is my fault. I disagree, Amara grunted. It's neither your fault nor Alice's fault in my eyes. It was an accident, plain and simple. No one got hurt, so there's really no reason for either of you to be acting this way. I can't help it, though. She won't stop. I've tried to convince her that I don't hate her, but she won't stop being sad. It hurts me to see her like that. I know it does, Bella. I don't like seeing her that way either. There's not much we can do, though. She'll feel guilty regardless of what we say. It'll just take time, Amara replied, running a hand through her crimson-colored hair. I hate this. I hate not being able to do anything about it, I grumbled, resting my head on my knees. Amara didn't comment. I didn't mind. I just needed a moment to gather my thoughts. That's when I recalled what she said earlier. What did you mean by the Alice situation? I meant that you're blatantly trying to deny your feelings for her, she replied, shrugging her shoulders nonchalantly. Honestly, Bella, it's a little annoying. I mean, I've seen the way you look at her and it's obvious how much you care about her. But I can also see that you're in denial about the way you feel, too. But how did you? Amara chuckled. How do I know? I've been in a relationship with someone who can sense emotions for decades now, Bella. I may not have his talent, but I dare say that I've learned quite a bit from him. Plus, it's pretty obvious too. You should see the way you look at her, Bella. It's highly amusing in my opinion. I blushed furiously at that. Amara stiffened for a moment, clenching her jaw tightly. I grumbled to myself, trying to calm down. Amara relaxed shortly after, her smile returning. So did you know that Alice is a lesbian too? Amara asked. I stared at her with wide eyes, my blush coming back even stronger. This time, however, Amara didn't stiffen up. She breathed in and out, her eyes darkening a bit more, but she looked more or less at ease with herself. I would have been impressed were I not stunned. Yes, she is. I squeaked. Honestly, Bella, have you no eyes to see for yourself? She asked incredulously. The facts are right in front of you, silly girl. I for one would have thought that Emmett's teasing and the obvious way she looks at you would be proof enough. Did you really not know? I bit my lip and looked down at my feet. Dear God, you're worse off than I thought. Hey, it's not my fault. I'm not used to this sort of thing, I grumbled. Yes, I can see that. Still, it's a pain in the ass watching you two pine for one another the way you do and not do anything about it, Amara complained. Why's it any of your business anyways? I huffed. I grimaced the moment I asked, regretting my word choice. I mean. Amara cut me off with a hand. Relax. I'm not offended. If anything, you've got a mouth like me, she chuckled. After a moment, though, her face became more serious. To answer your question, though, Alice is my sister. We may not be related by blood, but our bond is just as strong, if not stronger, than blood sisters. And as her older sister, it's my duty to look out for her and you, for that matter. You know, it was a little odd for me to get used to having a large family when I first joined the Cullens. When I was a human, I didn't have any siblings. Hell, I didn't really have much of a family at all. My mother died shortly after she gave birth to me from cancer. They tried to cure it, but it was too late. My father was deeply troubled by her death, but he did what he could for me. He was a good man, I suppose, but he wasn't much of a father. He tried, though. I suppose I was at least a little thankful for that much. I spent a lot of time wandering around. I did some things, met some people and made a few mistakes that I can never take back. I honestly thought that I would spend the rest of my immortal life wandering about needlessly. But then I found the Cullens. I had started feeding on animals 2 months prior. It was a struggle for me, I'll admit that. I still fed on humans from time to time because it was incredibly hard not to. I was out hunting the day I first met them, trying to find an animal large enough to satisfy my thirst. I ended up killing a few deer, since there was nothing else around. It wasn't the best meal, but it satiated me enough. That's when I smelled something I didn't recognize. It was vampire, I knew that, but it was different. There was an odd quality to the smell. And I, being the curious person I was, decided to go to it, if only to satisfy my natural curiosity. That's when I happened upon their house. And lo and behold, standing several feet in front of the door was Alice, looking at me rather expectantly with a huge grin on her face. I noticed her eyes were gold and was intrigued immediately as to what would make a vampire's eyes that color. I remember just standing there, rather dumbly I might add, when she decided to speak. Hello there, Amara, she greeted me. I was stunned, of course, that she knew who I was when we had never met before. She smiled even wider then and walked towards me, extending her hand. I'm Alice. It's a pleasure to meet you, she said. I didn't understand it at the time, but I felt the need to be polite, so I naturally shook hands with her. It's nice to meet you too, Alice, I replied. How did you know who I was? I asked her. She shifted her position, crossing her legs like she had done outside and smiling fondly as she recalled her memory. I watched and listened, amazed at the clarity in which she remembered and by the fact that she mimicked Alice's voice perfectly. She said, I can see the future. And I saw you coming. I was stunned and even more intrigued. Why don't you come inside? My family would love to meet you. I blinked, thought about it for a brief moment, and then shrugged at her. Sure, that sounds nice. And that was that. She introduced me to everyone and slowly, but surely I became a part of the family. I owe Alice a lot, Bella. She helped me settle in. She was always there for me and we became great friends, not to mention incredibly close as sisters. She turned her smile to me as she appraised me. Hell, Alice helped push Jasper and I together. He had developed feelings for me when we first met and I felt a small something for him. With her help, we ended up getting together and we fell in love. That's the kind of person Alice is. She's always there to help out her family, always cheery and smiling. She's the sun that keeps our family warm. It's as simple as that. I felt something I couldn't describe, at Amara's words. I have to admit, it was mildly entertaining when what is it you humans refer to it as? Coming out of the closet. I think that's the one. Well, anyways, I remember it well because it was the first time I'd ever seen Alice look nervous before. It was kind of cute, really, seeing her bite her lip and pace back and forth, clearly trying to see how everyone would react. The problem was, she hadn't decided to tell us yet. Eventually she put the screws to waiting and called us all in, saying that she wanted to tell everyone something. I sat between Jasper and Rosalie as she stood in front of us all, staring down at the floor rather sheepishly. Jasper sent her a wave of calm to help her out. Finally she got the courage she needed and started speaking. Everyone, I called you here just to tell you something. It's not super important, but I feel that, being my family, you should know. I'm gay. Everyone was silent at first. I was the first to speak, naturally. I was surprised, yes, but I kind of had a feeling. I myself am bis, mind you, so I suppose it comes naturally for me to figure it out. The others, save for Jasper, were surprised by the news. I broke the silence first. So does that mean I get to tease you with gay jokes now? I asked her, jokingly of course. She seemed relieved that I was making a joke and gave me a thankful look. I suppose I can't stop you, she replied. I shrugged innocently and she just stuck her tongue out. The others seemed to process the new information quickly. Carlisle and Esme didn't care one bit of course. They loved her regardless and would never judge her based on what she preferred. Jasper spoke next, giving her a reassuring smile. I kind of figured. At least you don't have to worry about holding it in anymore. She chuckled. Emmett spoke next and of course threw in his usual jokes. So you like chicks? He asked. Yes, Emmett, I like chicks. To be more appropriate, I like women, she replied, rolling her eyes at Emmett's humorous expression. Dude, that's hot, he chuckled, earning him a smack on the back of the head from Rosalie. Now Rosalie was a bit disgruntled. I could tell by the look in her eyes. But she loved Alice. I don't really care, Rosalie sighed as she ran a hand through her oh-so-perfect hair. I kind of guessed it, though, with all those spare glances you shoot at me whenever we're BPD. Emmett grinned at that and was about to speak, but Rosalie cut him off with another smack on the back of the head. Poor Emmett. I couldn't help the laugh that escaped my lips. I could definitely imagine Emmett getting all excited over the news, only to be smacked by Rosalie. He was so whipped. That was hilarious. Edward was the last to reply. Now, one thing you should know about Eddie is that he's pretty old-fashioned. He was a bit surprised to find out that Alice was gay. But, like with Rosalie, he loved her. Well, Alice, I'm a bit surprised. But I don't care much either. Can you promise to keep the dirty thoughts to a minimum? He asked. Alice laughed at that and gave him a devilish smile. Sorry, Edward, but you know I can't promise that, she replied. Emmett, Jasper and I all chuckled. Carlisle and Esme smiled warmly at her. Edward groaned and Rosalie rolled her eyes. I noticed Alice looked a lot happier, then. She was pleased to have told us, since it had been bothering her for quite some time. I went over to her after we had dispersed and hugged her. You know we'd love you no matter what, right short stuff? I asked. She smiled and kissed me on the cheek. Yeah, I do long legs. I can't help that I was nervous, though, she replied. I rolled my eyes and tousled her messy hair. Alice Cullen never gets nervous, I responded. She stuck her tongue out at me. Shut up, she said, smacking my arm lightly. I smirked at her. You know, if you're ever in the mood, I could always teach you a few things, I offered her. I blushed a deep shade of red when I caught her meaning. Amara's smirk widened. She stared at me oddly for a moment before responding. Are you serious? She asked. Why wouldn't I be? Didn't I mention I was bi? I replied. Her jaw practically fell to the floor when I said that and I couldn't help but snicker at her facial expression. You're bis, I nodded at her. Why the hell didn't you tell me? Do you have any idea how much easier this would have been? She growled, annoyed with me. I shrugged my shoulders innocently at her. Ah, come on, sis. You needed to do this for yourself. Besides, I didn't know you were gay. I had my suspicions, but I didn't know until you admitted it, I pointed out. She huffed at me, of course. I was still waiting for an answer, though. So I put on a serious face as I asked my next question. So what do you say? Say, lessons from Amara, yes or no? If she could, she would have blushed, I knew that for a fact. Before she could respond, though, she was interrupted. Will you two cut that out? Edward called from his room. We glanced at one another before bursting into laughter. If anything, annoying Edward was always a bonus, along with annoying Rosalie of course. She stopped then and exhaled slowly. That was really nice of you, Amara, I stated. Alice is lucky to have you as a sister. Amara laughed her flute-like laughter again. Well, I wouldn't go so far as to say that. We disagree on a shitload of things and we tend to get into arguments a lot. Mind you, they're playful arguments, of course. Amara paused and sighed. What's wrong? I asked. Well, it's just that I miss the cheerful, bubbly Alice. Sure, she was annoying most of the time, but she was always a ball of sunshine. Now, though, she's becoming almost as broody as Edward is. And that is never a good sign. It's my fault, I mumbled. Amara rolled her eyes again. For the last time, Bella, it's not your fault. God, now you're starting to sound like Edward. Do you have any idea how annoying it is? Seriously, it's bad enough both Edward and Rosalie are always negative, I can't stand anyone else being that way. Sorry, I murmured. It's cool. Just try not to be so negative, okay? All right, I replied, sighing. But does Alice really feel that strongly about me, though? You'd have to ask her that, honestly. From what I've seen, I'd say she does. Maybe Jasper will tell you. He'd know just as well as Alice would, naturally. Would he tell me? Amara snickered. I'm sure if he did, it'd piss Alice off. Hell, if she knew what I told you it'd piss her off. So of course he'd tell you. Jasper's not the kind of guy to beat around the bush. He tells you what you want to know, plain and simple. I noticed that her eyes were almost black now. She frowned and glanced at the clock on the wall before standing. She smiled rather proudly at me. I lasted 45 minutes before I started to feel the burn in my throat. That's much better than before. See, we can adapt quickly. So you're leaving, then? She gave me a slightly sad smile. Yeah, I kinda have to. I don't want to stick around too long. Oh, all right then, I mumbled. You know, I think I'll go have a chat with Alice. I'll send Jasper back here to give you some company, if you'd like. You could ask him all of your questions, I'm sure he'd answer them. I'll try to keep Alice from looking into the future and finding out about it, too. I smiled appreciatively at her. Thank you, Amara. She returned the smile. No sweat. Well, I mean, we can't sweat, but you can. Ah, you know what I mean. It's been nice talking with you, Amara, I chuckled. Likewise, Bella. Likewise. She gracefully stood up and strode past me, smiling at me as she did, before stopping in the kitchen. I watched as she opened the fridge and pulled out an apple with her left hand, tossing it in the air several times. Here, she called. Before I could respond, she tossed the apple to me. I barely managed to catch it, fumbling it several times while I juggled it in midair, much to Amara's amusement. Thanks, I responded. She smiled one last time before disappearing out the door, leaving me alone. I sighed and took a bite of the cold apple, munching slowly to enjoy the flavor. I took several more bites, chewing thoroughly, then swallowing, until the apple was nothing more than a core. I stood up and walked into the kitchen, tossing the core away, before making my way back to the couch. Since I had eaten, I now allowed my mind to wander freely. Chatting with Amara had given me a lot of new information, a lot to think about. Alice. How strongly did she feel about me? No, she couldn't feel that way. Could she? Damn it, why does everything have to be so confusing? Why can't it be simple for me? I hate this. I hate it, I hate it, I hate it. I hate not knowing. I hate constantly fighting with myself over every little thing. I can't stop, though. My mind is always telling me one thing while my heart tells me another. Am I really in that much denial that I can't see what's in front of me? I do care about Alice. Hell, I do feel as though I love her. I'm drawn to her. It doesn't make sense, but that's just the way it is. Does she really feel the same way, though? Why? Why would she love me? We hardly know one another. Ah. A wave of calm was suddenly upon me, causing all the worrying and doubting to vanish into thin air. I looked over at the door to see Jasper standing there, a gentle look on his face. "Pardon the intrusion," he said, slowly making his way over to where Amara had been seated before. "I could feel your doubt all the way outside. I also felt self-loathing, too. Care to share?" "Yeah, is Alice okay?" I asked. Jasper ran his hand through his curly hair and sighed. "Alice is racked with guilt and pain. She's infuriated at herself for nearly biting you and it's plaguing her thoughts. She doubts herself too, for that matter. I was able to calm her down a bit and get her to talk to me, but I'm assuming her emotions haven't changed much since I left. Amara will talk to her, though, and I know she'll listen to her sister. They have a strong bond with one another." I frowned and hugged my legs into my chest. "Great. She's still hurting. Is there nothing I can do to help her?" I asked, feeling utterly helpless. "You have to talk with her," Jasper answered. "I've tried that, but it didn't work. She doesn't get that I'm not upset with her. She won't listen to me," I stated. Jasper nodded in understanding. "It's not your fault, Bella," Jasper said softly. "I can feel your guilt. You feel responsible for what's happened to Alice. That isn't true. The truth is, whether or not you want to hear it, it was Alice's fault. I realize that it was an accident. I hold nothing against her for that. But she does. It's because you're so special to her that the fact that she nearly hurt you is killing her inside. She hates herself right now, the way you hate yourself, though I don't know the reason why." "Why do you hate yourself?" "You have no reason to." "But I do, Jasper. I hate myself because I can't do anything about it. Not only that, but I don't understand half of what's going on. I don't understand why I feel the way I do. I don't understand why she feels the way she does. None of this makes any sense to me. I mean, I do care about her. She's the first friend I've had in years, vampire or not. These feelings, though, they were so sudden, so strange. I don't know what to do about it and I hate it." "Why, Jasper? Why does she feel this way for me? Me? Why do I feel this way for her? It doesn't make any sense." I was practically crying by the time I finished, struggling to understand, and pleading with Jasper to help clarify what the hell was happening to me. Another, stronger, wave of calm enveloped me. I happily welcomed the calmness as I dried my tears. Jasper's golden eyes smoldered with sympathy and gentleness as he studied me for a moment, waiting until I was composed to give me an answer. "Bella, how much has Alice told you about her visions of you?" he asked politely. I shrugged. "She said she started having visions a year ago." "Why?" Jasper frowned at that. He closed his eyes and rested his head on the back of the couch, thinking something over. After a moment of deliberating, he reopened his eyes and turned so his entire body was facing me. His honeycomb eyes studied me placidly. I waited rather anxiously for what he had to say, which he must have noticed. His lips curled into a small smile. "Truth be told, I'm not quite sure if I should be the one to say all of this. But I believe that, given the current situation between the two of you, you should know the full truth regarding Alice and her feelings for her. I'm a little saddened to hear that she said she had only been having visions of you for a year, though I can understand her reasoning behind it. She was concerned and afraid of how you would react if she had told you the truth." Wait, you're telling me?" He nodded. "I'm afraid so, Bella. Alice has been lying to you." What do you mean she's been lying to me?" I shouted, practically jumping off the couch. Jasper sent me a strong wave of calm that caused my shoulders to slump as I plopped back down where I had been sitting. I blinked several times, dazed by the strong emotion flooding over me. Once I was adjusted, the calmness dissipated. I shot Jasper an annoyed look. "Sorry," he replied, "but you didn't let me finish. I didn't mean that she's been lying to you in a bad way, Bella. She's merely been keeping a few facts hidden from you is all. As I said before, she wasn't doing it to be mean, she was doing it because she feared how you would react." I furrowed my brow and crossed my arms, finding myself a tad bit annoyed at Alice. But then I thought of her sadness. That made me feel bad for being upset at her and I slumped back into the couch, ashamed of myself. "You don't have to feel bad, Bella. You didn't know," Jasper soothed. "Are you going to tell me, then?" I asked, raising an eyebrow. He nodded his head. "I think it's only right that you know. I may not be the best to do it and I know that Alice won't be too pleased with me, but I feel that it will help the two of you in your relationship with one another. Given what is to come, the sooner the better. I don't follow, I said, scratching my forehead. What do you mean by that? You've wondered why you feel the way you do for her. And why she feels the way she does for you. He asked. I nodded briskly. I've wanted to know about that for a while now. I was hoping you could help explain it to me. You know why, don't you, Jasper? Yes, he replied. You and Alice are soulmates. Did he just say that Alice and I were soulmates? What the F.K.? He's crazy. That can't be right. Then again, he's a vampire that can sense my emotions and change them at will. So maybe it is. But I mean soulmates. How does that work, exactly? I can understand your confusion, Jasper stated. But I assure you, the two of you are indeed soulmates. I don't, how do you know? How old are you? He asked. That question threw me off a little. First he says Alice is my soulmate, now he's asking me how old I am. How is that answering my questions? What does that have to do with her being my soulmate? I asked, confused and a little annoyed. I realize it's confusing, but I promise I'll explain, he replied. His voice was serious, but soft and curious. I frowned, still puzzled. I'm 17, I answered. And when were you born? September 13, 1987. He took on a knowing look and smiled kindly at me. I thought so. Wait, what do you mean? Jasper, you're confusing me even more. I whined. First you tell me that Alice is my soulmate, yet you don't explain why or how. Now you're asking me all of these other questions and none of them are making any sense to me. Sorry about that, he responded, giving me an apologetic look and sending a wave of sorrow my way, making me realize how sincere he was. Allow me to explain. Please do. All this talk about soulmates has me more lost than ever, I grumbled. Again, I apologize. I needed to know those facts to further my explanation, you see, he explained. I guess that made sense. I huffed quietly and patiently waited for him to start. He smiled, probably at my thin level of patience, before his face grew serious. All right, I'll begin, then. First of all, you say that Alice told you that she'd only been having visions about you for a year. Yes, I replied. I see. Well that, Bella, was a lie. Or rather, she merely covered up the truth. Again, try not to be upset with her, she was doing it because she was fearful of your reaction should she tell you the truth. She knew you would be confused and wanted to wait until you eased into this life before informing of you. However, I see no reason to hide the truth from you. Knowing it will help you, I think. You'll still be confused, but I'll do what I can to help clarify. That's very nice of you, Jasper, I said. He beamed at that. Thank you, Bella. I do happen to pride myself on being a gentleman, he responded cheerily. So how long has Alice? I trailed off since he knew what I was going to ask. His face became serious again, but the smile remained. Since before you were born. I'd say about 30 years before, he replied. Hold on. What? Did he just say? Really? King really? 30 years before I was born. Whoa. 30 years before I was King born. Is that right? Is that for real? My God. Holy shit, this girl's known about me for that long. Why didn't she say anything sooner? Damn, I was speechless. I didn't really know how to respond, truthfully. Jasper, on the other hand, continued. I remember that day well. That was the day when things changed for her. He paused for a moment to clear his throat, though I guessed he was merely doing it for dramatic effect. It was Saturday when she first had her first vision of you. I'd say mid-afternoon. Carlisle was at work, Edward was out hunting and Emmett, Rosalie and Amara were all taking a drive together. Esme, Alice and I were the only ones at home. Alice was up in her room, rearranging her closet, Esme was outside hanging clothes and I was watching television. I can always feel when Alice is hit by a vision, because her emotions stop for a few seconds before they pick up again, which they did. Now, I'm no mind reader, so I never see Alice's visions, but I can always feel her reaction to what she sees. I remember clearly how abruptly her emotions began changing. At first I felt that she was both confused and curious. That got my interest, so I shut the television off and quietly waited. That is when I was hit by the strongest wave of joy I'd ever felt from Alice in my entire life. I couldn't help quietly gasping when it struck me. I was stunned, really, by the magnitude of her joy. Then her joy became mixed in with love so strong I would have started crying were I a human. The love and joy she felt lasted for several minutes until it became sadness, an aching sorrow, if you will. No sooner had that started did it dissipate, as I imagined her vision having finally ended. Her emotions after that were a mixture of everything she had felt, the strongest being the utter joy. Now, while I was very curious about what she had seen, I respected her privacy and didn't bring it up. I had my thoughts when Edward returned, more so out of habit than because I didn't want him to know. Days went by. Then a month passed. That's when I started noticing a change in Alice's behavior. She started looking into the future more often, replaying the same emotions she had felt that day. I remained silent throughout it, never mentioning a word about it to her or anyone else. What bothers me, though, is that she hasn't told anyone what she's seen. That in itself is unlike her, since she's always so open about her visions. More months went by. Alice started changing more drastically. She didn't dance around the room as much as she used to, she wasn't as excited. She didn't drag us shopping or plan events like baseball games or movies. She wasn't as happy. I could feel it. She was concerned, worried, confused and irritated. She was always looking into the future, sometimes spending most of her days locked in a particular vision. And again, whenever she was, I felt the same emotions each and every time. But there was a new one. Longing. She longed for whatever she saw in her vision, longed for it desperately. I wasn't the only one who noticed her change as the months went by. The others all noticed too. I could feel their concern radiating off of each and every one of them every time they saw Alice. It wasn't that she didn't communicate with us. She smiled, hugged us, laughed at Emmett's jokes and spoke with everyone. But we all knew something was wrong. We tried to talk to her about what was wrong. Well, the others did. I didn't. Not because I wasn't concerned, and not because I didn't care about her, but because she still hadn't told anyone about her visions. And I respected the privacy of her visions too much to reveal them unless I felt it was direly necessary. Unfortunately, while Alice was superb at shielding her thoughts from Edward, I slipped up sometimes. And I ended up slipping one day when I felt the overwhelming concern of Esme. Edward was present and I allowed my thoughts to wander. He snapped his head over to me and I realized I had slipped. I asked him not to go to Alice, which he didn't. He merely asked me to come with him to talk. I felt his concern, so I knew he wasn't upset. We went into the woods and talked with each other for a while. How long has she been having the same visions? He asked. Several months now, since September, I answered. He frowned and I could feel mild frustration from him. I wish she would have told us, he murmured. She must have a good reason for it, I replied. He thought about it for a moment and nodded. True, I can understand in some senses. Hell, I don't hold anything against her. I don't like seeing her this way, he said. I nodded in agreement. Me neither, Edward, I replied. Edward's emotions reflected the strained look on his face. He was hurt that his sister was acting differently and not telling any of us about it. Edward is considered to be the oldest, in terms of being in the family longer than the rest of us. For that reason, Edward takes it upon himself to look after the rest of us. Of course, it's oftentimes us looking after him, since he is technically younger than we are, at least the age of his body. He's 17 in form, but around 100 in actual age. Anyways, I felt Edward's concern and worry. He and Alice had always been close, after all. Edward, I think you should avoid asking her about it for now, I suggested. He frowned, and I knew he didn't like the idea. But he didn't argue. I know. She'll tell us when the time is right, I suppose. I nodded in agreement. Then we went back to the house. Neither Edward nor I told anyone about Alice's secret visions. We kept to ourselves. Edward, in fact, was gone much of the time, being respectful to Alice so as to not intrude upon her thoughts. The months continued going by, eventually becoming years. 1 year. 2 years. Alice was getting a bit worse and a bit better at the same time. I'm certain she sensed my concern and through me the concern of the others. That brought her back to life, so to speak, but only by a little. I was beginning to become impatient with her secrecy. I thought about confronting her about it, but I never got around to it. You see, Amara, being so close to me all the time, always gets the rebound of emotions I feel. She felt the concern. She felt the worry. One day when Amara and I were out hunting, she stopped suddenly. I stopped too, sensing her annoyance. What's wrong? I asked her. You're keeping things from me, she answered, sounding slightly hurt. Amara, listen, no. Jasper, I know that there's something wrong with Alice and I know that you know what it is. Tell me, please, she begged. I grimaced. I hated lying and I couldn't refuse her, so I gave in. I told her everything, including the emotions Alice had felt. Amara wasn't too pleased when I finished. I can't believe she's kept this from us for so long, she growled. Damn it, she'd better have a good reason for it. Amara, do you think you could avoid asking her? I want to give her some more time, I said, trying to reason with her. Amara wasn't pleased with the idea, but she agreed with me. We left it alone for a while longer, allowing another month to pass. Things were getting more complicated, though. Amara knew. Edward knew. I knew. And no matter how well we masked our discomfort, I had a feeling one of the others would find out. I was right. And to make matters worse, it had to be Rosalie who figured it out. Rosalie decided to go to me, knowing that I had the best idea of what was going on since Alice couldn't hide her emotions. Okay, Jasper. What the hell is wrong with her? She asked one day. Rosalie wanted answers. Rosalie always got what she wanted, because she refused to leave until I told her. I sighed and told her. I felt the anger pulsing off of her seconds later and had to send her a wave of calm to ease her. Stop that, Jasper. I have a right to be upset. She shouted. Rosalie, please, calm down. Let me explain, I said, strengthening the calming wave. Rosalie crossed her arms and huffed. I can't believe she's been keeping secrets. From us. Her family. What's so damn important that she can't tell us? It doesn't make any sense. I know, Rose, I know. But I just feel that it'd be invading her privacy if we asked her about it, you know. I figured I'd give her some time, Rosalie interrupted me. Time. Jasper, you've given her plenty of damn time. Plenty. I'm sick of seeing my sister act this way. I miss the cheerful, bubbly, annoying Alice. And I know you do too, she growled. There was hurt, concern and anger in her voice, though she wasn't angry at me. She was angry that her sister was suffering and she didn't know why. I leaned my back against a tree. Rose, I know how you feel. I feel the same way. But you're right, this has been going on for too long. I think I'll speak to her. I'll do it suddenly so she doesn't expect it. Okay, I offered. She frowned for a moment, but her emotions calmed and I felt hope emanating off her. She looked at me gently, pleading with me. Please, Jazz. We all want the old Alice back, she said. I know, Rose. Don't worry, I told her. We hugged and she departed. I remained out in the forest, hunting. I knew Alice would be hunting soon, so I waited for her, keeping my mind preoccupied. Then I saw her. I waited until she had finished before I confronted her, hitting her with a wave of gentleness to make sure I didn't scare her off. Alice smiled at me. Hey Jazz, she greeted. Alice, I returned. Alice, we need to talk. She frowned at this. Jasper, listen, I don't want to. No, Alice, I interrupted her, calmly but firmly. For 2 years I have waited patiently for you to explain the vision you had that day. I felt the strength of your emotions, Alice. I knew something was up, but I didn't press because I respected your privacy. But Alice, you've become obsessed with those visions. That's all you ever do anymore. You're not like yourself. I'm worried, Rose is worried, we're all worried. I can feel the concern radiating off of everybody. They want the old you back, I told her, making sure that she understood how sincere I was being. Alice bit her lip and didn't respond. I continued. Alice, please talk to me. Tell me what's hurting you so much. Tell me why I feel you longing so badly every day. It's hurting me, Allie. It's hurting everyone. There's no point in hiding it anymore. They all know. She was surprised at that. How did they? I let my thoughts slip accidentally one day. That's when Edward found out. Amara found out shortly after because of being near me so much. Rosalie noticed it pretty quickly after, and I know she told Emmett, Carlisle and Esme. Please, Alice, talk to me, I pleaded. She struggled to keep her emotions at bay, trying to decide what to do. I made the decision myself, then. I was tired of waiting. I used my gift to persuade her into opening up to me, something I rarely ever did. She knew what I was doing too and glared at me. Jasper, she shouted. I'm sorry, Alice, but I'm tired of this. Would you rather it be Rosalie asking? She huffed, but saw my point. I saw my mate, she said. I was stunned. All this time, and that was the secret she was keeping. I was flustered, not incredibly so, but enough to where she noticed it. I'm sorry, Jazz. I'm truly sorry. I couldn't help myself. I was enthralled with her the moment I saw her. She was so beautiful, Jazz. I'd never seen anyone as beautiful as her in my entire life. I could feel the love pulsating off of her as she spoke and the sympathy she felt for not telling me. I was still baffled, though. Wait, you saw your mate? I asked. Yes, she replied. I did. I know it's her. I could tell. I saw us together, Jasper. It was beautiful. But Alice, that's great news. I shouted. Why not tell us all immediately? You know how happy that would have made Carlisle and Esme. I don't understand. I didn't mean to shout, but I was just so lost. I didn't understand why she had kept it a secret from us, this news. I thought it was fantastic news. Alice hung her head, growing depressed. She hasn't even been born yet, Jasper, she said. I could hear the hurt in her voice when she told me that. What? You mean she's? She nodded somberly. Yes, Jasper. She's human, she admitted. I understood now why Alice had kept it from us, but I still didn't understand. Alice, it doesn't matter if your mate is human. I'm sure that would end up changing anyways. You know that wouldn't have mattered anyways, I pointed out. But Jasper, the others wouldn't feel that way. I foresaw us getting into a huge fight over it and I didn't want that, she said. I frowned. I see. We stood there for a while, neither one of us speaking. She didn't look at me, the shame and longing speaking for itself. I sent her a reassuring wave of calm. It doesn't bother me that she's human, Allie. But tell me, what do you know about her? I asked. Alice's somber mood became one of love. I know that she has dark brown hair and I know the sound of her voice. I haven't seen her face, though. I don't even know her name, she admitted. Before I could respond, Alice's eyes glazed over. I waited patiently for her vision to pass, wondering what she was seeing. She was overcome with excitement, so I knew it must have been good. Bella, she breathed. What Alice? I asked. Bella, she repeated. My mate. Her name is Bella. Oh God, Jasper, I saw her. I saw her face. She was so beautiful, like an angel. I can't wait to meet her, she said, growing more excited. I smiled, happy to see the old Alice again. When will she be born? I asked. Her face fell. She won't be born until 1987. Then I have to wait even longer to meet her, she mumbled, upset and hurt. I placed my hand on her shoulder. Don't worry, Allie. It'll all be worth it in the end, I'm sure. Just give it some time and try to take it easy, okay? Okay. I'm just worried that the future will change and something will happen to her. That's the other reason I keep looking into the future. I'm worried about her, Jasper. Relax, Allie. What's meant to be is meant to be. Remember what happened with me and Amara. Besides, you're never wrong. I pointed out. She laughed at that and hugged me. Thanks, Jasper. I owe you one, she said. I was bawling by the time he finished, overcome by emotion. I felt a wave of calm gently envelop me as I rubbed my eyes. Jasper was smiling warmly at me. So you see, Bella, Alice has been madly in love with you since the day she first saw you. She's waited years to meet you. Now you're here. Then why is she so sad? I stammered as I pushed the tears back. Jasper smiled sadly at me. She's afraid that you won't want to be with her, Bella. The main reason, though, is that she nearly hurt you. You are her mate, and for that reason, the fact that she nearly hurt you pains her greatly. Nothing I say can change that. Only you can change that. You see, Bella, I know that you're in love with her. I can feel it, even if you don't allow yourself to acknowledge the fact. You deny your feelings because you don't trust them. You don't trust yourself. Normally I would find that a bit annoying, but with you, I can understand completely. You aren't used to the idea of feeling attached to anyone. You're not used to feeling the way you do at all, I believe. The way you feel is foreign and because you've never experienced it before, you try to push it away, obviously believing the feelings to be temporary or wrong. Neither of those are correct, however, because the truth is, you and Alice are meant for each other. I dunno, Jasper. How can you be sure? I asked. Jasper surprised me by chuckling rather merrily. Well, it's simple. She would not have had visions of you were it not the case. It was the same way for Amara and I. What do you mean? Oh, yes, I didn't mention that to you before. Alice was actually the one that got us together. She had had a vision of Amara and I being together before Amara even joined the family. I remember her being excited for me and telling me everything she had seen, telling me how beautiful Amara was and how happy we were together. I sensed her sincerity and was blown away by the fact that she had seen my mate before I had. Then Amara came into the family and she was right. We clicked almost instantly and began getting close shortly after she joined. It took a while, though, because of Amara's lack of knowing how to progress. The fact is, Bella, she said Amara and I were destined for each other. And we were. The same thing can be said for you and her. I'm certain there will be plenty of obstacles in your relationship, but I know for a fact that you're meant for one another, Jasper stated firmly. But how can I get her to stop beating herself up over what happened? I asked. First of all, you can stop denying your feelings for her, Bella. You love her. She loves you. You need to see that first before you do anything. Secondly, I think you should use what happened today as a stepping stone in your relationship. Use that to help gain an understanding of one another. If you can do both of those things and tell Alice how you feel, that ought to snap her out of her depression. What if it doesn't though, Jasper? What if she won't stop? I was becoming more and more concerned with what could happen. Jasper shook his head. Bella, you need to stop worrying about what could happen and start thinking about what will happen. It's true, you don't know what will happen. But that's where it doesn't matter. Whatever happens, it will be good. You're good for her, Bella, just like she's good for you. You are soulmates. You are meant to be together, no matter what. But none of this made any sense to me. Well, it did, but at the same time I was still confused. Jasper slowly stood up and sat closer to me. Closer than he had ever gotten before. He placed his hand on my shoulder gently. I looked into his gold eyes, which smoldered with compassion and sincerity. I felt tears trickling down my cheeks. Bella, I understand that this is hard for you. I don't expect it to be easy. Alice doesn't expect it to be easy. You two have a long road ahead of you as you both get used to things that are new to you. I know it's confusing. I know that finding out that a vampire you just met is your soulmate. Trust me, though. It is true. It is meant to be. You were drawn here because of that reason, drawn to Alice because you felt pulled towards one another, he explained. I've had dreams about her before. Dreams of her voice, calling me, soothing me, I admitted. Jasper smiled. That is further proof. It's like her having visions of you. Call it fate, call it destiny, call it whatever you want. You and Alice are soulmates. There's no other explanation. This was not a random series of events, I can assure you that much. So she was really in love with me when she first saw me, huh? I openly wondered. Jasper chuckled. Oh yes, she was quite smitten with you. It was love at first sight. I suppose that sounds like something out of a fairy tale, but then again, so are vampires. He paused for a moment and chuckled again. Well, I'd say vampires are more the stuff of scary stories than fairy tales, but you get my meaning. Besides, weren't you smitten with her the moment you laid eyes on her? I blushed slightly. Why yeah, I was, I admitted. You see, that's good. You admitted something about your feelings and you were sincere about it. Now all you have to do is admit that you're in love with her and that she is in fact in love with you. It's hard, I murmured. I don't know if I can do this. Jasper's face softened. I know, Bella. I know. I can feel how hard it is for you and I truly sympathize with you because of it. I know you've had a hard life. You're not used to being loved and cared for, yet here you are in a house of vampires that care about you despite not knowing you that well. And you can do it, Bella. You have to believe you can, though. You have to want to, as well. Only then can you truly figure it out. He was right about that. The Cullens had been great to me. Esme had been the mother I'd always wanted. Carlisle, despite the brief times we'd spoken, looked at me the way a father should. Amara and Jasper had both treated me like a sister. I saw them as the siblings I had always wanted. I feel the same way, Jasper said, smiling warmly at me. I smiled back. What about Emmett, Rosalie and Edward? I asked, remembering the other family members, one who I hadn't spoken to at all and one who I hadn't even met. I wouldn't worry too much about Emmett. He likes you. He finds you amusing, to say the least, but he likes you nonetheless. As far as Rosalie goes, I wouldn't concern yourself with her. She's a bit hard to win over, but I'm sure that, in time, she'll come to accept you. You just have to be patient with her. And don't worry about Edward. He'll be fine with you, I know. It might be a bit odd for him, but I doubt he'll cause any problems. If you say so, I murmured. What do I do now, though? You need to convince yourself that what you feel is true. You need to stop denying your feelings and doubting yourself. Remember everything I've told you, Bella. Remember everything you've thought, felt and seen. You know the truth deep down in your heart, you just have to want to believe it is the truth. Then everything will become clear. Fight your doubt. Don't just push it back, throw it away. There's no need for it anymore. You don't have to fear your feelings, Bella. Embrace them. Learn to understand them. That's all you really can do. It's either that, or live in denial for the rest of your life. I know you don't want that. You know you don't want that. That's the reason Alice is so hesitant with you. She's afraid that she'll make a mistake and end up losing you. I remember feeling her emotions when you told us about your upbringing. She was crushed, devastated. She hated to find out that the love of her life had been put through so much pain and suffering, and she hated seeing you so negative. She wants to show you the life she knows you deserve to have, one with love and happiness. But she sees your negativity and she sees your pain, and it hurts her. It hurts her that she couldn't do anything to take it away. She wants to help you, but she doesn't know how. You have to help her. Help her help you, Bella. That will bring you two closer together. There's not much else I can say aside from that, honestly. I've done all I can by telling you all of this. I think I've helped, but I can't do anything more. You have to do the rest. I stared at him, astonished. Never in my life had I ever heard such a powerful speech before. Never had I felt such powerful emotions before. But he was right. I needed to think. I needed to concentrate. So what if she's a vampire? She makes me feel whole. I don't feel empty when I'm with her. Think of Amara's words. Think of Jasper's words. Yes, Jasper. His words. I felt the strength of them, the truthfulness. The strange thing was, I don't think he was using his gift on me. But I believed him. I believed everything he had told me, and I somehow knew that what he was saying was right. I love Alice. She loves me. No. Yes. No. I love Alice. She loves me. Yes. No. F.K.U. brain. Yes. I love Alice. It's true. It's all true. I thought those 3 words, over and over again in the back of my head, telling myself they were true. The way I felt when we were near one another, that pull I felt towards her. That was love. How drawn I was to her beautiful, sparkling eyes, that silky, spiked hair, her gorgeous face and body. That wasn't lust. It was attraction. It was love. I loved the sound of her laugh, seeing her smile, just being with her. It felt right. It felt like being with her was where I belonged. Love. My mind finally gave in. It acknowledged it. I finally accepted what I had known to be true all along. Alice and I were in love. We were meant for one another. Jasper was right. I didn't fully understand what that meant. But I wanted to find out. I wanted to see for myself. I wanted to feel, to understand. I felt like a great weight had been lifted off of me. More than that, I felt like I finally saw things for what they were. Like there had been a veil over my eyes, blocking out my sights. Now it was gone. Now I saw. Now I understood. Jasper gave me a knowing look and smiled at me. So you see, now, he said. Yes, I replied. I do. Thank you. For what? He asked. I frowned. Didn't you use your gift to help me? He smirked. Nope. That was all you, Bella. I didn't do a thing. It was. Wow, I breathed. How do you feel? He asked, as if he really needed to. Good, I answered. Really, really good. I can't describe it, honestly. It's a little weird, though. I'd imagine so, he chortled. Is this how I'm supposed to feel? I inquired. He nodded. Yes, I do believe so. I frowned. How long does it last? It lasts as long as you will it too, Bella. You're in control of your thoughts. You choose what you think and what you feel. As long as you choose to feel this way, you'll feel this way. I'd advise against fighting it, though. It's inevitable. I'll keep that in mind. Good. I'm glad to hear it. And with that, I do believe I've finally been able to pay Alice back for all she's done for me. She helped me find my way and helped bring me closer to my soulmate. I believed it was only fair to do the same. Amara helped too, I imagine. She did. She told me about how she first met you guys, I told him. I doubt she gave the full story, he snickered. That was an entertaining day, to say the least. Not as entertaining as when Alice and I first met the Cullens, though. That day was hilarious. It was so incredibly awkward I found it hard not to laugh. Alice never told you that, did she? No, I admitted. Well, I'll save it for another time. Right now, I believe you have some important business to take care of. No. Oh. I smacked my forehead, remembering. Alice. I have to go to her. Yes, that would be wise. What do I do, though? What do I say? Tell her the truth. Tell her how you feel, how you've felt all along. Tell her that everything will be alright. If you want, you could even throw in what I told you. Oh, but if you please, be sure to include what Amara said. I'm sure she said a few things Alice told her not to. I don't want to be the only one who gets in trouble, he chuckled. Why would you get in trouble? I asked confusedly. Oh, I wouldn't worry too much about that. Alice being Alice is all. She told us not to tell you any of this, she wanted to be the one to do it. I hadn't intended to give you so many details, truthfully, but Amara is incredibly impatient and wanted to push you two together. I'd imagine she would have told you much more were she able to, but perhaps it's best that she didn't. All right, I responded, getting my shoes back on. Where is she? She's in the forest. I'll help show you where she is, don't worry. We both stood up at the same time, though I stood up too fast and nearly toppled over. Jasper caught me effortlessly and helped steady me. We then made our way out the door, myself in front, Jasper behind me. Something occurred to me and I paused to look at him. I just noticed that you didn't stiffen when I blushed earlier. And your eyes aren't any darker. He beamed proudly at me. No, I'd say not. I'm sure Amara mentioned before that my control was better than hers. Well, it's true. Not to gloat or anything. I've practiced more around your scent, plus I've been at it a bit longer than she has. Besides, I needed to be strong to help you. I walked over to him and hugged him. He was surprised by the action at first, but settled into the hug and wrapped an arm around me. Thank you, Jasper. Thank you for everything. Tell Amara I say thank you and that I owe her a hug later on, I said. He smiled endearingly at me and patted me on the head. If anything, Isabella Swan, I should be thanking you. I can tell that you will bring Alice joy in her life and that pleases me greatly. Amara feels the same way. We'll do whatever we can to help you along the way, I can assure you of that. I know Carlisle and Esme will too. Thank you again, though. I'm not sure if I can ever repay you. He chortled. Help me win some bets off of Emmett and my wife and we'll call it even. I can try, I snickered. We walked a ways from the house before stopping again. Jasper pointed his finger in the direction of a group of trees bunched together. She's past those trees there. It's a few minutes for you, unfortunately, but I'm sure you can get there no problem. You'll come into a part of the forest that dips down a bit into a valley. Another mile or so in and you'll come across a small waterfall that turns into a river. Alice will be there, with Amara too I'd imagine. I took a deep breath. All right, thanks. Let's just hope I don't fall on my way. Yes, that would be bad, wouldn't it? He joked. His face became serious, though, as did mine. You really think I can do this? I asked. I know you can. I took another deep breath. He smiled encouragingly at me and patted my shoulder. Now go get her, he urged. I gave him another thankful smile before turning and taking off in the direction he pointed in. Alice. I would tell her everything. I would make her see. I believed Jasper. I don't know how or why, but I knew. She was my soulmate. She was meant for me. I was meant for her. We were meant to be together. All this negative, worrywart bullshit. Her thinking she needs to feel guilty. Jasper is right. We can use what happened as a stepping stone in our relationship, build around it to strengthen our bond. I didn't fully know what I was getting myself into, but I did know one thing. As I ran past trees, my mind in a frenzy of different thoughts, I didn't want Alice to see me coming, so I wasn't deciding anything, I was just running. I made my mind up about one very important fact. The fact was that I, Isabella Marie Swan, loved Alice Cullen. A human loved a vampire. A human, clumsy, inferior and graced with bad luck, was meant to be together with a graceful, majestic super being. She was my fate, my destiny. I didn't care how lame or cliché it sounded, it was true. Here I come, Alice. Ow. I yelped as I toppled to the ground. Shit. Damn it. I rubbed my now sore right knee, groaning to myself. I swear that nature is out to get me. Or maybe it's just my unnaturally shitty luck. Yeah, that's it. Try as I might, I can never seem to run for very long without falling over something. I can't even walk for all that long. It beeps. I had just finished speaking with Jasper and deciding that I was going to go to Alice and tell her how I felt. I stupidly allowed my excitement to get the better of me and took off running, only to end up tripping not a minute later. F.K. my life. Seriously. After another groan I managed to force myself up. I blinked and looked around, trying to remember what direction I was going in. Jasper had given me a decent description of what I was looking for. The forest would dip downwards into a valley, where I would find a river. That was where Alice was. That was where I needed to go. I bit my lip, frustrated. What way was I going? Damn it. I can't help if my sense of direction stinks. Shit. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. Just relax. I'll figure it out. Wait. I hear something. What is that? Is that running water? No, that's chirping birds. I think. I furrowed my brow for a moment before opening my eyes. Ah, I gasped to myself. Okay, I knew where I was going now. I began moving in the direction I swore was the correct one, only I wasn't running this time. I didn't want to trip 25 times and get to Alice covered in bruises. I figured that would only upset her and ruin the moment. I didn't want that. I wanted the moment to be as perfect as humanly possible. I wanted to make sure I got through to Alice. I still couldn't believe that this gorgeous angel was meant for me. I couldn't believe it. I was amazed. But I was delighted and thankful in the same. Alice was going to be my girlfriend. Girlfriend. I'd never thought or said that word before. Not for a long time. I'd thought I'd had one before. That was a year ago, back when I initially thought that I was bis, UAL and nothing more. God, I was an idiot then. I made lots of bad choices. She was the worst of them all, I think. Vanessa. That was her name, the girl I used to have a relationship with. If you can even call it a relationship. I was 16 and going to school at the time when I met her. God, I hated that place. It was poorly lit, smelled horrible and the teachers weren't very friendly. I didn't have any friends. I kept to myself. Most people steered clear from me, though there were always a good number of them who got a good laugh out of my clumsiness. Some even made fun of me for my pale skin. I didn't care. I ignored them. I thought I was bi. I had noticed that I found girls attractive. Much more attractive than guys. But for some reason I thought I liked guys too. In reality, I didn't much. The boys at my school were irritating. Most hit on me every day, the others just made fun of me. But I refused to consider myself gay. I was afraid to. I knew that if I did, I'd be bullied even more and treated worse by everyone around me. I couldn't handle that. So I kept quiet. I tried to avert my eyes whenever I saw a pretty girl, fearing being caught staring at someone. It was hard at times, since my mind wandered constantly. Then she showed up. Vanessa Stewartson. She was a year older than I was, with short brown hair and piercing green eyes. She was beautiful and became instantly popular for her looks. There was something off about her, something I couldn't put my finger on, but I didn't know what it was. I didn't care either. Suffice to say, she became my first crush. I couldn't help it. She was hot. I stupidly thought that I might have a chance with her. I don't know why, because I had no idea if she were straight or not. For a while, I didn't speak to her. I watched her from afar, usually while pretending to read or do homework. Yeah, I was lame then. I was stupid, too. And then one day we ran into one another. I mean that literally, too, because I hadn't been paying attention where I was going. I was embarrassed and started freaking out, fearing what she might do or say. I'm sorry. I stammered, getting to my feet abruptly. I didn't see you there. I'm sorry. She stood up, brushed herself off and smiled at me. Don't sweat it. I'm fine, see. I'm sorry I ran into you. I wasn't paying attention either. Whoa. She was apologizing to me. That's a first. Usually people push me aside or taunt me or some shit like that. No one's ever actually been nice to me before. You know, I don't think we've met before. My name's Vanessa. What's yours? She asked, extending her hand. I took it hesitantly. I'm Bella. Ah, Bella. That's short for Isabella, which is Italian for beautiful, is it not? She asked. I nodded. Well, I think it's a fitting name. Talk to you later. With that, she winked and left, leaving me standing there, blushing and staring like an idiot. That was how we met. I was smitten almost instantly. I wish I'd have known then what I do know, that little Vanessa, the preppy, popular girl, had a lot of secrets. But I didn't, and I ended up getting beeped into her world. At first, I rarely saw her. But whenever I did, she would always come over and talk to me. I remember some people trying to tell her to stay away from me because I was a freak. She didn't listen though. She kept talking to me, kept being nice to me. I considered her my first true friend. I was wrong, of course, but I didn't know it at the time. We started seeing each other more and more, spending more time together at school. We became friends. Best friends, even. I was happy. Despite the way my life had gone, I was happy. Then she invited me to her house one day. That's when I started noticing. Vanessa lived alone. She didn't live with her parents because she had been kicked out of her house. I sympathized with her over that and told her as such. What I didn't know was that, unlike me, Vanessa had fallen farther into depression. I saw empty bottles of beer. I saw broken needles. I realized then that Vanessa was an addict. Look, I just do some small things here and there. I'm not an addict, okay? Just leave it be, she said when I had asked her about them. So I dropped it. I didn't see the King danger signs practically being waved in front of my face. Nope. So eventually we started becoming more than friends. We started to experiment. But this wasn't the sweet, loving type, this was the, let's grope then type. There was no hugging or cuddling with Vanessa. There was only say. That was it. Now, at first, I didn't mind. I was new to it of course, but she was gracious enough to help teach me. Then things became more intense as our relationship continued. The thing was, while we were in a so-called relationship out of school, in school she started avoiding me. Vanessa spoke to me less and was around me less. She made it seem like she was embarrassed to be with me. I noticed her eyes were bloodshot more often, she jittered a lot and begun not talking with anyone. I was getting concerned. I tried speaking to her about it, but she told me off. She literally told me off. And then she asked if I wanted to her later. I was confused. What kind of relationship was this, anyways? But I kept at it. I stopped talking to her and left her alone at school, then came over and did it with her at night. Even that started to change. She was becoming more forceful. She wasn't gentle or loving anymore. I didn't like that. I ended up with bruises on my body one night from her. She had gotten drunk beforehand and I stupidly got in bed with her. It didn't go too well. And she was pissed off afterwards, demanding more. I told her no. She hit me. I hit back. We tried to patch things up after that, but it didn't work. Things got worse, actually. Then she got suspended, followed by being expelled for trying to sell drugs. I was worried, so I went over to check on her. She was a mess when I got there. More empty bottles. Vanessa had fallen completely. When I saw her glazed, bloodshot eyes, my brain finally kicked in. I told her we were through. This wasn't a relationship. It wasn't anything but pain. I didn't want that. I told her she needed to get her life situated. She just sat there, staring at me rather dumbly. I gave up on trying to reason with her. Then she attacked me. Who the do you think you are? She roared, socking me in the face. I hadn't expected that, so I of course fell to the floor. She was on top of me in an instant and started pummeling me. I had never had this type of thing happen to me before. I forgot what little self-defense I knew and started scrambling about, doing everything I could to get her the hell off of me. She was screaming and cussing and swinging. Finally I had had enough and I struck her back. She fell off of me. I was pissed off. We ended up beating the shit out of each other, each of us bloody and bruised by the time we finished. She started convulsing before passing out. I called 911, but left right afterwards. I went home, sobbing to myself, and locked myself up in my room for a few days to calm down. I didn't understand what the hell had happened. I had thought I knew her. I thought we were friends. I thought we were more than friends, even. But we weren't. She just wanted me for say. I found that out the hard way. Bad mistake on my part. I sealed myself up after that, ignoring all life around me as best as I could. Too bad I hadn't known about what would happen a year later. I hadn't been thinking straight when all that happened. My mind was in haze. I was too caught up with what I thought I wanted in my life to think clearly, and I paid the price for it. It was a mistake. That was all. I learned my lesson, though. I didn't do anything that stupid for the rest of the year. In fact, I never saw her again. I do, however, remember seeing on the news that her home had been burned down. I wondered if she had been the one responsible for it. Even though I felt nothing, I had hoped she hadn't been in it. I wouldn't have wished death upon her, because I knew that that was road I could have ended up taking if I had allowed myself to fall too far. I didn't, nor would I ever. Now I had something to look forward to. Alice. I smiled, finding that I was oddly proud of how far I'd come since those days. Well, okay, I hadn't come very far at all. But I'd progressed. I'd changed a bit. Moving past the trees surrounding, I finally saw what I had been looking for. The forest had slowly been opening up until it was nearly clear. That clearing curved downwards into a hill. I stopped at the head of the hill and slowly made my way down, knowing that with my luck, I'd trip and end up breaking something. That would beep. Once I managed to navigate the annoyingly steep hill, I picked my pace up in the same direction I'd been going. All I had to do was listen for running water. And then I'd find Alice. Then something hit me. What the hell am I going to say to her, exactly? Hey Alice, sorry about not saying anything before, but I'm kind of in love with you. So Alice, Jasper told me we're soulmates. So, yeah, wanna go out or something? Alice, I know how you feel about me. I feel the same way. Let's be together. Okay, no K no. I have to be smart about this. I don't need to be flashy or suave or anything like that. I just have to be smart. No, I just have to be me. Tell her the truth, just like Jasper said. Open up to her. Yeah, right. That's easier said than done. Well, the whole telling her how I feel part is. I could faintly hear running water as I further trekked into the forest. I followed the sound for another few minutes, breaking into another run. 1 minute. No sign of Alice. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. The water is closer. I'm almost there. 4 minutes. There. I saw the river. I saw large rock formations. But those weren't what I was paying attention to. As I came to a stop, my heart pounding as sweat dripped down my face, I saw her. My angel. She and Amara had been facing each other, speaking quietly so only they could hear. They stopped long before I had gotten there and turned to face me. I stopped dead in my tracks to catch my breath, panting wildly from running so damn much. Alice was looking at me surprisedly. Amara, however, had a knowing smirk on her face. After finally getting my breath back, I slowly walked towards them, my eyes on Alice. Bella? Alice asked. It was strange. Though she had been gone for only an hour, it felt like centuries since I had heard her lovely voice. It was music to my ears, to say the least, and I smiled upon hearing it. Hey, I said. What are you doing out here? She asked. Her thin eyebrows curved downwards as she frowned, rather adorably I might add. Please don't tell me Jasper sent you out here. No, I came here on my own, I replied. To see you, I added at the end. Smooth, Amara snickered. I scowled at her. Oh, well, I'll just be going then. Remember what I said, sis. I'll see you two later. She smirked at me before laughing to herself and vanishing into the forest, probably going back to Jasper. That just left Alice and I alone. Alice was looking at me curiously. One good thing I did notice was that she seemed to be in a better mood. I was glad for that much, at least. I didn't see you coming, Alice admitted. I shrugged. I kind of wanted to surprise you. Besides, making split-second decisions is sort of a habit of mine. She smiled a very small smile. I've noticed that. It's one of the things I like most about you. Thank you. We stood there for a while, neither one of us speaking. I could tell that she was waiting for me to speak. I gulped. Quietly. You wanna go sit down? I asked. Sure, she replied. My favorite spot to sit is close by. Let me show you. I silently followed her as she jumped on top of a large boulder. I frowned. Alice. She turned around and looked at me sheepishly. Sorry, I forgot. She extended her left hand to me and I happily accepted it. Once she pulled me up, she helped me down again and I continued following her. A minute later, we came to another clearing. But this was different than before. I gasped. The view was spectacular. I could see the lines of trees, the mountains in the distance, a few homes spread out here and there. It was a beautiful sight to behold. I stared at it for a moment before looking back at Alice. She was looking back at me, her honey eyes smoldering. She was so beautiful. I sat down, Alice following suit, and we stayed that way, looking out at the amazing view. After a while, I turned to face her. She was still looking at me, gazing into my eyes endearingly. Did you see this? I asked meekly. She scooted closer to me. Yes, she answered. I did. I blushed slightly. Alice extended her hand and slowly brushed aside a strand of hair from my face. I can never get over how amazingly beautiful you are, Bella, she whispered. I looked into her eyes to see them burning with love. Jasper had been right. She did love me. And I finally saw that for myself. I'm nowhere near as beautiful as you, Alice, I replied, losing myself in her eyes like I always did. I couldn't help it. I loved staring into them. Everything just seemed better that way. Alice shook her head. No, Bella. You're wrong. You're more beautiful than I am, she said. Her eyes burned her sincerity and love into me, causing me to choke on a sob. I forgot what it was like to be looked at that way. I bit my lip, choosing not to argue any further with her. She wouldn't give up until I saw it her way. I still wasn't so sure that I really was as beautiful as she said, but maybe I should just give it some time. Maybe I'll see what she sees someday. Alice, I murmured. God, I don't know how to say this. She gently touched my cheek. It's okay. Say what you want to say, Bella. I paused and took a deep breath. Say it, Swan. Say it. I love you. Alice's eyes widened with surprise at my words. I decided it best to continue. Alice, Jasper told me the truth. He told me how long you've been having visions of me and he explained your feelings. Her surprise continued to grow. I see, was her only response. I don't fully understand this, Alice. I'll be the first to admit that. Jasper said it was because I'm not used to having people care for me and because I'm used to caring for them in return, which I guess is true. You're the first person who's ever been truly kind to me, my first true friend. I've had friends in the past, some good, others bad. But you, Alice, you're different than them. They never made me feel the way you do. Jasper said that we're soulmates. I don't quite understand it, but I guess in some way it makes sense. It's why I'm so pulled to you. I'm not used to the idea of having someone as a soulmate, honestly. It's all so new and confusing to me. I guess it's because I'm human, or maybe it's just that I don't know enough about vampires. I don't really care about that. What I do care about is you, Alice. I care about you more than I wanted to admit before. It wasn't that I wanted to hurt you, I just wasn't sure about any of it. Her eyes narrowed for a moment. Then her face softened as she took on a look of understanding. I don't want you to be upset with yourself over what happened earlier today. I can't stand seeing you sad and hurt because it does the same to me. It makes me feel bad. Alice's hands gently rubbed my shoulders. Okay, Bella, I won't be sad anymore. I promise, she said. I smiled at her. Good. I like happy Alice. So does everyone else. Alice smiled and laughed her amazingly soothing tinkling laugh. Yes, Amara was quite fervent on pointing that out. She paused for a moment and squeezed my shoulders slightly. Listen, Bella, I'm sorry I've been so broody lately. I realize it isn't myself. Amara made a point of letting me know that I was starting to act like Edward. That alone was enough to snap me out of this little trance I've been in. You know my reasons why, though. I can't stand the thought of hurting you, Bella. I cared too much. I know that, Alice. I cared too. I know this may be a bit awkward for us since I'm not used to this sort of thing, but I definitely want to see where this goes. I want to grow closer to you. I want to know you, Alice. I want to know everything, every secret, every triumph, every agony. And I'll do the same. I'll share my heart with you if you promise not to break it. I don't think I could take that kind of. Bella, stop. Stop, please, Alice said. Bella, I love you. I've loved you years before you were even born. You know that. I would never break your heart. I would rather kill myself than do that. My God, you have no idea how great that pain would be. I won't break your heart, Bella. I promise you that, if anything else, I will protect your heart. And you as well. I couldn't help the giggle that escaped my mouth. Wow, Alice. That was really lame. She crinkled her nose and stuck out her tongue. Shut up. I'm trying to be serious here. Sorry, but that was just so corny. Couldn't you have been a bit more original? It was supposed to be romantic, she grumbled. I sighed. I know, Alice. And I appreciate that. You see, this is what I want. I want us to be ourselves with each other. I want us to be comfortable and I want us to take this seriously, but at the same time, play around with it, you know. She smiled and nodded. Yeah, I understand. I worry about you. You've suffered so much in your life, Bella. I want to take all that pain away from you and show you the world you've been missing. I don't care what it takes, I'll make you happy, I swear it. Being with you makes me happy, I told her. Now it was her turn to giggle. Now who's being corny? Where'd you get that? Some cheap romantic comedy. I growled playfully. She put her hands on her cheeks and feigned a surprised face. We haven't even and you're already trying to get into my pants. She exclaimed. I blushed immediately. No. That's not what I meant. She cut me off when she started laughing, clutching her sides for added effect. Dear me, Bella, you're too easy, she teased. I crossed my arms and huffed. I grumbled. Sometimes, yes. But that's more Rosalie's gig than mine. I'd prefer the term, adorably psychotic, if you please. She frowned and rubbed her chin. Or was it, psychotically adorable? I forget what Amara called me that one time. It was one of the two. How about we just go with adorable? I offered. I mean, have you seen the facial expressions you make? Half the time I see them I just want to pinch your cheeks because you're so damn cute. Of course, that'd probably hurt me so, you know. She rolled her eyes. Oh, stop that. I snickered and laid back, watching as the clouds parted once more, allowing the sun to peek through. Several rays of light poured down on us and I looked to my left to see Alice shining as she laid back, mimicking my position. I lay there, gazing at her flawless and beaming form while she gazed back at me. It was a comfortable, peaceful silence, the kind we hadn't had for a while now. There was more to it this time, though. There was love. I didn't have Jasper's talent, no, but I could practically see the love radiating off of her. I felt a tug at my own heart. It was a good tug, though. It was letting me know that I felt the same way and that it was okay to feel that way. You know, on my way here I was trying to come up with some way to tell all of this to you without freaking myself out or sounding stupid. I had forgotten how comfortable I was around you, though. So I guess I was just worrying for nothing. I'd say so, she agreed. So what did Amara tell you? I asked curiously. Alice rolled her eyes. She told me I was being stupid and becoming like Edward. She said that you were in love with me, you just needed some convincing, so she had Jasper go and talk with you. I knew then that he was probably going to tell you what I hadn't yet, but I was fine with it. I knew that Jasper would be honest and that, if anything, he would help you with your feelings. I was surprised and a little annoyed at first that they had gone behind my back, I'll admit, but in the end I didn't mind it so much. In fact, I'm glad they did. Then she consoled me and gave me the slight kick in the rear that I needed. We talked about you, my feelings and why I loved you so much despite hardly knowing you. And then we talked about ways for me to show you how much I love you, ways for us to grow together that wouldn't be too awkward for you. What do you think? I thought about that for a moment. I think I want to take this slowly, you know. I want to get to know you well and I want you to get to know me. One step at a time. It may be a bit harder for me, since I'm new to this kind of thing and all, but with your help, I'm sure I can pull through. That sounds fair enough for me, Alice replied, nodding her head. I do have a condition, though. Her face became serious. And what would that be? She asked. I blushed and looked down at my hands rather sheepishly. I was wondering if you would be willing to, maybe, hold me more often. I really like it when you do, I admitted. Plus, I think I might sleep better that way. She didn't reply at first, so of course I thought I had said something wrong. I chanced a glance up and saw that she was beaming at me. "I'd love to," she said. "Would you like a hug right now?" I blushed again and nodded. "Why yes, ma'am." She rolled her eyes at me. "Don't call me ma'am. Only Jasper can get away with that, since he's from the South. It makes me feel all old and stuff when people call me, miss, or, madam, or, ma'am." "He's from the South?" I asked. "He doesn't have much of an accent. And you are technically older than I am." "He used to," Alice snickered. "I used to tease the hell out of him for it, too." "We all did. He did away with it, though sometimes he uses it by mistake. It's pretty damn funny, I'll admit. And I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that last comment," she said, sticking her tongue out at me again. "Oh, all right, ma'am," I teased. "Are you going to hug me or what?" she demanded. "I planned on it," I replied. "Then get the hell over here." And so I did. I moved closer to her as she did to me, and in seconds her arms were around me, pulling me into her body. I wrapped my arms around her and we both pulled each other close. I rested my head on her shoulder, inhaling her sweet smell. I could feel her doing the same, taking in several deep breaths before exhaling. This was what I enjoyed, the feeling of her arms around me. Bliss. Sweet, loving bliss. That was the best way I could describe how I felt right now. "So did you have a vision of me spilling everything?" I asked. She giggled into my shoulder. "Yeah, I did. It was pretty entertaining, really. You were as red as a tomato and sweating like mad. You were adorable, really. But I didn't want it to be that awkward for you, so I opted to help you out a bit." "Thanks," I murmured. "You're welcome. But don't expect that every time. After all, you're incredibly adorable when you blush." I rolled my eyes and squeezed her tightly. "No more moping, Alice." She giggled. "No more moping, Alice." Good. We silently stayed that way, enjoying the other's presence. Alice was cold and hard, true. But she was incredibly soft. Plus, she smelled King amazing. So in essence, it was like hugging a statue that smelled good, only a tad more comfortable. Honestly, I found her coldness soothing. The hardness I wasn't too fond of, but I wasn't about to complain. I could get used to it. Suddenly I felt my body begin vibrating. What the hell? Wait, Alice is vibrating. No, not just vibrating. She's purring. Oh my god, is she really? "Are you purring?" I asked. I felt her lips softly press my shoulder, sending jitters through my body. "Yup. Does it bother you?" she asked. No, I like it. It's nice," I said as she rubbed into me. "God, I can't believe she's purring. She's like a cat. No, a kitten. An oversized, cutie as hell, blood-beeping kitten that happens to be my soulmate. Yeah, I'd like to see a poet try and make sense of that shit right there." Her purring was incredibly relaxing. I found myself almost nodding off in her arms. Almost. I wasn't about to fall asleep. Not here, not now. It wasn't even night yet, for God's sakes. I mean, it was starting to get dark, but I was in no way tired. "No. Nah, Bella." I blinked. "Yes. You're still worried about this, aren't you?" she asked. "I can feel how tense you are." I sighed. I don't want to this up, Alice. I want this to work out. I can't stop worrying about it either. I don't know what to do and I don't know how this relationship of ours is going to evolve. I'm a little confused about why I'm actually so accepting of it, but I guess that's a given, isn't it? "Bella, relax. It's true, this will be a bit difficult at times. But that's the same with every relationship. You work your way through the hardships and it helps strengthen your love for each other. No relationship is perfect, mind you, but then again, nothing in life is. Please don't worry. It will work out, I promise. I've seen it. And I'm never wrong. You should know that by now." "You were wrong earlier today," I pointed out. I felt her frown against my shoulder. "What do you mean? You were wrong when you were worried that I'd hate you. You were wrong when you thought that I wouldn't want to be with you and that I didn't want to know the whole truth. I mean, yeah, my brain feels like it's about to have a meltdown, but I'd rather be informed of all of this and work my way into understanding it than be out in the dark. Does that make sense?" "Yes, it does. I'm sorry. I won't let that happen again," she cooed. "That's good. Otherwise you'd be sorry," I warned jokingly. She laughed. "Oh, And what would Big Bad Bella do about it? I'd get Amara to torch your clothes, I snickered. I felt Alice growl against me. That is not funny, Isabella. Oh, you know it was. She didn't respond to that and I nearly rolled my eyes. I can't believe I'm making jokes all of a sudden. Today has been an insane day. You know, if you'd like, I could help end it on a good note, she stated softly. I frowned and pulled myself away from her shoulder to look her in the eyes. What do you mean? I asked. She licked her lips and stared hungrily at mine. Oh, she wants to key me. Hot damn, she actually wants to key me. Would that be okay with you? I mean, I can control myself, I swear. I already hunted. Bella, I'm in no way about to lose control. If you don't trust me enough, I understand, she jabbered, clearly remembering what she had told me today. I thought about it for a couple seconds before shaking my head. I trust you, Alice. I know you would never purposefully do anything to hurt me. Like I've said 10,000 times, what happened before was an accident. Look, you've been sniffing me for a while now and you're fine. See, it was an accident. I trust you. My words seemed to ease her a bit, though I could tell she was still hesitant. So I decided to make the first move. I leaned in towards her and rested my forehead against hers. It was as cool, hard and soft as the rest of her, but I wasn't focusing on that. I was focusing on her eyes. Those limpid pools of honey that I always found myself lost in. I loved her eyes. They were amazing. I gazed intently into her eyes as she gazed intently back into mine. We held each other's eyes for a few minutes, soaking in the warmth and love radiating from them. I slowly started leaning in, Alice doing the same. This was it. I was gonna key Alice. Yes. Yes. God, I'd wanted this for so damn long. Well, I mean, since we met, and, thinking about it. Stupid over-analyzing brain. Our lips inched closer together. My heart was pounding madly as my eyes slowly started to close. I wanted this. I wanted it badly. I knew she did too. I closed my eyes all the way as she closed hers. Our lips were about to connect. And then everything was shattered away. Well, isn't that a sight? It looks like our little toy has found herself a friend. My eyes shot open. No. Why now? Why me? Shit. Alice's eyes were open, alert. In an instant we were on our feet and by a nearby tree, Alice's back pinning my body against it protectively. Her golden eyes were now coal black, her teeth baring as she let loose a threatening snarl. Her growling was met with icy laughter. Familiar laughter. I turned my gaze in the direction of her glare and was met by the sinister smile of one face and the infuriated glare of another. James and Victoria. They had found me. James smiled sinisterly at us, pacing back and forth from where he was. How cute. It looks like you've found yourself a girlfriend, he cackled. Are they the ones? Alice asked in a low, threatening voice. Why yes, I stammered. I thought the snarl she had let out before was terrifying. No. Alice curled her lips back and let out the loudest, fiercest snarl I've ever heard in my entire life. I was frozen against the tree in sheer terror at the sound, quivering like a frightened infant. That's what I was compared to these vampires. A weak, helpless little infant. James laughed mockingly at Alice's outburst. My, you're quite touchy, aren't you? He narrowed his eyes and studied her for a moment. I can't help but think I know you from somewhere before. Have we met? No. But you will die here, Alice seethed. Ooh, big words coming from someone so small, mocked James. You'd best back away from her, girl, snarled Victoria, who finally decided to speak. Unlike James, who looked amused, Victoria looked downright furious. No, growled Alice. Victoria glared venomously at her. You listen and you listen well, ch. That human you have behind you happens to be our plaything. So if you don't, she is not your plaything. Alice roared. She is my mate and you will stay away from her. Both James and Victoria were startled by the fury in Alice's voice. I was too. I couldn't stop the quiet whimper that escaped my mouth as I backed into the tree as much as I could. Alice cringed, and I knew that she had regretted scaring me. But now wasn't the time for that. And I understood that. I didn't speak, I stayed perfectly still, behind my Alice. Did I just call her my Alice? Yeah, I guess she is. She's mine. All mine. And I'm hers. Whoa, seriously, where the K did all of that come from? Gah. Stop thinking. Enemies in front, no thinking. Stay silent. You'd best rethink your words, warned Victoria, who took a step forward. I shuddered and Alice tensed up, her hands clenching into fists so tight I could see the veins bulging out of her skin. Alice let out another guttural growl, this one deeper and lower than before. You hurt my Bella. You will die. Alice hissed. The smirk disappeared from James's face, all traces of humor finally gone. He scowled at Alice, baring his teeth at her. Then it looks like you'll have to die, he growled. I should have killed you when I had the chance all those years ago. Wait, what? Did James know Alice? Alice shook her head. I don't know what you're blathering about. James snickered. Ah, you can't remember. How sad. Enough, James, growled Victoria. I'm going to rip her apart. You stay and make sure our toy doesn't wander off, Alice snarled again. She is not a toy. The fury behind her voice was enough to shake the very ground I was standing on. She didn't give Victoria a chance to respond. In a flash Alice was lunging at Victoria, aiming to rip out her throat with her teeth. Victoria, however, smirked and sidestepped, avoiding Alice with ease. Alice growled and spun around to face Victoria. While the irritation was plain on Victoria's face, she was now donning a mocking smirk. My, quite the temper you have. How is that supposed to help you, girl? Alice ground her teeth together, desperately trying to calm herself down. She wouldn't be able to win if she just rushed in, even with her ability to see the future. I wished I could do something to help her. I hated being helpless. I bit my lip and merely stood still. After a moment, Alice unclenched her hands and leapt for Victoria again. This time, however, while her rage was obvious, she was more controlled. Victoria moved away again. But Alice wasn't done yet. She swung her left arm for Victoria's face, grazing the redhead's cheek as Victoria barely avoided the strike. Then Alice did the same with her right, then the left. Her strikes were fast and efficient, Victoria barely being able to dodge each. She hissed in irritation as Alice picked the pace up. James watched on with amusement, clearly finding Victoria's struggle humorous. Victoria suddenly caught Alice's right arm when she swung it and countered with a punch of her own, nailing my pixie clear in the jaw. I yelped as Alice flew backwards, Victoria smirking, clearly pleased with herself. She crouched down for a few seconds before leaping onto the smaller vampire. But Alice was prepared. Alice was on her feet in an instant and twirled to the side, neatly avoiding Victoria's body. Just as Victoria was starting to turn around, Alice's left leg careened into her, sending her crashing into a nearby tree. The tree's trunk shattered instantly as it toppled to the ground, Alice allowing herself a small smile. A loud growl from Victoria cut the smile from her face as the angry redhead lunged at her again. Alice gracefully avoided her again, but before she could counter, Victoria caught her leg. She tried to strike Alice in the face with her fist again, yet missed when Alice moved her head out of the way. Victoria let out another snarl as she began furiously trying to punch at Alice. Her arms and legs flailed about in wild strikes, my graceful pixie dancing about as she avoided them with ease. Alice then surprised Victoria with a quick right spin kick to the gut, causing the redhead to lurch forwards. This was followed through by a left back kick to the face. She wasn't finished there, though. She grabbed Victoria by the legs and with a heave threw her directly into James, who had yet to move from his spot. The two vampires were on their feet shortly after, both of them angry now. You little ch. James cursed. He blurred forward and swung his arm at Alice. Like always, she ducked under his attempted blow before sweeping him off his feet. Victoria was there seconds later only to be met by the back of Alice's left hand as it swatted her aside. Alice used the momentum to spin further, nailing a standing James with her right hand. James rolled back to his feet, Victoria doing the same. They stood there for a moment, staring down my Alice. Before I could even blink, all three of them suddenly disappeared into thin air. I frowned and frantically tried to find where Alice had gone, only to be pushed back by a shockwave. That's when I realized that they were fighting at super speed now. All three of them were blurs moving about like lightning, hissing, growling and striking like mad. Sometimes a blow would connect, creating a booming shockwave that would force me back. It was like a thunderstorm. Everything was fast, furious and loud. My human eyes were barely able to focus on what was going on since all of them were moving so fast. Craters were formed in the ground below, trees were cracked and nearby boulders decimated as the fighting continued, minutes passing by as neither side gained an advantage. In time, the speed at which they moved seemed to slow. I didn't understand why, though, since vampires couldn't get tired. Still, it allowed me to see more clearly what the hell was going on in the fight, my concern for Alice building. It was 1 against 2, after all. To my surprise, however, Alice was winning the fight. James and Victoria tried time and time again to strike or bite my Alice, but Alice would always avoid their strikes and counter them with unparalleled grace. Yet they kept at it, sometimes moving in unison to try and harm Alice. That never worked, though, and Alice proved to be much faster than either of them combined. I contemplated cheering her on when I noticed something. The look on James's face. It wasn't anger. It was excitement. He was smiling, laughing even, as he tried and failed. I didn't understand. He was losing, why was he so happy? Maybe he was just a battle junkie or something like that, yet Victoria, who still looked pissed off beyond all recognition, seemed to be smiling too. What the F.K.? That's when it hit me. They were just toying with Alice. Neither of them was taking this seriously at all. No sooner had I realized that did Victoria and James begin speeding up. Their strikes became less wild and more precise, their movements more controlled. They even seemed to be working together better than before. Alice, however, stepped her game up as well. Her dodging became more fluid, her strikes faster and harder. That made me happy, at least. Their movements never stopped. It was constant. Strike after strike after strike. Victoria zipped her right fist towards Alice, but before it got to close she reeled it back and thrust her left fist instead. That action caught Alice off guard and she ended up eating the powerful strike, flying backwards. James was there in a flash, catching her and wrapping his arms around her smaller body and squeezing. No! Alice hissed and thrashed about vigorously in the cocky blonde's arms as he sneered delightedly. You gonna key her? He asked, glancing at a smirking Victoria. F.K. No, he did not just ask that. That by better not even think about touching my Alice. Victoria cocked her head to the side and studied Alice, who continued hissing angrily and trying to escape James's arms. He wasn't having it though. What the hell? Come on Alice, you're stronger than that. Victoria slowly approached her and licked her lips. I might consider it, she purred. Alice growled at her. Get the F.K. away from her, you King whore. I snarled. Holy shit. Did I just snarl? Hot damn, I've been around vampires for too long. Still, Victoria spun around and glared daggers at me. Oh F.K. What was I thinking? Shit. Excuse me, she growled. Ooh, she called you a whore, James cackled. What are you going to? Whatever he was about to say was cut short when Alice broke free from his grip. She stomped down on his foot, causing him to release her, then quickly spun around and nailed him hard in the head with a left kick. I heard a sickening snap noise as he was sent crashing into a tree. Victoria spun around and ate a kick herself. In a flash Alice was in front of me again, crouching down and growling. I watched the two vampires get up. These two kept coming, no matter how many times my Alice knocked them down. Were they that desperate or were just dumb? I mean, they obviously weren't too bright if they were going to keep going after Alice. She'd beat them every time. I knew she would. And I knew she wasn't even fighting seriously, too. Alright, I think I'm done playing around, growled James as he rubbed his head. Yes, Victoria agreed. This is getting us nowhere. You want to take her or should I? I will. She's pissing me off. Bella, stay behind me, Alice growled. Oh okay, I murmured. I'll protect you. I promise. Victoria laughed. You'll try to, you little ch. Unlike before, neither vampire lunged at one another. No. They slowly began circling each other. It reminded me of a video I had seen online of two rival lions, preparing to fight over a lioness, which they both wanted to mate with. The difference here, of course, was that while one of them wanted me as a mate, the other just wanted me as a toy. And I sure as shit was done being the toy of Victoria and James. I was sick of them and I wanted nothing more than for Alice to kill them. Rip them to shreds. Then I would torch the pieces and laugh at their burning remains. What the F.K.? What's gotten into me? Where are all these weird thoughts coming from all of a sudden? Then again, they are true. I wanted to shout for Alice to kick her ass. But I held my tongue. I was too scared to, honestly. I'll admit that I was a little afraid of Alice. I had never seen that look in her eyes before. It was like she was deceptively calm, when in reality she was infuriated to the core. I could practically see the rage emanating off of her. I was surprised Jasper wasn't here. Wait, Jasper and Amara, where did they run off to? They could help, if anything. No, Alice didn't need them. She would kill the CH and her annoying friend. Yes, Victoria and Alice's eyes remained deadlocked, glaring the other down. You can't win, Victoria jeered. I always win, Alice retorted. Then she leapt forward. Bam! Like hearing the roar of thunder as the two vampires collided. Each strike was blocked or avoided altogether. Some grazed the other, but nothing ever hit clean. The speed was intense. Faster than I could see. Roars like wild animals. Wild and savage. Through the constant blurs, I saw Alice's face. Her lips were curled back, her glistening teeth were shining with venom, her eyes were blacker than black itself. I could see that her pupils were no longer circles, but slits. Her teeth looked sharper, too, but not pointed. The way she moved and hissed, the way her spiky hair flared outwards. She looked animalistic. Feral. My Alice was gone. This was the animal within. But it wasn't a bad animal. No, it was my protector, my defender, my mate. It was a strange word to think of, the term mate. Usually it was something a person would use to describe an animal. Was that what I saw her as? No. She was no animal. Anyone who thought of her like that was an animal. I watched on in awe. Even though I could hardly see what was going on, I could feel that Alice was neither winning nor losing. I had been right before. Victoria had only been playing around. Now she was serious, and the various shockwaves and thunderous noises proved that theory correct. But Alice was the same. James was watching intently. There was no trace of humor on his face. He watched with interest as the two women battled it out, looking for a chance to end the other's life. If Alice won, though, she would need to take out James. Now, I'm in no way knowledgeable on fighting. Especially vampire fighting, if that's what they even call it. I'd figure they'd have some fancy name for it or some shit like that. I don't know, but I can usually tell how good someone is. Victoria, I know, is incredibly strong and incredibly vicious. She's better than James is. I could see that when they double-teamed Alice, the difference in their motions and strikes, what little I saw of them, that is. James may be stronger than I think, though, but he looks more like the type who enjoys making a game out of a serious situation than Victoria does. Maybe. God, my brain hurts again. I don't think I've done this much thinking throughout my entire life. My thoughts were broken when Victoria suddenly flew past me. An angry Alice snarled and lunged after her. I heard multiple crashing noises and falling trees behind me. I stood there, frozen in place. Oh, shit, James. I spun around to see James leaning against the tree I was at, smirking at me. You know, your friend's pretty tough, he said. I bit my lip. I seem to remember it being more than 10 days, I lied, hoping he would fall for it. What am I, stupid? He's a vampire. James laughed. Oh, dear Bella, how wrong you are. Even so, do you really think we would just leave you be? Honestly, what kind of hunter do you take me for? I'm no fool, Bella. I glared at him, but I couldn't come up with a comeback. Not like I'd want to anyways. I took a step back from him. He merely smiled, not moving an inch from where he was. He could easily catch me anyways. Stupid King Vampire Speed. How do you know her? I asked, trying to change the subject. Maybe Alice would get here and take care of him before he got a chance to do anything. He grinned widely. You'd like to know, wouldn't you? Tell you what, you come with me peacefully, and I'll tell you. No. No, I growled, trying to sound menacing. Didn't work. You're no fun, he whined mockingly. Well, as if it matters. Victoria will rip her little head off in a matter of minutes anyways. She gets more dangerous as she keeps fighting. You should consider yourself lucky you don't have to watch it. Shut up, I snapped. She'll kick that chiz ass. James laughed maniacally. That'll be the day, Victoria losing to some weakling shrimp. She's not a weakling, I seethed. She'll rip both of your king heads off like nothing. He seemed amused. My, you have such faith in your little friend. He snickered and was suddenly standing in front of me. Too bad that faith is meaningless. I stepped back. Get away from me. Or what, are you going to scream for your little girlfriend to come and save you? He asked, taking a step forward. I took another step back. He followed again. I said get away from me, I growled, sounding a tad more menacing than before. He chuckled. Bella, Bella, Bella. Do you really think your deadpan threats are going to frighten me? You foolish little girl. He reached forward, trying to grab my arm. I jumped back and glared him down, but he kept reaching. I said get the K away. I roared. And he did. Rather, he was flung backwards. By what, though? Alice wasn't near me and there's no one else here. I blinked in confusion. What just happened? James was on his feet seconds later, clearly as confused as I was. What the hell? What did you do? He growled. I don't know. I shouted, frantically remembering what I had been trying to do before. He scowled for a moment before shrugging it off. No matter. Now then, where were we? Oh, yes. He blurred in front of me and grabbed my right shoulder, squeezing it tightly. I winced at the pain and struggled to get away, to no avail of course. Get off. James's amusement became annoyance. Shut up, he growled, flinging me backwards. My back slammed into a tree as I toppled to the ground. I whimpered at the painful impact and squirmed about, trying to get to my feet. James's foot was on my back in seconds, pushing it down forcefully. I let out a yelp. You know, you've been entertaining for the last 4 months now, Isabella. I must admit I was lucky when you stumbled into us. We'd have been bored otherwise. Now, though, you're becoming a nuisance. I think I might just kill you now. He paused for a moment and smirked at me. Of course, what better way to kill you than in front of your precious friend, don't you agree? Then Victoria and I can have some fun with her before we tear her apart. Then everybody's happy. You stay away from her. Again, James was suddenly flung backwards. This time I watched as what looked like some kind of invisible force was flinging him, like a shockwave of some kind. What was doing it, though? It didn't make any sense. James snarled. That's it. Before he could lunge at me, another blur zoomed by and careened into him. I recognized the guttural roar that accompanied it and sure enough, there was Alice, pounding away at the downed James with vicious strikes. You don't King. Touch my Bella, she snarled in between each thunderous strike. James looked utterly helpless, growling and twitching angrily on the ground. Alice pinned his arms down and opened her mouth, her venom-drenched teeth fully exposed. Before she could move, however, Victoria was there, kicking her off with great force. Stupid little shit, hissed the redhead. I noticed most of Victoria's clothes were torn. Hell, most of Alice's were torn too. I noticed long gash marks on Victoria's right shoulder and left arm. Alice had them on her right arm and her neck. What the hell? That's when I noticed Victoria and Alice's hands. Her fingernails had stretched out, forming dagger-like claws. They weren't freakishly long, but they sure as shit looked sharp. I mean, if they could leave claw marks in each other's granite-hard skin, they had to be. These weren't the, like let's go get a pedicure, nails, these were the, I'm gonna gouge your king eyes out, nails, which scared me and fascinated me in the same. So vampires had more than just fangs and venom for weapons. Huh. Part of me, the stupidly curious part, wanted to know what else they could do, what other bits of new information I could find out. Why wear their eyes slits now, for example? I didn't get the chance, though, since Victoria suddenly turned and lunged at me. No! Screamed Alice, quickly jumping in front of me. I watched in horror as Victoria's teeth sank into Alice's right shoulder. She screamed in agony as the ch bit down. I felt an overwhelming pain surge through me, as if her pain had literally become mine. I bit my lip and started crying, hating Victoria for what she was doing to my Alice. Victoria tore away, leaving a similar crescent-shaped bite mark where her teeth had been. Alice fell to her knees and clutched her shoulder in agony. Damn you! Victoria wiped her mouth and smiled. Pity. I was aiming for your throat. Alice ground her teeth together, glanced at me, then got to her feet. I noticed her right arm slump downwards and was instantly overcome with concern. Was she okay? Was her arm okay? Would it get better? Shit. James and Victoria both started getting in close. James's nails had turned into claws as well, his teeth taking on the same, sharpened appearance that both Alice's and Victoria's had. He was clearly ready to end this here and now, as was Victoria. I say we kill them both, James mused. But we should make it fun. No, Victoria disagreed. Isabella is my plaything. She is mine. The other can die. But I agree. We should make this a bit fun. She licked her lips as she finished that last part, her feral eyes burning into mine with lust and something I couldn't understand. Alice, one-armed or not, hissed angrily at the pair, earning her their trademark bone-chilling laughter. I grimaced and whimpered as I got to my feet. Was this really the end? If this was, I decided I would tell Alice I loved her. That would mean something, at least. Alice, however, had other plans. Bella, she snapped. Get on my back, now. Just do it, she snarled. I cringed at her anger, but bit my lip and started to move towards her. No such luck. James and Victoria both attacked, lunging at Alice. Alice cursed under her breath and jumped towards them, spinning to avoid their attacks and gracefully knocking both back. They lunged again seconds later. I watched helplessly as Alice fought against them with just one usable her right arm still limp at her side. Oh God, she wasn't going to win now. She couldn't win, even with her ability to see the future. Damn it. This was my fault. It was all my fault. Damn it. What could I do? Nothing. I couldn't do anything and I loathed that the most. I was helpless. Worthless. Pathetic. How could I stand up to vampires? I hated this. I wanted to cry. I wanted to scream. But I couldn't. I couldn't because then Alice would be hurt even more. She could die, even. I couldn't let that happen. I won't let that happen. Ever. What can I do? What can I do? I got an idea then. I could at least distract one of them, giving Alice the chance to fend the other off. Then she could grab me and we could get the out of here. She had to be fast, right? Jasper and Amara would be around, right? How though? How do I grab their attention? Think. My brain started wandering and analyzing, trying to figure things out. Alice successfully managed to avoid the barrage of strikes from both her attackers, subsequently nailing Victoria with a vicious combo of kicks that sent her back. James growled and clenched his fists tightly, clearly pissed off. Suddenly Alice went rigid in her stance. Her eyes glazed over. She's having a vision. Now. Damn it all. James cocked his head to the side, confused. When he noticed that Alice wasn't moving, he grinned and crouched, ready to attack. Shit. I utilized every fiber of strength in my body and surged forwards. No. I yelled as he started to move. I made it in front of her, extending my arms to shield her from his fangs and claws. James stopped mid-attack, flustered, but shrugged after a second and continued. I felt a cold arm wrap around my waist and within seconds I was no longer in front of James, but far to his left. James growled in frustration and turned to face me. I blinked. What the? Oh. Alice. She had snapped out of her vision in the nick of time and now had me in her arms. Or, rather, arm. I grimaced and, hurt that she was still injured. Alice didn't wait around, though. She pinned me into her cold, hard body and took off. What were you thinking? Alice snapped as she moved speedily past trees. I couldn't see either James or Victoria anymore, instead watching as everything turned into some kind of abstract, fast-paced movie. What? I asked weakly, my stomach feeling incredibly weird as she moved. I decided to focus on her shoulder, since everything else was making me feel a tad sick. Yeah, throwing up would be very, very bad. You stupid girl. Alice snapped angrily. What were you thinking jumping in front of me? He could have killed you. Her words felt like knives stabbing my heart. It wasn't that they were particularly mean, but they were harsh and angry. I glanced up to see the fury plain in her feral eyes as they glared back at me. Why was she so upset at me for? I was trying to protect her. I was trying to protect you, I replied, feeling incredibly small under her wrathful gaze. I couldn't help trembling at the sight and tried to turn my eyes away. I couldn't. Her eyes were pulling me in, making me see the anger behind them. I felt tears rolling down my cheeks as my body quivered. I couldn't help it, she was terrifying me. I watched as Alice's eyes seemed to take in the sight of my tears. There was a slight flicker of something there as the slits widened ever so slightly. "I'm sorry," she groaned out, her voice heavy and strained. "I'm not myself right now. I'll make it up to you later." "Oh okay," I answered, still feeling the effects of seeing her look that way. We moved silently up the hill and past more trees. I still couldn't see Victoria or James, but I knew they were following us. Why wouldn't they be? In moments we were back at the house. Alice set me down and looked about frantically, a scowl forming on her pissed-off angelic face. "Shit," she cursed. "Of all the times for them to be gone. Damn it." I gulped and wondered what to do. "Get in, see." She was cut off when the two vampires appeared in front of us, clearly more pissed than before, especially Victoria. Lividly, Victoria started to move towards us, not speaking or bothering to acknowledge James, who did the same. I cringed. This was the end, wasn't it? No. Wait. As if descending from the heavens themselves, Jasper and Amara appeared from what seemed like out of nowhere. Jasper stood in front of James and Amara in front of Victoria. Blonde to blonde, ginger to ginger. Now that I think about it, Jasper and Amara were like good versions of James and Victoria. Jasper and James's names even started with the same first letter. Damn it, why am I thinking of that at a time like this? Jasper and Amara both growled loudly at the two intruders. James and Victoria both growled back. They weren't going to leave without a fight, it seemed. And judging by the smile on Amara's face, she was more than happy to give it to them. Like lightning, the four of them blurred into action. This was different than before, though, when Alice had fought them. In reality, I knew Alice hadn't actually been fighting them. I could tell that, despite her intentions, she was merely just dodging their strikes and hitting them when she found an opening. She wasn't trying to fight them the way she could have and probably should have been, but she was outnumbered 2-1. Amara and Jasper, on the other hand, were fighting for real. And I was amazed. Neither James nor Victoria were able to land a single blow. Amara and Jasper were fast, efficient and powerful in their movements. Jasper was more refined and a tad faster, Amara wilder, yet stronger and still precise. I could hardly see them, of course, but from what I could see, they were winning. Winning. No, the two of them were King dominating their enemies. It was like watching two schizophrenic kittens trying to fight two full-grown tigers. Alice stood completely still where she was, shielding me, of course. I just stood there dumbly, gawking at the speed and viciousness being displayed by Jasper and Amara. These two clearly knew how to fight. Not that Alice didn't, that is. The fighting didn't last very long. Both James and Victoria jumped backwards to avoid any more strikes after a few minutes. Their clothing was torn, their bodies covered in claw markings. James was clutching his left shoulder, Victoria nursing her right. "Shit," Victoria growled. "You should leave now," Jasper warned in a low, threatening voice. "Or else we will kill you." Why don't we just kill them now?" Amara shouted. "These are the two who hurt Bella," Alice hissed. Amara and Jasper both growled in unison at that, obviously changing their minds. Amara licked her lips. "Go light a match. I'll finish em off in seconds." "No. They're mine," Alice stated coldly. Jasper shook his head. "Alice, you're injured and Bella's terrified. Let it go for now, we can finish them off later." "What?" Alice snarled. "No. They deserve to die now." "Alice, remember what Carlisle and Esme taught you," Jasper responded, firmly yet gently. Fine, I won't kill them," Amara huffed, clearly annoyed. "Next time, though." "No," Alice screamed. "They die now." She lunged forwards only to be caught by Jasper, who wrapped his arms firmly around her body. "Alice. Stop." He was touching Alice. My Alice. How dare he touch her? I felt intense rage building within me at the sight, for reasons I didn't even understand. Jasper turned and stared at me for a moment. I suddenly realized what I was thinking and blinked rapidly, the anger dissolving quickly. Now I was confused. What the hell? Screw this, we're leaving. Victoria snapped. She bounded off into the woods, James growling once before following. A wave of calm descended upon me right after they left. I watched as Alice struggled in her brother's arms for a moment before slumping into them, clearly giving into the calmness. With my earlier rage gone, I succumbed to the calmness as well. Jasper released Alice and slowly walked towards me. "Are you all right?" he asked. I nodded. Thanks to you too. You guys kicked serious ass. They both chuckled at that. Yeah, we're both more experienced in fighting, Amara informed me. Not that Alice isn't, of course, but we've got years more experience. Amara especially, Jasper added. Amara rolled her eyes. I still would have liked to torch them. I wish you would have let me, she grumbled. Jasper frowned for a moment before sighing. He then turned his gaze back to me, curiosity imminent in his golden eyes. What was that earlier, Bella? That rage. I felt it the moment I grabbed Alice to stop her, he noted. I blushed and hung my head ashamedly. It's nothing to be ashamed of, I'm merely curious. Jasper said softly. I don't know. I don't know where it came from. It was just there, you know. I couldn't stop it until you looked at me. I'm sorry, I replied. Bella, what did you feel when that happened? Like, what did you feel exactly? He asked. Alice, who up until this point had been standing like a statue, finally stirred and turned slightly to look at me. Her pupils were almost full circles again and I could see some of the color returning. Her nails had shrunk down to normal size as well. Her arm, however, was still limp. I blushed again. Well, I felt, protective of her. I didn't like seeing someone else touch her. I trailed off, confused, embarrassed and ashamed all at once. What was wrong with me? Interesting, Amara mused. Then she laughed. It looks like you'll fit in with us just fine. Alice walked over to me then, slowly, of course. Her face was etched with a mixture of anger, pain and sorrow. I'm sorry for snapping at you before, she whispered, her tone drenched in remorse. She gently placed her left hand on my shoulder and rubbed it. I gave into my more animalistic senses. When that happens, it's hard to control my thoughts and emotions. I saw that I was scaring you and hurting your feelings and damn it if I didn't feel terrible at that moment. But I couldn't stop because I had to protect you. I'm sorry, though. I pulled her into my arms and hugged her. She hugged me back, albeit with one arm still. It's okay, I murmured. I was just concerned with you. I was worried. What about your arm? She pulled back slightly and smiled warmly at me. Don't worry about it. It'll heal pretty quickly, she responded. I furrowed my brow in uncertainty. You said that the venom doesn't cause that much damage. Or did you lie to me about that as well? I asked, quirking an eyebrow. She grimaced and bit her lip, so I knew it was the latter. I frowned deeper. Alice. I'm sorry, Bella. I am, really. I just didn't want to worry in case something like this happened, you know. The truth is, when we're bit and injected by venom, it burns us like it does a human, but the burn is more intense. It sort of numbs wherever we were bit and renders it useless for a short period of time. It's no big deal, though, I promise. My arm will be fine shortly. To prove her point, I watched as she clenched and unclenched her right fist. She smiled. See, it'll be fine. Now let's get you inside. She didn't wait for a response and quietly scooped me into her arms before running inside and dropping me gently on the couch. She turned towards Jasper and Amara as they walked in, each looking at one another as if having a silent conversation with their eyes. Are you going to call Carlisle? Alice asked. Yes, Jasper answered, turning to look at her. I'll inform him of what's happened. I'll call Esme and Emmett, Amara added. Please break it to Esme gently, Amara. You know how she gets, Alice stated. Amara rolled her eyes, but nodded nonetheless. They both glanced at me and smiled, which I returned, before they disappeared in a blur, leaving Alice and I alone. Alice sat down on the couch and gently leaned me downwards so my head was resting on the arm portion of the couch, which was amazingly conformable. Then again, I was with Alice. Lame, I know, but it was true regardless. She gently stroked my cheek with her left hand, looking at me lovingly. Her eyes had finally returned to being the beautiful, smoldering pools of honey that I loved, glistening as they took in my appearance. God, you are so beautiful, she cooed, leaning in and brushing her lips against my forehead. I blushed, reveling in the coolness of her hand and lips and her amazing smell. Thanks, I murmured, looking up at her intently. She returned my gaze and slowly started to lean in. We were going to finish what we had started before James and Victoria interrupted us. Sweet. Alice slowly leaned in and closed her eyes as I started closing mine. She suddenly stopped, however, at the sound of a throat being cleared. We both frowned and turned in unison to look in the doorway. My face heated up. Standing in the doorway was a man. Well, he looked more like a boy, I should say, since his face was relatively young. He had spiked, bronze-colored hair and the same pale skin and gold eyes as Alice and the others did. That was when it hit me. This must be Edward. If you enjoyed this alternate journey, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the alternate path for more incredible what if stories.